Well, a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Finals Day for Event 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, organised by Motorsport UK. We are back here at Larkhall, Scotland's premier karting venue, for what should be a very dramatic day of racing for the third round in the Rotax categories and the second round for Honda Cadet. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box once again is Nicole Sutherland. Nicole, yesterday, the heats, a great day of racing, some mixed conditions. It's been wet again a little bit this morning here at the track. We're excited for this one, aren't we?
We absolutely were. Like you said, Andrew, topsy-turvy day yesterday when it came to track conditions for drivers, but everybody dealt with it quite well, put on a good show for us, especially our junior category. Of course, you and I will be providing commentary on today's racing, which I'm sure we can expect to see just as good, if not better, racing from all the drivers out there on the circuit. Circuit then, Larkhall here in sunny Scotland. Length of the track, 1.1 kilometres, 1,140 metres, 10 turns around this track, so lots of overtaking opportunities. Weather conditions predicted for this weekend. Currently dry out there on the track. It's quite overcast, but expect some rain to maybe grace the circuit later on in the afternoon when we get towards that time for finals. I think this is going to be one of those weekends where we're going to see some last minute changes. Maybe we're going to have some drama with the rain out there. We're in for a good fight though for all of our drivers. It's going to be a spectacular day of racing here in Scotland.
Indeed. The running order for today, we start with the super heats. Two of them in the junior categories will kick us off at 10 o'clock, 10:20 for the second one. Senior Rotax also have two super heats to get through before we talk finals. They'll be at 10:40 and 11 o'clock. Minimax, just a single super heat for them this weekend. That'll be at 11:20, followed by Micromax at 11:40. And then Honda Cadet, who are out for their warm-up on circuit at the moment, will be our last super heat at 12 o'clock. We'll then have the replay of the Paddock Show from last night, the latest from the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge and more. That'll be at 12:20. And then the big ones, the finals later on this afternoon to find our round winners. Junior Rotax kick us off for the afternoon session at 12:50. 1:20 for Senior Rotax, 1:50 for Minimax, 2:20 for Micromax, and then Honda Cadet to finish us off for the weekend here at Larkhall at 2:50.
Good schedule out there. Make sure you take a screenshot of that so you can keep it in your timetable. Make sure you fit in watching our races around some of the wider motorsport community events going on this weekend. Of course, we've got the Silverstone Grand Prix for today for their race, but no excuses, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in all day on both social channels and the Karting UK YouTube channel.
And mentioning the Silverstone Grand Prix, big congratulations to some former members of our parish here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. British F4, also backed by Wera Tools this season, are running a non-championship event on the support for the Formula One. Ethan Jeff Hall, second place yesterday in the race previously this weekend, and Finn McLaughlin as well, third. I had the pleasure of being at Silverstone a few weeks ago for some of their previous races. You know, you've got the likes of Thomas Behrman in there as well, drivers who've been in this championship before, doing really, really well in Formula 4 this season, and long may that continue.
Yeah, absolutely. Ethan Jeff Hall, of course, Ginetta Junior champion, an FIA World Final champion. He's been a British champion in the Rotax category, and a name that Strawberry Racing, who are competing this weekend, will absolutely be keeping an eye on at Silverstone. I'm sure they would have probably had it on one of the data screens, keeping an eye on Ethan and his progress. But like you just said, Andrew, congratulations to both Ethan and Finn. But they've got one more race today as well, so yes, maybe we could make it an ex-British Kart Championships 1, 2 and 3, throw Thomas Behrman on the podium as well.
Maybe so. I say it's a very strong field running at Silverstone this weekend. But back with us here at Larkhall, this is our main focus for the day in our great sport of karting. Let's take an onboard lap around this Larkhall circuit. A really, really tricky test for the drivers. I believe we're going to have Josh Cormack's view of things on Friday in wet conditions. during the free practice sessions. Nicole, talk us through a lap.
So turn number 2, he's just gone through in the wet conditions, avoiding that rumble strip on the exit. Into 4 then, you'll notice that these drivers in the wet, slippy conditions smash that curb on the left-hand side to really try and get the karts rotated round the corner and try and straighten up the run into turn number 5. Down the back straight, these drivers will go. You'll notice they take a tighter line. They're slightly further to the left to try and reduce the length of that straight. More curb going through that tight right-hander to set things up. Going to this infield hairpin there, we can see Josh potentially being challenged by one of the globals. I think that could be Ollie Spencer. And like we saw there, if you sacrifice the run out of that hairpin, you don't go in with enough pace, you slide off of the brake or bog, it really does let drivers through, as we just saw from Ollie. The approach into turn number 9 then, trying to carry the speed but also trying to control these slide are these drivers. And then this is the final corner, wide on entry for Josh Cormack for that one. Didn't go in too deep but kept it pinned to the track, and like you said, didn't then lose too much time to Ollie Spencer in front.
So the track conditions at the moment, just looking out of our commentary position here overlooking start line, few damp patches out on circuit, but the rain is holding off for now, pretty much all week, since we started setting up here at Larkhall on Wednesday. It's been persistent rain. It's not been particularly heavy downpours or like summer showers. It's just been constantly driving through. So it's meant we've got quite a green track this morning as well. There's Shane Chandaria on your screen. We had a little chat with Shane earlier on in the weekend on the build-up show, running with the Pro Train team and flying the flag for Kenya there, doing a really good job this weekend. We'll be competing in the first of our super heats here today. So for the uninitiated, what do we mean when we talk super heats? Well, the points, the intermediate points from yesterday's qualifying heats, everybody competed in 2 of those. They carry over, and the intermediate classification sets the grids for these super heats in running order from those results. The goal is ultimately to qualify, first of all, for the top 34 in junior Rotax. So there will be, about 7 or 8 drivers who don't make the cut here with this one. You need to have a good super heat to do that. Nicole, what will be going through the drivers' minds at this this stage of proceedings? Drivers,
at the front are more than aware they've got a good chance at starting in the front for the final. So this one is just going to be about position preservation. You are not going to win the weekend in this race. This is about just trying to get some good point scoring opportunities. But you're going to see drivers in that danger zone from that mid-pack backwards, really trying to push forward to set themselves up for a better starting position going into the final. So, within this race, you can see that mid-pack section, the likes of Harry Taylor sat there further down in the DHR. He's one of those drivers that's really going to need to put in some work, really going to have to thread a needle through the traffic and pick off some positions.
Slightly longer race as well, these super heats, 12 minutes plus 1 lap as opposed to 10 plus 1 yesterday. More points available as well, so these super heats really can change a driver's weekend wherever they start from on the grid. Let's get ready for it then. First race of the day, Super Heat A for Junior Rotax is next. So let's take you through the grid then for Super Heat A in Junior Rotax. Apologies, that's the graphic for the seniors. We'll just read this one through for the juniors. Jacob Ashcroft will start on pole position for this first race on finals Sunday. Cole Denham alongside him on the front row. Leon Hasty, one of the favourites for this weekend, is on row 2, joined by Noah Barham. Ellis Bell and Finley Buck go from row 3. Keane Bernard and Vlad Tomanchuk on row 4.
Row number 5 includes Archie Lovett and Joel Dixon. And from 6, we have Panu Steinman Kong with Shane Tandaria. 7 is Harry Taylor with William Archer. And going from row number 8, we have Sebastian Clark and Ethan Seng.
Row 9, Jensen Chalk and Henry Cameron. Sebastian Lucian, DeJean Bennett from row 10. Oliver White as well, one of the drivers who needs a big race here, starts from the back. Remember, it's the top 34 across the whole category that get places in the grid for the final. We are racing here at Larkhall once again. Good start for Jacob Ashcroft. Looks like Leon Hastie's had a good one as well. Straight into second place for the British Open champion, into the chicane for the first time. I think there was one driver off towards the back. It's the 221 of Henry Cameron, and that's a driver who started towards the back of the field, Nicole. That may well be Henry Cameron's weekend from a competitive sense over and done.
Cameron then had a poor heat yesterday, so like you said, Andrew, that's really going to put things back for Cameron going into the finals. It's unlikely that he is going to be up the field. Now, Leon Hastie trying to charge down compared to Jacob Ashcroft going out of turn number 8. He has jumped the gun on Cole Denham, who started on that anti-pole side at the race start, where I'm seeing a bit of a pattern at race starts here this weekend. We saw it from our senior grid. The likes of Matthew Higgins and Matty Hingley both struggled on that anti-pole on that second position at the start, get caught out, and it looks like the same things happened to Denham and why he's conceded that position to Hastie for second. Now, Ashcroft still leads from Hastie and Denham in third, and then shortly behind we've got Barham trying to chase down Ellis Bell for that fourth position. Kian Bernard trying to get involved now as well in the Wera Tools-backed SPR kart.
Yeah, just overtaken by his teammate Sam for Sam Pollitt Racing, Archie Lovett. And as you note, Nicole, yes, those two karts look very different liveries, but they are on the same team. Kian Bernard, as you mentioned, the Wera Tools Racing Academy, the Academy Alliance backed driver, has also raced for the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in 2024. It's on a new chassis, still getting to grips, I think, with that Kart Republic, having switched over from an OTK. 10 minutes to go in this one. Who's making good progress? DeJean Bennett's making good progress, Nicole, for Coles Racing in the 2:39, is up to 11th place, and it's another good run here for a Coles Racing driver in the shape of Ellis Bell, one of the Scots here. Scotland currently 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. Bit of a quiet day yesterday for Ellis in that 2:46. 12th and 6th through the two qualifying heats that we saw for Ellis, but we know he's got good speed round here. We know he's got good pace and experience, so this is what I like about these super heats. It gives the drivers a bit of a reset opportunity if they've had a middling or tough day on Saturday to go, right, let's get a good super heat in, let's get some momentum going before the final.
Yeah, we just saw Bernard and Lovett there, the two teammates squabbling for position, changed 2 or 3 times out of sector number 3, but it looks like Lovett has taken that position back. Out of that final corner, this is Noah Barham trying to hunt down the coals of Ellis Bell, and there they arrive on your screen. Lovett from Bernard, and that has closed the gap up to the 2 KRs of Tomanchuk and Archer right behind. So we've got a 4-kart battle. Archer trying to challenge round the outside, gets the move done and gets himself ahead of teammates Tomanchuk. Into the final corner they go. Turn number 9, the curb being clipped by Barham, trying to get the run down to that final corner, but nothing changed amongst him and Bell just yet. Driver that maybe hasn't had the start they would have wanted, DeJean Bennett, 5-second penalty, and a 5-second penalty going out to driver further back in the field as well, Sebastian Clark, who sat in 20th, will be given that time penalty. That drops him to dead last. Yeah,
I think for Sebastian Clark that could be trouble, because whilst Clark was just inside the top 34 overnight from the heats, a bad result in this one will probably drop him out of the cut-off for the final. Apologies for the technical issues. We can't bring you a live timing tower at the moment, so we'll do this the old-fashioned way. 7 minutes and 50 seconds of this race to go. Jacob Ashcroft leads, having completed 4 laps, make that 5 laps now. The lead is 0.72 of a second from Leon Hastie for Craft Motorsport. Cole Denham is third, and then this is your battle for fourth on your screens. Ellis Bell at the front of it with Noah Barham fifth. Archie Lovett up 3 positions in this race is 6th. William Archer at the back of this group as well, P7. Good recovery from William Archer. Had a DQ in his first heat, but has clearly got some good speed and is looking good at the moment to get through to the final. Some early defensive driving being demonstrated by Ellis Bell, then just sitting on the white line at most of these corners there. You can see just hugging that tighter line to fend off Barham, who looks like he's getting a bit fed up with it
sat right behind. There Bell goes once more, tightens up into turn number 8, but all that is doing is backing up the likes of Barmerum, who's now going for a move down the inside at turn number 9 into the remainder of the pack. Lovett has arrived. Tom and Chuck is there as well. Lovett and Bernard is on the back of this train. This is going to be a feisty battle because all that Ellis Bell did within that defensive posture is bring a hub of karts right into the fight behind him, and that's going to actually make him more vulnerable to being overtaken.
Yeah, and whilst all of these drivers are looking good to go through to the final, these positions can change things in the final intermediate classification. That, of course, is converted through to the starting grid for the final. And, of course, championship points as well, as Lovett has a moment there with the 261 of William Archer. And there's another moment, this time involving Cian Bernard going off of turn number 7. This is where Larkhall can get tough. It's tight, it's twisty, it cambers from corner to corner. Drivers have got to be careful out through all of those turns. It looks like the 281 has come through all of that. So it's still Ashcroft from Hasty, Denham, Barham, Bell, Archie Lovett. So the 261 of William Archer now up 7 places in this race. Also looking a little bit further down the field, I can see out there in the 236 of Sam Pollitt Racing with the blue, orange and black decals. Sebastian Lusch, another driver who needs a big drive here, started outside the top 34 in this race, has gained 8 places, is now up to P11. And in fact, is he going there for another move? Yes, he is on Paddock Show, who finds himself out in the grass, and that's going to be tricky to pull the 212 back onto the circuit. He does eventually, but there's just no grip out there at all. Down goes Paddock Show for Strawberry Racing, flying the flag for Thailand, was in the top 10, now drops down, unfortunately, to P18.
Well, you just mentioned the progress completed by Lusch, but I think out on the gantry, a 5-second penalty could be given to that SPR driver, so maybe a bit too aggressive with some of these overtakes. Down the back straight they go. Barham doing a good job to fend off Ellis Bell. Ellis Bell, who looks like he's got some good pace within this race. He's a name so far this weekend that's gone slightly under the radar, but he's looking strong there in the top 5. Looks to the outside to try and get the run going towards turn number 9, but Barham does a good job through the corner to hold the brake and really get the run out of things. Bell looks frustrated, pointed to Barham to say push forward. 4 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and that is something that I think that Bell is more than aware of. Bernard trying to fend off now Harry Taylor, driver in his rookie year of junior racing further down in the field. Taylor, he has really good glimpses of being very, very fast and having some good racecraft, but I think so far throughout this weekend he's just found himself in a bit of hot water.
Yeah, it's tough for all drivers stepping up to the junior category, and its consistency is the key word, I think, for Harry Taylor at the moment. Back with our battle for 4th place, Barham. Quite intriguing this. Ellis Bell looked a little bit weak earlier in this race, but maybe the tyre pressures have come to him, and now he's got the speed. Having a real trouble there with Archie Lovett trying to get down the inside, and the 261 of William Archer not too far behind as well. This is a good scrap between an array of teams. Dan Holland Racing, Coles Racing, Sam Pollitt Racing, KR Sport, all involved in this fight. And it's another sign of what we've been seeing with the juniors across the course of the season so far, Nicole, that this is a properly competitive category.
Absolutely is, but in those first 4 minutes of racing, as we've got to move down the inside on Archie Lovett, so that's William Archer now getting past. But in the first 4 minutes of the racing, Ellis Bell was really defending from Barham. I think now the karma is getting to to Bell, because Barham is doing the exact same thing in the last 4 minutes, sitting on that white line, really trying to wind him up, trying to play a mind game and trying to get him to trip over himself so that he can't get past. There you can see Barham is more than aware that Bell is right there, and he's trying to play the game of, you sat on the white line, so I'm going to do the exact same thing. Here's a 2-car breakaway between Bell and Denham, though, and as the same thing's going on between Lovett and Archer.
A bit of news regards Archer. 2 notifications have come in from race control. First of them was an under investigation flag, and then a warning flag for the 261 1 minute later. Now, Can't say for 100% that those two events are related. But normally one follows the other. So that's the latest for William Archer. It's just a warning flag. We say no in-race time penalties at this moment. 2 minutes to go. Ashcroft, we've not seen him too much in this race. There he is, leading this one. New fastest lap of the race last time around, 49.35. Very simple situation for Ashcroft. If he wins this race, he'll take pole position for the final. He'll also take that first haul of 65 championship points, and the driver who had a great weekend, of course, at Warden Law to kick off the season. Dunkerswell was a tough one for him, but he kept plugging away. He got more points on the board, and that's often what you need to do in a championship campaign. Ashcroft looking very strong here, but Leon Hasty keeping him honest there in second place, about 3/4 of a second back. Cole Denham is still third. Bit of a lonely race this for Cole, because he's some 3 seconds behind that front two, but a huge amount of time ahead of Barham and Bell. Here's another little scrap happening on your screens. That's the 220 of Eason Seng going through. Eason Seng, who's here as a debutant, has raced at the Rotax Grand Finals, represented Taiwan previously. And he's had a good time of it this weekend. I'm not quite sure whether he's going to be able to make the final. It's going to be a bit close for Eason, but that was a nice move. He's up to 16th place. I
think that's something that all drivers in juniors typically get a bit worried about. You know, you have such a big grid, and actually your first job every weekend is just making the final.
Yeah.
It's a big challenge for these juniors, especially when you're in that cut-off point where, you know, the likes of Shane Chandaria, Finley Buck, Eason Seng are kind of all located around there. You can see them on your screen. You've got Oliver White trying to get involved in this as well, to pick off those places, get more points, and then qualify into the finals later on. That is why you see more action at the back end of your field, as Oliver White is getting bumped into that final corner by Seng and loses the position. That was a bit feisty by Seng, maybe a bit of frustration going into that bumper to bumper moment, as an attempted move goes down the inside of Simon Kong, but doesn't get it done on Finley Buck. Out of turn number 5 they go. No challenges on the exit of that corner. It's all about setting up your run down that back straight, because that is the longest part of the track for these drivers. That is your main straight. Also, it's a very tiring circuit, this one. You really don't get a moment to breathe, because even down that back straight, it's bumpy. You're still having to put the work in, even in that part. Final moments, though, of this race. The lap board has gone out to Jacob Ashcroft. Your race leader, 1.1 seconds clear of Hasty and Denham.
A bit of an update on in-race time penalties, a few of them in this one, but mostly involving drivers trying to punch their way through into the top 34. Sebastian Clark, DeJean Bennett, Oliver White all have plus 5 second penalties. Sebastian Lusch unfortunately has 2 5-second penalties. That still be 10 seconds of race time demoted from Lusch. Those are going to be bits that really affect things. But for Jacob Ashcroft, another win here at Larkhall. He takes Superheat A, and that is it. Ashcroft takes 65 championship points. Ashcroft takes pole position for the final. DHR, Barry Ashcroft, everybody will be very happy with that. That is a tremendous professional drive from the reigning Rotax Grand Finals champion in junior Rotax. Leon Hasty in P2, Cole Denham P3, Noah Barham and Ellis Bell will feature on the grid for the final. Well up the grid with solid top 5s there. Archer, Lovett, Tomanchuk, Bernard and Taylor all in the top 10. Joel Dixon, the top rookie, in 11th. They had a Jensen Chalk, Sebastian Lusch, Shane Chandaria, Eason Seng, Pano Stenmon Kong. Should note as well, Eason Seng with a 5-second penalty late on as well. So that's another one to add to the list of in-race 5-second time penalties. That will probably mean that Seng does not make it through to the final. If he does, will be towards the back of the grid. Stenmon Kong 16th, Finley Buck. Tough race there for Finley, down 11 spots to 17th. Now, where did Finley start? He should still be fine for making through to the final, but won't be as high up the order as the third row as he started in this one. Oliver White, unfortunately, I think is done. 18th place, will not make it through. Sebastian Clark, DeJean Bennett and Henry Cameron. We look forward to seeing them hopefully again at Wilton Mill at the end of August for the next round. They most likely will not make it through. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that first super heat of the day for junior Rotax. Very solid start, Nicole, for Ashcroft.
Yeah, absolutely. Caught out, got Cole Denham round the outside, got into P3 and didn't actually manage to improve throughout the race, but it's still a solid competition for Denham so far. We had moves going on down the inside at turn number 5. That was Harry Taylor really sprinting ahead of some of the field. Archer was getting all involved, but within this race, one of the main stories was lost my words. Noah Barham versus Ellis Bell. Bell was deciding to sit on the white line, and then as did Barham. This is one of the Strawberries getting caught out. I think that was Easton Seng being pushed out onto the grass by one of the SPRs. Moves going down the inside. Archie Lovett had a busy race. It was him and William Archer that got all involved at turn number 1. And once more, Harry Taylor showed to us he really likes making that overtake into the final corner. He managed to make up positions. It was 3-place gain for him overall to break into the top 10. But Taylor replicated time after time, actually, in that final corner, the exact same overtake. Your lights to flag winner, though, the driver that took the checkered first, Jacob Ashcroft. Good stuff by Ashcroft. There's him in the background. On your screen, you can see Cole Denham's kart on the trolley, but good stuff by Ashcroft. Him and Dad Barry come as a team. Good job so far at Larkhall. That's not it for our junior category, though, because we've got more super heats coming up, but not before this message.
Everybody, apologies for the technical little issue there. You've not missed anything. We're getting ready for Superheat B for Junior Rotax. So the pole position for the final, that's done. Jacob Ashcroft's got that, but there's still the question of who's going to start alongside him on the front row. You've also got the question of who's going to take the 62 championship points, and of course for those a little bit further back in the field, can they make it through to the top 34? We're ready for it. Superheat B in Junior Rotax is next. So let's take you through the next field of 20 drivers in Junior Rotax. This is Superheat B, and Albie Lapper starts on pole position with Kai Clark for company on the front row. Ryan Gandor and Matteo Palazzo go from the second row of the grid. Cameron Nelson, winner last time out at Dunkerswell, starts on row 3. Is joined by Charlie King. On row 4, Albie Friend and Charlie Wolford.
Row number 5 includes Connor Large and James Kell. And then from 6, we have Benjamin Baker with Louis Radcliffe. From 7 is Alfie McBain with Harry Freeman. And then from row number 8, we have Maxine Kerwin and Jack Collinson.
Samir Paul and Ewan House need big races here to make it through to the top 34. They start on row 9. The 20-strong field is completed by Luca Holmes-Ballack and Nathaniel Gray. So, can Albie Lapper continue the strong form that we've seen from him so far in 2025? A big step forward for him in the Strawberry Racing 229. had a strong run in the club meeting here last week that a lot of the drivers used as preparation for this round of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We're going to find out in the next 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Away we go then for Superheat B. Good start for Lapper. Nearly a very good start as well for Ryan Gandor. Out wide goes Kai Clark there again. P2, a very difficult spot to start in round this track. It's all getting elbows out in the second half of the field. Nicole, drivers towards the back of the field trying to make early progress.
Yeah, that was Maxim Kerwin in the DHR, just getting a bit out of sorts going into turn number 4, but looks like he sorted himself out further back in the field. That's one of the Hunters getting pushed out on the exit of the straight. Alfie McBain being shown a bit of elbows out action there. Albie Friend goes defensive out of the infield hairpin and into turn number 8, but gets overtaken after dropping a bit of pace to the KR that is now ahead. Into turn number 9 they go. Down the inside goes Kai Clark to take away P2, and that brings Cameron Nelson even closer into the fight. Will he be able to jump ahead of Ryan Gandor going into turn number 4? Lapper, just under 0.6 of a second rest clear from the remainder of the field in these early stages. And to me, this weekend, Andrew, Lapper is looking really, really strong.
I think a lot of it's belief now. We've seen that breakthrough of results. Albie Lapper's really cleaned up his racing as well, and his brain's been switched on. He knows he can do these results now, so that belief is there, probably giving him another 0.5 of a lap, I'd say.
Absolutely. Of course, the Wera Excellence Award was given to Albie's mechanic, Liam Wright, who, you know, is more than just a mechanic, I think, for Lapper. He's a bit of a driver coach for him as well, and maybe that's something that's playing into that jump in progress. Down the inside goes Nelson at turn number 10. He now breaks into the top 3, but is challenged once more by Gandor and Matteo Palazzo, who's trying to get in the fight as well. Friend sat there in 6th, currently pulling around Charlie King. But as these 3 ahead of him start to fight, I think Albie Friend is going to arrive very shortly. A driver who had so much success in minis last year, pretty much swept up in the mini category in Rotax racing, now finds himself in one of the busiest grids in pretty much international racing. Has had maybe a slower start to his progress within the junior category, but in this second part of the season, he looks like he's starting to get a bit more comfortable. He looks like he's starting to find some legs.
Well, we said it a lot about Cole Denham last year as well when he took that step, as Nelson goes down the inside of Clark there for down the inside of Palazzo for 4th place. I still think it's the biggest test, the biggest jump in
small kart
karting. Small kart to big kart. The technical platform is so different for the drivers to get used to, and there's not a lot of time for them to do that. I think that kind of shows at the moment in Albie Friend's performances, particularly at Dunkerswell. Dunkerswell was a really, really tough time for him. But the results will come. Albie Friend has not suddenly got much slower from winning the Minimax title last year. And this is the stage of the season. We saw it with Cole Denham last year when he was 23 champion going into 24. Expect some big things from Strawberry Racing driving a 219 as we go to the second half of the season. Further battles going on. Palazzo has got back ahead of Nelson there. That was a nice move through turn number 8. We saw quite a few thrills and spills through that part of the course yesterday. That was a nice one from the Scotsman, who was very quick in timed qualifying yesterday. That's very much been his speciality over the past couple of seasons. He's made this move to the KR Sport team after impressing for the smaller Saltire Motorsport effort in 2024. Good to see the race pace now starting to come through for Matteo. As I say, he's just made a move there on a proven winner in this championship so far this season.
Wolfit has got past King for 7th, now finds himself behind Albie Friend, who we were just bigging up, who is now behind Cameron Nelson. Into the turn number 8, Nelson and Palazzo go. Slightly different line as Albie Friend's trying to fend off Charlie Wolfert going through that bumpy section, that turn number 9. And all of this battling, Andrew, what's it done? It's backed the pack into each other. Connor Large is in there as well. Benjamin Baker, Charlie King is on the back of things as well. And now is Maxim Kerwin, who's having a really good race so far. 4 places gained to sit just outside of the top 10, currently circulating around 11th. A driver for DHR this weekend who's not done too much in the UK so far, but, at Scotland, he's putting in some good laps.
No, he is indeed. This is the kind of performance that Kerwin needs. Was inside the top 30 overnight after the 3 heats that we saw yesterday. Everybody doing 2 of those heats and sitting 1 of them out. So a nice little move forward. He's gained 4 places. He's taking himself in the right direction for the final intermediate classification. A couple of penalties to report on, unfortunately. Harry Freeman, has got up to 12th place on the road. Will make that 10th place on the road. But right now a +5 would drop him down to around the Luca Holmes-Ballack region, 16th, 17th kind of area. Samir Paul has also received a +5. Unfortunately, Samir has had a bit of a tough weekend. He's not driven many laps around this circuit, but has been trying his best. Is there in 11th place. Oh, it's off the road. That's the leader. Albi Lapper is off now. Is he okay? He's holding his arm a little bit. What happened there to Albi Lapper? He'll still make the final, virtue of his results from yesterday, but that is a big dramatic moment for the race leader. 2nd place in the championship is out of this superheat.
Well, Clark went fastest, and when the cameras were focusing on previously, they were line astern going into that hairpin. So maybe there was a challenge put on by Kai Clark, which has resulted in that moment. But Albi Lapper finds himself out on the grass there. It looked like he was holding his elbow as if he had maybe banged it on the engine. That was engine side. But now Kai Clark, 1.6 seconds clear of the remainder of the field, finds himself as your race leader. Question marks, though, raised over, how was that achieved? Gandor sat there in 2nd, Palazzo in 3rd, pulling around Nelson in 4th. Nelson had a good run here last year. It was 2nd in the final. He was a winner at Dunk as well. So going into this one, he is one of those drivers that you would maybe place your money on, but runs wide out of the final corner to try and get the run going into 1 and 2. Turn number 4 moves can be attempted, but Nelson is not sat there bumper to bumper with Palazzo just yet. Doesn't look like he's got anything in his pocket to try and attempt that overtake to break into the top 3.
5 minutes to go then in Superheat B, and we've had a good stock of drama so far in this one. That's something we'll note as well. Under investigation, driver number 276, that is your new race leader, Kai Clark. Now, as things stand, final intermediate classification, Ashcroft first. We know that. We saw that from Superheat A. Clark would now be on the outside of row number 1, 2nd place in the FIC. Hasty 3rd, Denham 4th, Gandor, Palazzo, Barham and Nelson. As here is a good scrap, changing once again. Through goes the DHR driver of Cameron Nelson into that position ahead of Matteo Palazzo. That's good stuff from the Dunkerswell winner. He has good form around this circuit. He was 2nd in the final at this place in 2024. Different conditions, though, to that visit in May last year. It's tight, it's twisty still, but it's greasy, it's slippery out there for the drivers. Still a very green circuit for them to deal with, as opposed to the heat that we had in the 2024 season. 3 minutes and 45 seconds to go here, Nicole. This one very much still in the balance for a number of drivers, whether it's for positions high up the order on the grid for the final or simply making it into the top 34. In the balance as well for the likes of Ryan Gandor, who sat there in 2nd position. Nelson and Palazzo in 3rd and 4th. Faster lap after lap compared to the driver sat in number 2. And as this race remains wide open then, question around, can Nelson actually catch up to Gandor for that 2nd place? Still pulling around Palazzo for the moment, though. He's not shaken him off the tail just yet. Wolfit now finds himself actually in the top 5. He's got ahead of friend King. He passed a couple of laps ago, but having a good race so far, pulling around friend there in 6th. These are your 2 sat just inside the top 10. You've got Freeman and Benjamin Baker going into turn number 9. Baker, rookie driver in this grid, having a good championship so far. One of those drivers that I think weekend after weekend really learns a thing or two. He's somebody that actually improves on his performance, I would say, as we progress through these championship
rounds.
Yeah, and solidly in the top 34 overnight, looking for maybe a best result of the season so far, which was back at Warden Law when he just got into the top 20. Palazzo keeps coming back, doesn't he? He's got ahead of Nelson once again in recent times. Wolfett trying to close in as well. Oh, that was a good exit from turn 7 for Charlie Wolfett. He may have a go here. No, well covered by Cameron Nelson into turn number 8. Albie Friend still there as well, looking for a solid result, looking to break his way into the higher reaches on that grid for the final. 2 minutes remaining, or just under that, on the clock. Kai Clark is still your race leader by 2.7 seconds from Ryan Gandor. Matteo Palazzo now starting to pull away from Cameron Nelson, holds third. It's then Nelson, Wolfett, King, Friend, then King, Freeman, Baker and Radcliffe in the top 10 now. Where is Harry Freeman going to end up? Because that's one of our drivers with the plus 5 seconds from early on in the race. He's actually doing a decent job right now. I reckon he'd just slot in ahead of Connor Large for 14th. That may still be enough to break through onto that final grid.
Clark then still your race leader, under investigation, but no in-race penalty has been applied thus far. Last year broke into the top 10 in the final after a 16 place gain, so hoping for a good race weekend this one, but if he's given a penalty for that moment with a lapper, it's really going to throw Clark out of sorts as we go into final, as a move down the inside is attempted by Albie Friend. Has he pulled it off on Charlie Wolfett between 4 and 5? No, he hasn't. Wolfett clips the curb out of 5 as Albie just taps into the back bumper of Wolfett on the exit. Now, Friend challenging, trying to take that white line to get the run, to keep the minimum speed up. Wolfett sitting on the defensive posture, going into the infield hairpin. Can Albie attempt something around the outside? No, he doesn't. Sacrifices pace, doesn't get the run. Through turn number 8 they will go. Will this be the point that Albie can go down the inside on the entry to number 9? We can't see him just yet. Have they arrived? Yes, they have. Wolfett holding on to it, holds on to it through the final corner, and this battling, this scrap between the 295 and the 219 is bringing Harry Freeman and Charlie King ever closer. It's a 4-kart battle now for this 5th position. Same again through turn number 4. Friend trying to challenge Charlie Wolfett, but Wolfett doing a good job to fend off the pack of karts behind.
Is indeed. Oh, Friend does a look down the inside. They get together and they're both off the road. Through goes Freeman. Wolfett's back on the circuit. Albie Friend there. Well, will fall down 5 or 6 positions. That was an ambitious one from the reigning Minimax champion. Time has expired. Last lap board will be out next time around. I don't know if we can have a quick look at a replay from earlier in the race as we go on to the final lap. Maybe see that one in the highlights later on. But Kai Clark still leads this one by 3.6. Gandor, Palazzo, Nelson, Freeman now the top 5. I was about to say that battle with Freeman just behind it was not going to help him when he's trying to get as far up the road as possible. But in the end, he's going to gain positions and gain time on the rest of the field. So I think Freeman's going to be okay, even though he's got that plus 5 second penalty. Kai Clark, though, good stuff from him in this one. Good race pace. Is going to take this race victory and, at least on the provisional results, be second in the FIC. It's still going on between Gandor and Palazzo. It's once again an inter-team battle for KR Sport. Clark wins it. Gandor takes second. Palazzo third ahead of Nelson. Freeman. 6th was Charlie King. Wolfett, Baker, Radcliffe and Jack Collinson all in the top 10. That's a nice drive from Jack. That should see the driver flying the flag for Latvia via Hartlepool through to the final. Maxim Kerman should be through as well with that 11th place. I don't know if we can have a quick look at that replay in a moment after our rundown of the result, but Clark wins it from, well, it's a 1-2-3 in fact for KR Sport with that result, so they'll be very pleased with progress there. So Clark, Gandor, Palazzo, Nelson, Freeman, King, Wolfett, Baker, Radcliffe, Collinson. Should mention that's provisional and before 5-second in-race time penalties are applied. Kerwin 11th, Albie Friend 12th. You'll have seen the notification on your screens that Friend is under investigation. We're pretty certain that's that for the moment at turn number 6 in the latter stages. James Kell 13th, Connor Large, nice drive to P14. 15th for Alfie McBain after his early troubles. 16th was Nathaniel Gray. Albie Lapper, good to see actually. Albie did continue. So yes, he was holding his arm a bit, but he was still good to continue and finish that race. 17th, not what he would have wanted, but he still gets points for it. Luca Holmes Balak's weekend is unfortunately over, P18. It's not the result that Luca needed to go through. That is a bit of a surprise for a driver who was on the podium in Minimax here last year. Does not make the final in juniors. Samir Paul, sadly, heads home at P19, and Ewan House, that's a bit of a surprise as well. I would have tipped Ewan House to be not only in the final at the start of the weekend, Nicole, but well up the order in the final. Doesn't make the cut of 34, 20th in that one.
Yeah, but it just shows, you know, when you're in a field with this much competition, things can change very, very quickly. It takes one mistake, one moment, and you find yourself out. You're going home. But drivers that are not experienced that, drivers that look like they're going to be in a good position in the final, 2 on the screen, Matteo and Ryan, their teammates for KR. Good stuff by both of them, you know, good point scoring opportunities and set themselves up well for the finals, which looks like it's going to be DHR versus KR.
And all I'll say is that has clearly been a hair-raising race for Ryan Cantor there. A good performance though from the Canadian, who, well, this form is definitely on for a best result of the season so far. Ashcroft, Clark, Hasty, Denham. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 in the provisional final intermediate classification. Gandor, Palazzo, Barham and Lapper all in the top 8. So Lapper still makes it through, of course, very much as a result of his work yesterday. Highlights will be on their way before we move towards senior Rotax. In fact, yes, let's have a look at those highlights now from Superheat B in Junior Rotax.
Best bits then, good start for Albie Lapper right as the word go. Lights went out, swiped across onto that racing line and got a commanding lead. Down at the back end of your field, that's one of the Coles getting all involved in the early stages, Ewan House, but it ended in disaster for Ewan, and it ended in disaster for Albie Lapper, so we did catch that moment between him and Kai Clark out of the infield hairpin. It looked like it was an elbows out moment from Kai Clark, who, let's not forget, is under investigation. Nelson continued to try and challenge Palazzo and Gandor throughout the entire race. Down the inside at turn number 2, he went on Gandor early on, but it found him in a bit of hot water at one point with Charlie Wolfett and Albie Friend, who then said hello to each other, and Albie Friend having a bit of a Jet 2 moment going over the back of Charlie through the back straight. In the end of things though, it was a KR 1, 2 and 3, but will Kai Clark be able to hold on to it after that moment with Albie through the infield hairpin?
Well, we'll wait and see and update any news as and when we receive it. That's juniors done until their final. The final will take place at 12:50 local time here in Scotland. Meanwhile, let's get ready for the seniors. They're up after this.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Time for the seniors to get their finals day underway. Before we get to that final, it's the business of the Superheats. Here's your grid for Superheat A. Lewis Gilbert on pole is joined by William Antrobus. They had a great fight yesterday in their first heat. Harry Bartle and Joshua Graham start on row number 2. Jack Lilly and Cian Geraghty go from row 3. Ewan Charman and Jack West go from row 4.
Row number 5 looks like Angus Scrivener with teammate Kai Hunter, and then from 6 we have Charlie Smith with Rachel Robertson. 7 is Adam Wooden with Sam Kelbrick, and then from row number 8 for Coles it's Hugh Moulton, and for MLC it's Miles Roby.
Grid is completed by William Pemble. The good news for all of these drivers, no threat of a cut-off. 33 drivers in the field for senior Rotax means, of course, they will all get a spot on the grid for the final later on this afternoon. But in what order? And who's going to take that next haul of 65 championship points? Is it going to be your championship leader, Lewis Gilbert, starting from pole position on home soil? Here we go. 12 minutes plus 1 lap underway for Superheat A. It's a steady start from Gilbert. The lights go out. We get things running here at Larkhall. And Gilbert leads down into the chicane for the first time. Antrobus has held on to second place round the outside. Keep an eye on drivers trying to move through from the middle of the pack. Rachel Robertson was strong yesterday in the early stages of races. Can she move up the order again? Kai Hunter as well there in the green, blue and white helmet, the O-plate holder. Had a very quiet day yesterday, but we know he can really turn it on in the finals on a circuit as well where he has won previously. Through turn 8 in the early stages of this one. Nicole, what did you make of that start?
Well, it's a steady start by the field, I would say. Nobody looking like they've made any major moves early on. Cian Geraghty then going into the first corner, trying to keep himself ahead of the pack behind. Geraghty didn't have the luck he would have needed yesterday, but he's got one more opportunity to pick off some places, as is Kai Hunter going through turn number 4, snatches the position from Jack West for DHR. Of course, Kai used to race for the Dan Holland racing team. A couple of years ago, moved over to the family team of Hunter Motorsport, and since has had a bit of a topsy-turvy season so far, but within this one, Kai can do it. He's one of those names that will pick off positions and fight his way through the pack. There he is then on your screen, trying to get past Jack Lilly and pulling around teammates of Angus Scrivener. Through turn number 9, the drivers go. We've got defensive posture going on by Jack Lilly, trying to fend off Scrivener and Hunter. And now it's actually a Hunter Motorsport 7, 8 and 9, because Ewan Charman is the driver that Scrivener and Kai are right behind. Moves going on further in the field. That's one of the KRs of Adam Wooder overtaking Charlie Smith. Smith, the rookie driver within this championship, has joined us from the States for Strawberry Racing and can put in some good laps, but just hasn't looked like he's got the race experience or the racecraft just yet to be fighting at the sharp end of the field. Now we've got a battle going out of the hairpin in the infield section, 2 abreast for all 4 of these drivers. Lilly really under pressure, all 3 Hunters getting a bit involved with each other. That brings Jack West back into the fight as well, as now down the inside of teammate Hunter, Ewan Charman goes.
9 minutes and 24 seconds remaining on the clock. Apologies for the technical problems with live timing at the moment. There's your race leader, Lewis Gilbert from William Antrobus in second place. Cian Geraghty's made some nice progress in the early stages of this one. Started 6th. Again, no one is going to miss out on the final in this one, but they still want to get as many points on the board as they can through this superheat. So Geraghty up to P4 now. In between, Harry Bartle. Harry Bartle, has he had a growth spurt, Nicole? He seems a lot taller than I remember this time last year. But, Bartle, former champion, of course, reigning champion in categories through his 2024 season. Nicely following there in 3rd place. This race has got into a good rhythm. I think the big question for me right now, Nicole, I know is the pre-event favourite and all of that, but you've still got to go and deliver out on track. Lewis Gilbert had a bit of a challenge yesterday in his first heat from William Antrobus, and we thought, oh, hang on a minute, this might not be all the Scotsman's way. But since Heat 2, continuing into this superheat as well, he is looking imperious at the moment.
He is, but you know, something I've learned with this job, Andrew, is don't call it, because whatever you say, it will be wrong. And just because Gilbert is having a good run of things throughout heat so far doesn't mean that the drivers around him won't shuffle him down the order. If anything, he's been going to be given, you know, a really difficult time of it going into the finals, because the pace that he's carrying, drivers like Higgins and Bishop will try and put him off, try and shuffle him backwards to get ahead. So I'd actually say going into the finals, expect Lewis Gilbert to be given a bit of a tough run of things. Down the back straight, the mid-pack goes. So we have got Ewan Charman now ahead of Lily. Scrivener there as well, pulling round Kai Hunter. The three Hunters find themselves sandwiching the SPR of Jack Lilly through turn number 8. Lilly there previously, momentarily moved over to the Strawberry Racing team, but he's back in his home with SPR, now on the Kart Republic for the remainder of the year. And he just, I would say, actually looks more comfortable in the SPR blue and orange colours compared to when he was sporting that green.
Yeah, it does indeed. I'd say he's had some good results around this place before. This is the battle for 6th place. With 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Ewan Charman gets his head down there, wanting to push on. Isn't interested in over-defending at the moment. Angus Scrivener there in that pack as well. The middle part of the 3 Hunter Motorsports drivers. And you'll notice the 694 is his number. 6 because he's a wild card within the Rotax categories. Angus Scrivener, very, very experienced at this level. Races out of Dunfermline. He's having a good run in this super heat. We're halfway through on time into the second half of things. Still Gilbert leading this one from Antrobus, Bartle and Geraghty. Looking a bit further down the field, who looks like they've made progress. It feels like one of those races where everyone's just kind of stayed where they are, Nicole. There's not massive gains of positions for any of those drivers looking to move themselves up in this top 33.
No, there's no real big hitters within this one. We're in a bit of a lull phase of the race, as Jack Lilly actually says, no, we're not, because I'm going to go down the inside at turn number 8. So takes the position away from Charman. So now it's a Hunter 3-kart train trying to chase down the SPR. But Lilly bit the bullet well there. That was a clean overtake from him. But within this race, actually, like you said, Andrew, a bit of a settled down one. Nobody really doing anything too spectacular, as Jack Lilly now once more proves me wrong, because he sits on the defensive line going into turn number 4 and turns it into a big scrap now for that 6th position. You've got 6 or 7 karts now really getting involved once more. Tries to go defensive as they go into the tight right-hander. Hunter looking to go around the inside, get the run, gets clipped slightly by teammate of Scrivener, who got clipped by Jack West. It's luckily not put Kai off too much going into turn number 8, but has lost a bit of time then to Lilly and Charman.
Charlie Smith getting through past Adam Wooden there. Been impressed with Charlie Smith's response after a difficult start to the racing part of the weekend in his first heat yesterday. Seems to be back on track and moving up through the order. He's just caught a sight of Rachel Robertson at the back of this group as well. She's had a solid weekend, looking to improve results from earlier on in the season. Will be, I think, the first time we've seen Rachel in a final so far in 2025. Got very close to making it through at Dunk as well, with a slightly bigger field. So Rachel Robertson making good progress for the Guy Cunnington Racing team. 4 minutes to go then. No change at the front. Still Gilbert's leading from Antrobus and Bartle. Geraghty in a bit of a lonely 4th place right now, with 3 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. And the circuit wrapping around the paddock here. It's a really different feel here at Larkhall compared to others. You're almost in a bit of a cauldron of speed. This is your fight for 2nd place. William Antrobus against Harry Bartle. 2 drivers who've come up through the ranks of the Wera Tools British Karts Championships. William Antrobus won here last year in the juniors. That breakthrough weekend for Sam Pollitt Racing. Harry Bartle, of course, went on to even greater things in the 2024 season. This has been another good performance from both of them, but particularly good to see. We talked about it earlier, Nicole, with this step from minis to juniors. The junior to senior step is pretty big as well, and Antrobus seems to have found his feet after an up and down start to the season.
Yeah, I think the difference between, when you go from juniors to seniors, of course, it's the same size kart, it's the same engine. The only real power difference is that you then have a power valve, which really doesn't take that long to get used to. You then jump from a D2 tyre to a D5, but all in all, juniors to senior is not too different. I think it's the racing aspect that really changes things up. In a junior grid, it's much busier and sometimes moves are less thought about. I think these seniors are way more calculated in the way that they race, and that's something that Bartle and Antrobus have had to jump into the senior and kind of get used to. Antrobus then in 2023, he was here with Thule, he took heat wins. Then last year he was here with Sam Pollitt in the junior again, took the final win. Is this the weekend? Year after year, it's been progress after progress. Can he maybe achieve something big here? He put his name, he put Sam Pollitt's name on the map with that win last year. Can he do the same thing this year, but as a senior? And as a senior that's doing a double duty, because he's not just competing in Rotax this year, he's doing an Miami campaign in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship as well. So I actually think, William's got a good chance this weekend.
He definitely has, but should note as well, this is only half of the senior Rotax field this weekend. We've got Super Heat B coming up, and you mentioned those Miami categories, Nicole. We'll be back next weekend as well at PF International with live coverage on your Alpha Live broadcast for the next event of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Make sure that you've subscribed, and on the Karting UK channel as well for all of the coverage. Less than 60 seconds to go then. Not the most exciting of races, a steady one here to get things going for senior Rotax, but I don't think Lewis Gilbert will worry about that too much, because right now, Nicole, he is on course for another victory here at Larkhall, and this one will give him the 65 championship points and that pole position for the final. Yeah,
Gilbert's just being gifted the space to look after the tyres, just baby around that Craft OTK through turn number 4 and 5. There he goes, just smooth on the wheel goes Gilbert. He's not trying to push ahead too much of the drivers behind. He doesn't want to take too much tread out of the Mojo rubber, but he's being gifted, a steady race, a steady win. Bit of a Sunday drive at the moment for Gilbert. Bartle still trying to hunt down Antrobus for that second position. Nothing attempted just yet, but I would say that at some point Bartle will attempt to pull the pin. I think throughout the race he's been trying to question whether or not William has the legs to catch up to the race leader, but now he just looks like he's decided, do you know what? He's not caught up to Lewis, so if I want to get myself up in the order for the final, I need to try and overtake Antrobus now. In 4th place, then we've got one of the Strawberries tailing round as well. That's Cian Geraghty, who, although after some bad luck yesterday in one of the heats, finds himself in the top 5. 5-second time penalty goes out for William Pemble then. Pemble, similarly to Geraghty, sporting the Strawberry colours. He's further back down in the order. More than average weekend so far for Pemble, I would say, as we approach the points in this final lap of Superheat A. Gilbert goes through turn number 9. Steady stuff from him once again to take another potential win. One more corner for Gilbert, but there he arrives at the finish. Checkered flags for Lewis. Nothing too difficult for him to think about, unchallenged for that 12 minutes plus a lap, and followed shortly behind by William Antrobus and Harry Bartle in P3. Cian Geraghty in 4th, and then the remainder of your grid rounded out, I would say, by a pretty steady race there, Andrew.
Yeah, pretty steady race to kick things off for senior Rotax. Lewis Gilbert won here, of course, in 2023. He's already had a win this season back at Warden Law, and wants to extend his championship lead here on home soil. He will be on pole position for the final later on this afternoon, but he will have his challengers, namely William Antrobus there, P2, Bartle, Geraghty, Graham, all in the top 5. Jack Lilly, solid result as well, P6 ahead of Ewan Charman. Jack West in 8th, Charlie Smith 9th. Kai Hunter's quiet weekend continues there, but was in the top 10 this time. Hugh Moulton, good drive there from Hugh, started 15th, finishes 11th. Adam Wooden, Angus Scrivener, William Pemble and Rachel Robertson all in the top 15. Sam Kelbrick on debut at this level, P16 in that one. We'll enjoy a first final later on this afternoon. Miles Roby completed the 17 finishers for that one. I say not a classic superheat that time around, but there is the 329, which will start on pole for the final. You'll be able to watch that final on your Alpha Live and Karting UK broadcast. It will be at 1:20 this afternoon. Don't go anywhere as well. We've still got the topic of discussion of Superheat B coming up, with the likes of Matthew Higgins, Macaulay Bishop all set to go in that one. There is William Antrobus. I think we'll be pretty happy with that one. Held off Harry Bartle for the vast majority of that race. We'll see him later on in that final later on this afternoon. As we say, getting ready though for Superheat B in Senior Rotax. That race is up next. Welcome back to Larkhall, getting ready for Superheat B. And this one, Nicole, so very quiet Superheat A, but I think we're going to have some fireworks in this one. An all DHR front row on the grid, but you've also got the likes of Matty Hingley, third Lewis Goff there just on your screen, starting on the inside line. This has got all the hallmarks of being a very interesting race. Absolutely is, but we're led by Bishop and Higgins, two drivers sporting the DHR colours once more for the year. Your number 1 and your GP plate, two very experienced drivers, both of which who have had big success at this weekend, at this track before. But of course, somebody at some point this weekend has got to lose out. Who is it going to be? But both of them do have a good chance of putting some good points on the board for DHR and for themselves for the championship fight. But let's note, ladies and gentlemen, Bishop, after license suspension, missed out on the first round. So if he wants to continue on that number 1 charge for, his career tally, he's got to put in some work throughout this race, throughout the final and the remainder of the year. He needs some good points on the board. He needs pretty much a perfect run through the course of the rest of the season. We're a couple of minutes away from the start, or from the green lights for Senior Rotax Superheat B. That's coming up after this.
Here at Demon Tweaks, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're going to need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back to Larkhall. Let's take you through the grid for Superheat B race number 16 of the weekend. Matthew Higgins and Macaulay Bishop were on all Dan Holland Racing row 1. Freddie Ingram and Matty Hingley go from row number 2. Archie Walker is definitely a driver to keep an eye on in this one. Starts on row 3, is joined by Lewis Goff. John Brown and Pearson Bullock Carter go from row 4.
Row number 5 includes Jack Gillingham and Neo Clark. And then from 6 we have Harrison Crowther with Luke Bates. Row number 7 is Kai Veach with Deacon Russell. And then from 8 is Mikey Walker and Jay Kennedy. Drama early on though, because we just saw in the background the GP plate kart. Matthew Higgins, who's supposed to be starting on pole, cannot get it started. He's pushing down on the battery there. There you can see him trying to get it fired up, so potentially electrical issues, but that GP plate is not moving. There you can see dad and mechanic of David Higgins trying to push. He's got a broom there, I think he's trying to use, so it's engine problems by the looks of it, but both of them you can see really trying hard to get that engine started. Are they going to be able to do it as we go round? The grid is formed up through turn number 10, and it looks like Bishop is going to be leading the way, and who he now finds alongside him for this race start is Freddie Ingram. Are we going green?
Nope.
No, we're not. False start. And there you can see the GP has arrived, manages to get the kart started, and is now on the circuit. Higgins will be trying to push ahead of the rest of the grid to get some temperature into the tyres and get himself to the back end of the field. There he goes, just passes one of the crafts of Jay Kennedy on the back of the order. But let's note, there's a cut-off point for Higgins now. He can only get to turn number 8 before he has to stop overtaking.
And this being seniors, they will know this, although I think Higgins is going to do this here. He's doing a very good job of getting through the field. This is quite a quick extra formation lap because they don't want Higgins to get back into position. But Higgins has done it. That's a good bit of work by the Welshman. Well, hopefully that is the bad luck for Matthew Higgins out of the way. He seems to have had something happen at every single round so far this season. He's still waiting for that long overdue British Kart Championships round victory. That will have been a real heart in the mouth moment for Higgins. Now he's got to focus on getting this start done correctly. Round the final corner, it's that all DHR front row on the grid. We are racing for 12 minutes plus 1 lap here in Superheat B. Can Bishop hold it round the outside? He takes to the blue paint that will be a little bit slippery here today. Higgins leads down to turn 4 for the first time, and into second place has hopped the 369 of Freddie Ingram. Freddie Ingram has been very impressive in his debut season at this level, has stolen the march on Bishop. Bishop's down to 4th, as out of the race is one of the Jack's Motorsport machines and a Guy Cunnington Racing. That looked like it was Jack Gillingham and Luke Bate, possibly. They both started 9th. Oh, was it Pearson Bullock Carter? Yeah, no, that would make sense as well. They started 8th and 9th on the grid, respectively. So not good starts for them. Again, they will make it through to the final, but they will be lower down the order on the grid. For that grid later on this afternoon. So 1 lap completed. Higgins leads from Ingram. Walker up to 3rd. Bishop 4th. Hingley 5th. John Brown, a wildcard entry. We saw him run here last year. Is running nicely in 6th place. You were right, Nicole. It is Pearson Bullock Carter off the road down at turn number 5. Well, we had a very quiet Superheat A. This one has been anything but quiet so far, even before the starters. Bishop goes down the inside. That's a nice move for 3rd.
Absolutely is. Bishop then struggled on that anti-pole start position, got shuffled down to 4th, but now he's going to pick off positions and will be chasing Ingram, your rookie driver, in the grid for that 2nd place. Bishop, I would say, actually looked a bit frustrated going down the back straight, signalled, made a hand gesture to Archie Walker ahead, as we've now got the 315 under investigation on the start-finish gantry. That's further down in your order, though. So Pearson Bullock Carter, your driver that we saw parked out of turn at number 5 previously, he is the driver being looked at for that incident with the Guy Cunnington racer. Down the inside, Bishop goes, plucks a position away from Ingram to get back into P2. And then the next driver on his mind is his teammate of Higgins. 0.8 of a second Higgins leads by in the race lead. And actually, despite that panic of trying to get off the grid, trying to fix that mechanical demon, hasn't put off the GP plate thus yet. Through turn number 9 they go. Walker still sat there in 4th, but now Matty Hingley, your ultimate R driver, the driver who absolutely charged up to Harry Bartle in the final at Dunkerswell after a spectacular race, is now trying to break once more into the top 5. Neo Clark trying to pick off position to Harrison Crowther, who now gets past Lewis Goff, both drivers who were in juniors last year, fighting out for that 7th, 8th and 9th place. Under investigation now, your GP plate of Matthew Higgins being looked at by our camera team.
Now, I wonder whether that is for the level of work done on the pre-grid. Because we've seen Matty at the front of the field from the start of this race. He's not had any on-track incidents. That would be the question mark that I'd put from this comms box, but that's just commentators' words, not officials' words, of course.
We didn't see it on the cameras. Maybe you could throw question marks around. Did he tag someone when trying to weave through the traffic
on that
formation lap? Maybe it's from that. We will have to find out. But for right now, he is leading by a half a second gap. Crowther, now a driver who has had a shock team change, moved from Coles to SPR for one weekend, now moves from SPR to Guy Cunnington for his first weekend of racing. There is your driver being challenged over the curb out of the infield hairpin. Crowther having to fend off Hingley, Clark, Russell and Lewis Goff. Lewis Goff swaps and changes his mind for where he wants to place the car on entry to turn number 9. Looks at Clark ahead of him, who has had, like Crowther, a bit of a shock team change halfway through the year, has gone back to Thule Motorsport after having a brief run of things with DHR. But Clark has decided to return back to the Drew Thule awning, where he first started his British Kart Championship charge 4 or 5 years ago. Crowther looking a bit panicked down the back straight, as we've now got a change for the race lead. Bishop gets past Matthew Higgins. Matthew Higgins says, though, no, it's my race to lead, and overtakes once more. And now we've got a challenge on going through turn number 9. They might be teammates, but they're not friends, and Bishop takes it away again. Higgins now under investigation. Is he a bit rattled because of that maybe? And maybe he was concentrating on other things and that's what lost him that half a second gap. We don't know. But what we do know is that Macaulay Bishop is now your new race leader.
That was a bold bit. That was a Bishop move, if there ever was one, down the inside into turn 9. He was one of the bravest overtakers in karting. We've seen that many times over the years, but that's the thing. It was a high-risk move, but it was a clean move from Macaulay Bishop. He knows, especially after he had some problems in his second heat yesterday, he needs a faultless drive. He's not going to give up this number 1 plate without a battle out on track, is Macaulay Bishop, but he cannot afford, any moments where he picks up a +5 or more than that. He needs to be very efficient in his point scoring between now and the end of the season, particularly with the form of some of the other competitors in this class. Not to mention, of course, Lewis Gilbert. We know, if you're just joining us, Lewis Gilbert will be on pole for the final. He took the win in Superheat A. That move, though, for Bishop now means that Bishop would be on the front row for the final as well. He'd start second. It'd be 62 championship points for Macaulay Bishop. It sounds quite bizarre in a way, to say that would be, even though we're at the 3rd round of the season, that would be Bishop's biggest championship haul of points so far this season. Meanwhile, we're having a look at the battle here for 4th place. This is Freddie Ingram in the 369 for Strawberry Racing, going up against John Brown, wildcard this weekend, but with Craft Motorsport, who are very familiar with this part of the world. I've got to say, I've been impressed with John Brown this weekend. He's gained 2 places so far in this race. 6th and 13th yesterday in the heats for John Brown, and again looks to be building with confidence.
Absolutely. Home soil is always something that's going to come into play for a driver. Actually, John Brown is one of those in your field. He's got nothing to lose this weekend. No points mean nothing for John, so that's actually probably given him a bit of a push forward. Challenge is on though between these three. That's Crowther, Hindley and Lewis Goff defending each other off through turn number 8. Goff now trying to find a way back past Hindley. Can he get the run out of the final corner and towards turn number 1? No, he can't. Hindley taking that more defensive line on the entry to number 1, which has actually gifted Crowther a little bit more space to prove. Walker now retirement, your latest driver to not finish the race. That's pulled into the Parc Fermé for Jax Motorsport. Bishop continues to go faster as John Brown now sends it down the inside of Freddie Ingram. That's track knowledge as you like it. Back end was all over the place, but Brown caught it and gets the move done. Defends into turn number 8, and I'd actually say caught Freddie Ingram slightly off guard.
Yeah, I don't think Freddie was expecting that one at all. New fastest lap of the race has just gone in from your race leader, Macaulay Bishop, who seems to have the measure of Matthew Higgins now. The gap is just around half a second for Bishop. Archie Walker having another quiet race here, Nicole, but a strong race. Third place at the moment for him. This would all convert to a third row start for the KR Sport driver, who was very, very quick on Friday in free practice. So we're keeping half an eye on Walker across the course of this afternoon. Meanwhile, back down the inside, Ingram sends it through turn 7 and gets the move done. Back up into 4th place goes Freddie Ingram. John Brown's going to have to gather himself. Oh, as Lewis Goff has a real moment there on the approach to turn number 8. Keeps it on the track, but this is all around 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Goff down the inside, gets through and back into 9th place. Neo Clark gained on that lap as well in the 3:28. This is a properly good scrap, and again, all these drivers know that they're going to be through to the final. Warning flag for Lewis Goff for something that has happened out there.
That could be for him and Neo Clark moment potentially, or maybe something else had happened and Clark was actually just returning the favour. Russell and Veach battling it out through the infield hairpin. Russell trying to go defensive to hold off the KR driver as Pissick Bullock Carter is now given a 5-second penalty. Drama out there for Carter for this entire race, really, as I think that was maybe him in the background running wide out of turn number 8. The MLC and the KR still trying to fight each other off as down the inside Veach goes, makes the move stick, and that's the change then achieved for that 12th position.
You mentioned Bullock Carter. The weekend seems to be slipping away for the driver from Leyland. Has been a seeded driver previously in these championships, finished 9th back in 2023. But the hopes of getting another podium on his British champs record, I say it's just slipping away. 9th and 15th yesterday. Yes, he's 14th on the road in this one. Well, actually, no, his plus 5-second penalty won't change that position because Walker and Gillingham have retired, but not the kind of results that Jax Motorsports driving the 315 would have wanted at this stage. Once again, this battle for 4th place continues to rage on. Ingram and Brown keeping the likes of Hindley and Crowther at bay. Harrison Crowther recovering well, had a very tough start to the competitive part of the weekend yesterday, Nicole. Didn't get the kind of qualifying best 3-lap average that he would have wanted, but pretty much every time we've seen Harrison out on track in those new colours for him of the GCR team, it's been moving forward. This has been another example, gaining 4 places. Yeah,
to be honest, I'd say he's had a tough start to the year. He didn't have the luck with Coles at the first round, and then at Dunkerswell he had some bad luck with SFR when he had a bit of a debut with them briefly, but now he's with the Guy Cunnington colours for this weekend and looks a bit more comfortable, looks like he's just being gifted a bit of luck. 2 5-second penalties now being awarded to 2 drivers on the board. So that's Neo Clark being given 5 seconds and Jay Kennedy as well. Clark maybe for that moment out there with Lewis Goff, but we will, I'm sure we will find out later on. Brown then still doing a good job to fend off Freddie Ingram for that 4th place. Not going overly defensive just yet, but looks like he's going to lose the position because Ingram dives down the inside. He's signalled by his mechanic of Jamie Rogers, actually sat just down from the commentary box. I could see him telling Ingram to go for it. Goes down the inside, makes the move, stuck, and brings in Matty Hingley ever closer in 6th place. Another 5-second penalty goes out to one of our seniors, but this time it's for Luke Bates. 395 further down in your order.
So we're on the final lap then. Macaulay Bishop has got this one in his control. This has been classic Bishop back on form. We've missed this in 2025. It's not been the best start to the season for the reigning Senior Rotax British champion, but is this the start of a change for the number 1 plate in this 2025 season? He had the challenge of beating his teammate. He's risen to it. Macaulay Bishop will be on the front row again for the final later on this afternoon. He takes Superheat B by just around 2/3 of a second ahead of Matthew Higgins. We should know that the GP plate holder is under investigation. We reckon that is for potential infringements on the pre-grid. That's why the investigation is underway. It's for the officials to decide whether any further jurisdiction is required. Archie Walker 3rd, Freddie Ingram 4th in a very entertaining duel with John Brown. That's your top 5. Matty Hingley, Harrison Crowther, Lewis Goff, Neo Clark and Kai Veach all in the top 10. That is before plus 5-second penalties are applied, however. Deacon Russell, Luke Bate, Jay Kennedy, Pearson Bullock Carter, the last of the finishers. Bullock Carter off the lead lap. 2 retirements from that race, Mikey Walker and Jack Gillingham.
Good stuff then from our second group of seniors. Bishop wasting no time to overtake teammate of Matthew Higgins, who, like you just said, Andrew, question marks raised over the investigation for Higgins. What will that be for, and will anything come of it for the GP plate? Walker there, just the 3rd driver to push his car over the scales. Going under the radar in that race, but not going under our radar, I would say, this weekend, because he's got some good pace and he is experienced. There you can see Matthew Higgins just holding onto the back axle to feel the temperature coming off of the brakes, just trying to work out probably if he's overheating them or not. But let's see some best bits from our second group of seniors. Good start there from Higgins early on. Macaulay Bishop got caught out on that rumble strip. That's been a theme of the weekend so far. Ingram jumped the gun early on and actually got himself into a good position. Gillingham and Pearson Bullock Carter got caught out through turn number 5 on lap 1. We saw Carter actually got a penalty for that. Did regain on the road. Got back onto the tarmac, but eventually will end up with time penalties. Bishop picking off places. This was his move on Freddie Ingram. Down the inside of Ingram went Walker at one stage, and this was what really opened the race up for John Brown on home soil. Harrison Crowther lit things up. He pushed back Matty Hingley. Neo Clark tried to get involved, and that allowed Russell for MLC through as well. This was the point in the race where the 2 teammates of DHR had a bit to say to each other. We had 3 position changes for that race lead, but Bishop did eventually manage to hold onto it. Through the hairpin, Brown and Ingram traded places 2 or 3 times, and this was where Goff and Clark said hello to each other, got caught out, and I think actually Goff was lucky to hold on to that kart when they banged wheels going towards turn number 8.
The good stuff there from Macaulay Bishop. We'll see the final for the seniors later on this afternoon. Of course, that is due to go from 1:20. More racing to come here at Larkhall. We move to Minimax next after this short break. Superheat time for Minimax. Let's take you through the grid for this one of our busiest of the day. Ryan White and Emerson McCandy-Wren resume their battle on the front row of the grid. Tom Reed and Alfie Mayer go from row number 2. Josh Cormack, spoke to him on the Paddock Show yesterday, starts on row 3 alongside Max Jolly. Austin Oman and Joshua Cook go from row 4.
Row number 5 includes Harry Radcliffe and Otis Cleary, and then from 6 we have Alfie Ward with Leo Livings. 7 will look like Oliver Spencer versus Riley Morrow, and then from row number 8 we have Joshua Griffin with Lucian Smith.
Aidan Hammond and James Root start from row 9, Fraser Anderson and Sebastian Behrman row 10, Christian Sanguinetti and James Devereaux on row 11, Jensen Walker and Nelson Taylor start on row 12. Unfortunately, Maximilian Aberhart will not take the start of this race, has been taken ill overnight. We go round again, which gives us just enough time to mention that Arthur Farrow completes the 25 runners in this one, as I say. Maximilian Aberhart, from what I've been told, feeling a little bit unwell overnight. A bit of a poorly tummy, I think. So we noted yesterday he wasn't Maximilian Aberhart, as we know. So that sounds like it was the reason why we didn't quite see the results from the Coles Racing driver. We do hope Maximilian is well soon and back out on track, and we hope to see Aberhart again at Wilton Mill for the next edition of a round for the Rotax categories. That is the last weekend of August.
There we can see then at the back of Lee Manchester. He was just telling our grid of drivers to slow down through turn number 8. You're not going to win the race before we've started, boys and girls. Here we go then, led out of the final corner by Ryan White and Emerson McCandrew-Wren. Drivers slowing it down, getting into the tram lines. Will we go green? Yes, we do. Emerson swipes across onto that racing line. Will he hold on to it? Runs that rumble strip, goes very wide, but cuts back onto the track in around about P3. White holds on to that number 1 spot for now, as Leo Livings looks like he's had a tricky start and has dropped all the way back down to the back of the field. Is there technical issues maybe out there for Leo? Oliver Spencer defending down the straight, looking over his shoulder to one of the SBRs, as we've got a big sense down the inside, and Tom Reed finds himself, the number 10, frustrated and absolutely caught out as more drivers get caught out. That's Max Jolly, the O-plate, getting it wrong through the hairpin. Oliver Spencer was lucky to not get involved in that too badly. But what's that done? That's luckily given some positions back to Leo Livings, because of all of that drama has gifted him about 10 places gained in one corner. 950
mils chassis, but 3 into 1 simply doesn't go through turn number 7. And Harry Radcliffe was right in the middle of all of that as well. So lots of changes at the end of lap 1. Ryan White leads, Josh Cormack second. Hear the pipes firing up. It's a Scotland 1-2 here at Larkhall. Emerson McCandy-Wren is there in third. Alfie Mayer, Austin Oman in the top 5. Keep an eye on Austin Oman. Not a good qualifying yesterday for Austin, but my goodness me, if we had a tally of positions gained as Emerson McCandy-Wren slides down the inside of Josh Cormack and takes second place, Austin Oman's got to be pretty high up in the league table of overtakes and positions gained yesterday. He has got very good race pace, as has Emerson McCandy-Wren. Emerson McCandy-Wren goes through into the race lead. Ryan White's not looking as strong here, as through goes Cormack. Through goes Mayer as well. Austin Oman's now trying to look round the outside. We said he had good race pace. Look at this from the driver who won here at Larkhall in Micromax last year. 10 minutes to go. This is why we've been looking forward to Minimax every single time they come out on circuit. It is a show. It's pure entertainment from these young drivers, as Riley Morrow's now getting stuck in. That's a fight with Ryan White for 4th place. Morrow getting stuck in, but he's pulling around his teammate of Austin Oman, who, like we mentioned, was a winner here last year, but in the micro category. Now down the inside goes White, trying to pick off positions once more, and Morrow almost getting caught out there, lucky to regain the road as Spencer is bumping and banging on the entrance to turn number 9. Emerson McCandrew-Wren then 7/10 clear of Alfie Mayer in P2, Ryan White in P3, as M actually goes fastest on the board in these early stages. We might only be 3 minutes in. I feel like we've done a lot more than that with the amount of changes we've had in that mid-pack section.
Griffin now breaks into the top 10. He's in 8th place, chasing round his teammates of Oliver Spencer for that P7. Will these two drivers work together to try and get ahead of the Scotsman of Josh Cormack? Into turn number 7 they go, and down the inside of Cormack not only goes Spencer and Griffin, but Alfie Ward as well. Now, Cormack tries to regain some pace again. The driver we spoke to on the Paddock Show yesterday, he said he's hoping for a top 3 this weekend. He feels like he's got the pace, but within this one, he's just doesn't look racy just yet. Ryan White trying to turn up the temperature dial on Alfie Mayer, puts in that purple lap and snatches away the fastest time from Emerson, your race leader. Settled down goes Leo Livings in the background. We saw him at the start drop to last, was gifted some positions back, now finds himself further back in the order, trying to hunt down once more. Drivers still getting busy going down the back straight. That's the number 9 of Cormack, like we just mentioned, who feels like he's got it in him to get into the top 3, but he's having to fight off the rookie driver of Aidan Hammond. Goes defensive into turn number 9. That means Hammond's going to lose out, and that brings in one of the Strawberries to the fight as well, who then overtakes Cormack as well through turn number 9. Murrow is now your fastest driver out there, so all drivers actually trying to prove who is the one to beat. Jolly trying to go on the charge, trying to redeem himself from that moment in the hairpin earlier on. The O plate now sits in 12th place. Not having the weekend here in sunny Scotland that he had at the O plate, the weekend that he's had at previous races, just doesn't look as racy as he previously had. I know his mum Sarah was doing a bit of rain dance earlier on in the weekend. He's looked quick in the wet, but just doesn't have the legs, I would say, so far in dry conditions. These 4 drivers then, which includes Cormack, it includes Jolly there on your screen, trading paint out of turn number 8. And that's bringing in the drivers behind like Jensen Walker, Radcliffe's and Leo Livings into things as well. Alfie Mayer now takes the fastest lap away. So it was McAndrew, then it was Ryan White, then it was Murrow, and now it's Alfie Mayer that goes purple.
Good pace there from the SFR Motorsport driver in kart number 115. Latest news on the final intermediate classification, similar to what we've been talking about earlier on today. All of the was out there is Tom Reed. That's a real shame for Tom. I say he had a good go for the lead. He had problems in the warm-up this morning as well. Tom Reed will still start high up the order for the final. He's still in the top 10 on the intermediate scores, but you know, Tom's had a tough season so far. Looking to get back onto the podium like he was at Warden Law, but it's going to be a bit of a job from the at best 5th row of the grid. Let's actually give you that rundown in the FIC. So Mikanda Uren at the moment set for pole position in the final, looking to repeat his victory here around 14 months ago. White would be also on the front row. Mayer, Cormack, Oman and Jolly in the top 6 on rows 2 and 3. Murrow, Ward, Spencer and Reed would fill out the rest of the top 10. There's still 5¼ minutes of this race to go though. It's still plenty of time for things to change out there. Here is the 144 of Lucian Smith, just with the number 9 of Josh Cormack behind. Cormack had a bright start to this race. Has fallen back a bit outside of the top 10 now. Out of the final corner they go, just with Aidan Hammond up ahead of them. Aidan Hammond, the lead rookie in this race, as we have a quick start there of some of our Micromax drivers who will be out on circuit in a short while for their superheat. Back with your battle for the race lead though. Emerson McCann at the moment looking nice and calm. Body language is good for one of our championship contenders. He's 5th in the championship points heading into this weekend, but we should note as well he has got a couple of scores on his card at the moment that he'll hope will be dropped scores by the end of the season. He is the highest seeded driver still remaining, of course, in Minimax 950 from 2024. talked about the other two above him in the standings last year. They've both gone up to juniors, of course. But it's looking nice and calm at the moment here, Nicole, leading from Alfie Mayer, Ryan White. They're still there. They're still in that region where if there's a mistake from Emerson McCann, those two will pounce. But with how Em's driving right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
Not just yet. He was 7/10 clear, but now he's only 3. And of course, he is now in a position where Mayer can really gain in the toe down that back straight. He's within lunging distance, I would say, but now Ryan White looking like he's trying to turn up the dial as well. These three still chasing down through turn number 10. Emerson, though, doing a good job to hold his own. Mayer looks over his shoulder to Ryan White. Is this the bit now where Mayer feels a little bit panicked? Maybe he starts to get a bit rattled. Runs a lot of rumble strip out of turn number 2. Now Ryan White really starting to look strong. Aidan Hammond, now your newest driver to go under investigation. Let's just note our camera team, David Manchester, who sat in race control, watching these drivers, looking at the standard of driving out there. He's joined by Zach Drummond this weekend, a driver that's ranked 13th international in the FIA karting rankings, a driver that's got a lot of experience, an older driver that is actually in the truck watching all of our minis, making sure that they're behaving themselves, making sure that we're maintaining those standards of driving and that they're doing clean, controlled racing out there.
And giving the drivers perspective in multiple different ways. We had a little chat with Zach yesterday during the Paddock Show. If you missed the Paddock Show yesterday on the Karting UK channel at 8 o'clock, don't worry, we've got the replay of it coming up during our lunch break here at Larkhall for finals day. 2 minutes to go then. Still Emerson McCann in good control of this race. I want to say full control, not quite yet, not with Alfie Mayer still there at just under half a second, and Ryan White not too far behind us. Oh, as out is Alfie Ward in the 183. So the SFR Motorsport driver does not go any further, and Alfie was up in the top 10 on the last tour of the circuit. So that's a real shame for Alfie. We'll still be through to the final. All of these drivers will get through to the big race later on this afternoon. But again, that's going to see Ward drop down from, where was he? Well, he was in the top 10 in the final intermediate classification. Plus 5 second penalty for Arthur Farrow, so not a good couple of moments for the SFR Motorsport team. Farrow, where is Farrow at the moment? 18th on the road, so that plus 5 will drop Arthur back down to around 22nd place. Alfie Mayer's not given this one up, though, starting to put Emerson McCann under a little bit more pressure with 60 seconds remaining in this race. Round turn number 8. This is where we saw quite a few spins for the Minimax drivers in the wet conditions yesterday. This one's not done yet. Round the final corner. 2 laps to go. Emerson McCann, this would be a big result for him. Not only getting pole position for the final if he can hold on, but again, another haul of 65 championship points, Nicole.
McCann then on a bit of a winning streak at the moment. I don't think he's lost a race that he's competed in of recent weekends. Really has been on the charge, has been pot hunting and adding to his tally. Here they go then, these three, your 1, 2, 3, McCann, Mayer and White. Line of stern going into the infield. Hairpin, no pace, dropped by McCann. Opens up the gap now to 0.4 of a second. So has gained himself a 10th from Mayer there in P2. Entrance to turn number 9. All drivers looking settled. Nobody looking like they're going to challenge just yet. Ryan White carrying lots of speed through that final corner, but it's not enough just yet. Entrance onto the final lap then. McAndrew still leads steady. He's not cracking. He's not rattled to the pressure of Alfie Mayer behind.
He's pulled out of the way.
Hang on a minute. What on earth has Emerson McAndrew just done? Has he got technical problems?
He's got a problem.
He's got a problem. Has he got an engine problem, or has he just completely let them pass? Emerson then looked like he pulled over onto a defensive line, but really has dropped some pace to Mayer and Ryan White. Is this tactical because he's still circulating? Doesn't look like he has lost out major pace because Murrow and Oman are not passed just yet. So is this a question, has he been signalled to move out the way? Intermediate classification currently, he's still leading the way with 3 points.
But that's going to change. That's going to change, Nicole, in the next couple of moments. Quite a bizarre way to finish this superheat. Mayer takes it on the road, White second, and yet it's changed. And yes, McCall Wren's definitely had a technical problem on that last lap. He's dropped to 5th place and has dropped off the front row of the grid now. He's dropped to the inside of row number 2. I have never seen, well, not in recent times, a race finish like that, Nicole. I think both of us are dumbstruck here in the commentary position. Give it credit to Alfie Mayer. That's what you do when you're in 2nd place. You keep pushing on in case something happens to the race leader. Alfie Mayer takes race victory and will be up onto the front row of the grid for the final. That final will start with Ryan White at the very front of it in with that 2nd place, an FIC score of 6. 3rd for Riley Murrow, 4th for Austin Oman, 5th for Emerson McCall in one of the most dumbstruck's the word I'm going to go for here, folks. 5th place drops the DHR driver to 3rd on the grid. It'd still be a decent haul of points in the championship. Griffin 6th, Spencer 7th, Jolly, Behrman, and a good drive there from Aidan Hammond up 11 places. 11 gained for Behrman. Still a good drive for Hammond, who's up 7 and into the top 10. Lucian Smith, Josh Cormack, Leo Livings, Otis Cleary and Arthur Farrow all into the top 15, but should note Farrow has a plus 5 second penalty. Christian Sanguinetti, Nelson Taylor, Fraser Anderson, James Roots, Jensen Walker, Joshua Cook and James Devereaux all finishers. Harry Radcliffe, Alfie Ward, Tom Reed and Max Emilian Eberhardt all didn't see the checkered flag. Eberhardt, of course, didn't take the start. But I'm really lost for words at the moment, Nicole. Ryan White, well, you've done well. You're on pole position for the final later on and well deserving of that pole position. This has been a very good weekend so far from Ryan White. Great in TQ yesterday, very strong in the heats. Really does feel like Ryan White's form that saw him take the Honda Cadet Championship a couple of years ago is back. But my oh my, lots to discuss there as we look at the highlights from that superheat for Minimax 950.
Best moments then. Emerson had a average start, drop back slightly into P3. We could see him running lots of track limits early on. This was a pinch point for some of our drivers. We lost Tom Reed on the exit of the back straight. Reed we later saw retire, and this was the bit where Max Jolly, the O-plate, got spun round. Oliver Spencer was lucky to not get involved in that, but I think Josh Cook was caught out as well. Emerson then picked off those 2 positions, overtook Ryan White through turn number 9, who then had to go on a charge once more. It was him versus Josh Cormack at one stage, who Cormack then had to fend off his teammate of Austin Oman. Spencer picked off positions throughout the entire race. Turn number 10 was a hot spot for him, as we then later had Cookie as well, getting involved and making overtakes on the exit of turn number 5. Griffin had a busy race. Some of the globals, elbows out moments, especially through turn number 8. This was almost a big moment on the entrance to 9, and this was the big moment for Emerson McCall. I'd say technical problems out there for him, and he was very lucky actually on that last lap, I think, to bring that kart home. Big question marks over what's kind of gone wrong. We've had 2 DHR drivers now struggle with mechanical gremlins through superheats. We saw Higgins manage to not got off the grid at one stage, and now we've got problems for Emerson as well. But I'd say Emerson was gifted a bit of a saving grace to be able to finish that final lap.
Yeah, wow, what developments there in Minimax. We'll see their final later on this afternoon, of course. That will be at 1:50, and it's still very open in Minimax. It is a championship campaign that just keeps going. So we are green flag and go for the superheat in Micromax. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Once again, all drivers will make it through into the final for this one. The question is, in what order? So good start for Benedictus Masiocus, who's been having this dominant run of things so far this season. Perfect set of results yesterday in the heats. There's Sebastian Crawford in the number 16, who had a strong set of results as well in the top 10 in both of his races. Was off the road. That's the number 32 of Ralph Martin for Strawberry Racing. Stranded down at turn number 7. Didn't look too happy about it. Meanwhile, his teammate Harris Barber is on the move through past Otto Amy there and gains a position. I think, did I say a NASA panel was loose on one of the carts? We'll just try and monitor who that was on the way through. Oh, it's Charlie Page. Charlie Page's number 33 has suffered some damage in the early stages of this race. Charlie Page, who started this race on the front row, has not had a good first lap at all, down to 8th place. Ralph Martin is sadly out of this race. Will still feature in the final, of course. But we'll have to work back through the order. Dean Singh Pahal down the inside of the number 35 of Dax Farah. This is the battle for 4th place. And through goes D. A nice move there from the winner last time out at Dunk as well. Looking to bounce back. And knowing as well, Nicole, for Dean Singh Pahal, bit of a similar situation back to Dunk as well. Not the best set of results for the driver of the number 23 yesterday, but that didn't stop Dean coming back through and winning that final a few weeks ago down in the southwest.
Yeah, exactly. At Dunk as well, you maybe wouldn't have put your money on him originally, but in the final, he picked off those places. He showed that he could overtake. He showed that he could pull out the pace where it absolutely mattered. That's what gifted him that win. That's what gifted him that Driver of the Day award, I would say as well. Dean having a great run of things so far in this year. The progress from D over the past 2 years, working so closely with Dave Richards of RCE since Bambino days. You know, it's second to none, and I think all of that time and effort, that real graft from his whole team, including his dad, Cully, as well. You know, they come as a trio, and I think that's what's pushing D forward in this championship. Currently sat P4, then chasing down Albert Ferre for that third. But it is a 3-kart breakaway in this early stage of the race. Benedictus Masiocus, your O-plate driver, who's absolutely been the driver to beat in a grand scheme of things so far this year. Leads from Alfie Garrett, a driver who was in this grid last year at Larkhall. And then Ferro, a driver who's had a bit of a shock team change this weekend, has jumped from DHR to SFR. So 3-kart breakaway so far. It's 0.6 of a second that splits up Benedictus and Albert. And then 3 karts shortly behind for Charlie Page, Harris Barber and Otto Ami. Barber then looked strong at Dunk as well. He looked strong in practice. But with the racing bits so far, he just hasn't picked off those places for Strawberry just yet. Barber, over the past couple of years, has been under the guidance of Dave Tooley, somebody well known in the paddock. As we've got a bit of a wave there from some of our other drivers. That's McCall, who we spoke to on the Paddock Show yesterday at one stage, just pushing on.
Problem for Farrow. Albert Farrow falling down the order, Nicole, and out of the race. Was up in 3rd place. The SFR 123 is no more, and Albert Farrow, understandably, is not happy at all with how that race has finished early. I think we can have a look at a replay from earlier on in the race. This is back on lap 1. So that's... now that's how Ralph Martin ended up out of the race, and how Charlie Page's NASA panel became dislodged. Charlie Page will not have been expecting that one, turning into a left-hander, and then a Strawberry Racing kart turning right straight across him. Yeah,
off in the air the driver went. That was a big moment to slam, then back down on all 4 wheels. I think probably a bit of impact for that kart, for the chassis. Pahal then finds himself in P3 because of that moment for Farrow. So Farrow's kart has been cleared off the side of the track, but it looks like technical drama for Farrow down further in the order. Garrett goes fastest, as you've spotted something out there, Andrew.
Yeah, unfortunately, more problems for, well, Arlo Gamble's now over the line, but has fallen down to 16th, 17th place. In fact, has Albert Farrow got going again? It's just come over. No, it's not got going again. But Arlo Gamble is unfortunately out of this race as well. Is classified in 17th place at the moment. In fact, that was the car that I saw coming over the line a little bit slower. Gamble is still continuing round, but it's done a 2-minute 5 lap time last time around. Here's your fight for third place, Nicole. Dean Singh Pahal and Dax Farah. I'm liking this performance from Dax Farah. Dax has been racing for a good number of years. Like Dean directly ahead, has come up through the Bambino categories. Even though still very young age, younger than us, has been racing for the best part of half a decade already.
Did you just call us old?
Yes, I did.
I'm only 20.
Fourth place for Dax Farah at the moment, and very much on so far this weekend for a best results of the year so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see there Dax is just trying to suss out Dean in front of him where he's slower. Well, Dean actually through that infield hairpin got it completely wrong on the previous lap. So wondering if Dax will maybe notice that and know that he could go for a move. Barber then taking a slightly different line compared to Page in front. Nothing too untoward between these two drivers just yet, but what it is doing is giving Otto Ami, the 7-7, shortly behind a bit of an opportunity to break into this fight as well. Barber just looking like he's hunting down for position, goes down the inside at turn number 1 and makes the move stick. That's a part in the track where drivers can absolutely make an overtake. It's very fast, you're flat through there, but there's enough grip down and you just have to try and trust it. Trust the kart that you can keep your foot through, you can make the overtake, and actually you can push the driver slightly wide so that they don't come back in on you through turns number 2 and then on the lead up towards 4 and 5. Page though pushes back through on the strawberry of Barber, so Barber loses the position gained previously through turn number 2. And still this battle is the exact same as it was on the previous 3 laps.
Driver's inside time, Nicole. Obviously, the number 33's NASA panel is still well secured at the top. It's not going anywhere, but it's still bobbling around a little bit at the bottom. How much of a distraction is that for a driver when you're in the cut and thrust of a race?
It's a bit of a question of how long is a piece of string. I think it really depends on how focused you are. You know, if Charlie's out there maybe being a bit distracted, if he's not completely in the rhythm or the zone, he's going to naturally notice it more. But I think if you're 100% focused, he might not even notice it, you know, until he pulls into Parc Ferme and then he realises actually my NASA panel's not attached. But for right now, the way that he's driving, he looks focused, but he also looks like he's being overtaken once more by Barber. Barber shoots down the inside, takes a position away, goes slightly defensive into the hairpin to hold off. But that battling away has pushed one of the drivers in the background through. So that's now Stubbs getting past Dimitar Uzunov as well. So almost big moments there for Uzunov onto the grass. Yeah,
Otto Amy was on that sausage curve. It's really tricky on drivers right out of turn number 7. Otto will have lost steering for a moment there as very low ride height, of course, on all of these karts. And that sausage curve does take all of that away. Good battle again this between Page and Barber. Page back down the inside, retakes 5th place away from Harris Barber. LBJ Stubbs now up to 7th place with a nice move down the inside that we saw there at turn number 7 last time around. LBJ Stubbs, very busy driver in 2025. We've been seeing him have a lot of good results in the IAMI categories as well. Oh, as Barber has a half spin through turn number 7. I think got caught in 2 minds there as to whether to go for the move on Page into the hairpin. In the end, well, we'll keep going on, but it's lost out now to Stubbs and to Uzunov. But mentioning Stubbs, if you want to see Stubbs and his fellow drivers in the cadet category on the other side of the engine formulas and all of the X30 competition, join us next weekend at PF International for the next event of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We've still got plenty more to discuss here, though, at Larkhall for the Rotax categories and Honda Cadet coming up after this one. Here is your fight for third place still between Dean Singh Pahal and Dax Farah. They've got a comfortable gap back to that Charlie Page, LBJ Stubbs, Dimitar Uzanov debate for 5th place. I don't think they're quite going to have enough time to catch up to Alfie Garrett and Benedictas Masiocas. In terms of the IC, I don't think this battle will change too much. Masiocus and Garrett currently looking at the front row. Page still on for an inside of row number 2 start. Dax Farah, though, would be on the outside of row number 2, and that's what we're meaning with the big step forward this weekend for Dax Farah. We saw little glimpses of it, didn't we, Nicole? I want to remember back to TQ at Dunk as well for Dax Farah. Didn't quite have the opportunity to execute in the races, but this weekend here in Scotland, Dax has got it all right and is looking at starting on the second row of the grid for the final.
Yeah, that qualifying at Dunk as well, you saw the 3 strawberries of Barber, you had Farah and Ralph Martin, working together. And I think that's playing into things this season, just in all in the strawberry awning. All those drivers will be comparing data with each other, and I think that's what's given Dax the opportunity to push forward and to improve. He's still improving within this race. He's trying to take that chunk out of Dean Pahal, but it looks like to me Pahal has picked things up. He's realised he made a few mistakes through some of the hairpins, maybe barreled in a little bit too fast, didn't hold the brake hard enough, because he's not lost that position to Farah, and he's not lost major time just yet. Masiocus then, 0.4 of a second clear of Alfie Garrett, sat there in that at SFR. These two drivers, teammates, going into these final couple of laps. It's the O-plate and the 47. No change, no trade, no attempt by Garrett just yet. Is he trying to leave it, or is he trying to play a bit of a teammate game, try and get Masiocus to trust him so that when we go into the finals, they can battle it out there?
Maybe so. These two were on the front row of the grid for the final at Dunk as well, but in the opposite way round, it was Garrett on pole for round number 2 of the championship. Right now, Masiocus is going to be on pole for this 3rd final of the year. Even if they were to swap positions, it wouldn't change things really. There's a 9-point difference between Masiocus and Garrett on the live scores, so too much of a gap for Garrett to bridge simply by trading positions here. Need Masiocus to fall a good way down the order to change things in that regard. But this is another solid run for the SFR Motorsport team. Looking at getting a 1-2. There's been a change for 5th place. Dimitar Uzanov is through past Charlie Page out there through the first sector or 2. Masiocus checks over the shoulder out of turn number 8. Just turns 9 and 10 to go. Looks like Farah has got through past Singh Pahal as well for 3rd place. But Benedictas Masiocas, the British Open champion, continues this streak of results in Micromax, takes the win in the Superheat, and will be on pole for the final. It is once again another haul of 65 championship points, the 3rd of the year for Benedictas Masiocas. 2nd for Alfie Garrett means it will be an SFR Motorsport lockout of the front row of the grid. Dean Singh Pahal got back into 3rd place for the Richardson Engineering squad there in 3rd. Dax Farah, very good results there for Dax Farah. 4th place will be on the 2nd row of the grid for the final. That is a big step forward. Well done to Dax, well done to the Strawberry Racing team, and well done to Mark Baines as well. I know he's been doing a lot of the coaching with the micros there. Charlie Page, P5, held on for that one. Not an easy race for Charlie Page. But as we say that, a 5-second penalty comes up on our screens, so may well slip down the order a bit. I think we'll still be okay maybe for the 2nd row of the grid, but we'll swap positions with Dax Farah in that regard. Uzanov, Barber, Stubbs, Crawford and Amy all in the top 10 on the road. Oliver Woodall, Chloe McGill, Freddie Walker, William Mazzali up 4 places in that Superheat. Good drive there from William. Ahead of Max Ahmed in 15th. Arlo Gamble, the last of the finishers, 1 lap down. 2 retirements, Albert Farrow and Ralph Martin.
That penultimate Superheat done and dusted. Then Micros doing a good job out there. No major dramas. That's not a micro, though. That's one of our minis of Oliver Spencer. There you can see, though, Benedictus Masiocus. Good stuff by him. Handshake to teammate, just to say, job well done by the two SFRs of Benedictus and Alfie.
So yes, the final for Micromax UK, what will be our penultimate race of the day, is due at 2:20. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that super heat for Micromax. Back to the start of the race, Benedictus Masiocus starting from pole position. See there, Charlie Page already being overtaken, unfortunately, by a couple of drivers by the time they got through turns 1 and 2. Sebastian Crawford had a decent start as well. A big send round the outside from Ralph Martin, but it would all go wrong in the next corner. At turn at number 7. Problems as well for Chloe McGill and Sebastian Crawford, so their good starts were diminished at that point. Charlie Page also suffered damage on the front of his kart as a result of that moment with the retiree Ralph Martin. There was the damage for Charlie Page. Albert Farrow unfortunately would retire, was running in 3rd place in the early stages. Arlo Gamble has had problems so far this week. Unfortunately, he had to go into the pits for a little bit, came back out, finished P16. Very entertaining battle between the likes of Harris Barber, Charlie Page, Otto Amy. This was Otto Amy on the curb. You can see there the wheels completely off the ground. Can't drive forward, can't steer, just got to wait till he got off that curb. But another very straightforward win for Masiocus. Garrett following home to deliver a 1-2 for SFR, and they will continue that battle, maybe a little bit more wheel to wheel when we get to the final later on this afternoon. You can join us for that one on your Alpha Live and Karting UK live broadcast. There is the scene inside Parc Ferme. The tyres being taken off. What will be the order of the day at this point? Nicole, what are the mechanics working on at this point?
Well, you'd like to think that they'd have the setup pretty much dialed in going into the finals. I think if you're going into finals and you're at the sharp end of the field and you're still making adjustments, it's never something that you want to be doing. You want to be confident in the kart that you're putting on the grid. Maybe if you're further down the order and you don't feel like you've got the pace, changes might be made, especially as more rubber is put down on the circuit. Drivers might adjust tyre pressure or adjust that front end to reduce or gain a bit of grip. So that's something maybe mechanics are working on throughout the lunch break and throughout this gap before we head into the remainder of the races. Races, though, will shortly continue, but not before this short message.
Honda Cadets GX200 up next then for their super heat. All 14 drivers will make it through to the final, but again, in what order will they be? Here is your grid for race number 19 of the weekend here at Larkhall for Honda Cadets super heat. Luke McCall, we saw earlier, giving us a wave to the camera in preparation for this race. We'll start on pole position. Archie Loveridge alongside on the front row. Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon will start on the second row of the grid. On row 3, we find Luca Bicocchi and Riley Blakemore. Shailin Srikatan and Jane Prakash start on row 4.
Row number 5 is Elliot Bork with Kyle Kerr. And then from 6, we have Privateers, Jack Cope and Aidan Donnelly. Row number 7 then, your final row of the grid, will be rounded out by Oliver Ratton and Harry Grant in P14. Of course, Honda Cadets will have that standing start to head into this race, so drivers will be getting themselves lined up in the tram lines very shortly. I love a standing start in Honda Cadet, don't you, Andrew?
Absolutely. It's always very close down to the first couple of corners. A little bit of news from yesterday. Those of you who were with us will probably be wondering, hang on a minute, why is Riley Blakemore down on the third row of the grid? Scrutineering non-compliance in the second heat yesterday, so was dropped down the order. That meant more intermediate points. That meant Blakemore starts from P6 in this one. But this should be another very close race. We had some proper classic Honda Cadet racing yesterday through the 2 heats. If you watched, or if you missed any of them, you can watch them back on your Alpha Live and Karting UK platforms. Green flag in the air means we're 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 lights. The superheat in Honda Cadet is underway here at Larkhall. Steady starts from all 14 drivers. There's going to be a challenge between the 2 front row drivers into the first couple of corners, and Loveridge has got the best of starts round the outside of Luke McCall, takes the lead by the time they get through turn number 5 for the first time. Super run for Archie Loveridge. Both of these drivers from the front row of the grid know it's a simple situation. If either of them win the race, they will be on pole for the final.
Keep an eye on Ronnie Jones, your O-Plate driver, sat there in P3. He's got some good pace this weekend, and he can race his way through. Can he catch up to your drivers currently sat in P1 and 2, though? Through turn number 8, all drivers go. Attempts down the inside. We've got drivers going bumper to bumper, but no real dramas just yet. Honda Cadet racing then for you, Andrew, going into the finals. You know, we've got Blakemore in the mix. What's your kind of predictions for the likes of Blakemore, Loveridge, who's being their big name this weekend, and Ronnie Jones as well?
Well, I think for Riley Blakemore, definitely a drive back through the field. We've seen the good race pace from Blakemore so far this season, but we've also seen an ability to overtake. Which around this circuit it is so important. You've got to be very precise with your moves, just like that, as Riley Blakemore draws past Ronnie Jones on the run out of turn number 5. Carl Kerr there in the middle of things with Elliot Bork. This is over 6th and 7th places. Shaylin Srikantan as well in the bright green helmet there. Kart number 23 was quick during the free practice sessions on Friday. Jayan Prakash as well, another one of my most improved drivers in 2025, is just behind in 9th at the moment. 10 minutes to go in this race. Loveridge leads from McCall. Blakemore, new fastest lap of the race in these early stages, 58.01 seconds. Ronnie Jones still running in 4th from Cannon, Bork, Kerr, Srikantan, Prakash and Luca Bicocchi. Luca, who had a first run in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Larkhall last season. It's just a wildcard appearance for Luca that time around, but we've seen a lot more of the young Scottish driver so far this season. He's looking to get a best result of the year so far, maybe break up into the top 10 once we get to those final races later on this afternoon. Race has gone into a nice rhythm here, Nicole, as we have a little look at Harry Grant in the number 45. It's a tough weekend as Harry Grant, but he's moving up through the order. 3 positions gained and is up to 11th place.
Down the inside at the final corner then, that's a move for 2nd position. So Riley Blakemore makes his tally of 3 positions gains to a tally of 4. Next driver on his list to tick off will be Loveridge. Loveridge and Blakemore have seen a lot of each other so far this weekend, and it looks like they will be meeting once more very shortly, because Blakemore is your purple driver, your fastest driver out on the circuit. McCall, aware that he has lost a bit of pace with that overtake made, because he signals to Ronnie Jones, sat there in 4th, to push forward. McCall then on the bumper of Blakemore. Will he try and push Blakemore through on Loveridge, get himself into 2nd position? Maybe these two could work together to get past Archie as a pair. On the back of this train now arrives once more the S-plate of Archie Cannon. Archie on home soil, always under the guidance of Dad Ryan Cannon, who's competed in KZ racing before as a quick driver. So I think Archie's under some good guidance this weekend. He's not quite managed to break into the top 3 just yet, but 2 more races left to go so far for him today, so he is achievable for the S-plate. Once more, these 5 go through the back straight. Blakemore more than aware that Loveridge and McCall have caught up now, because he signals to both. Moves attempt down the inside, and they both do what we questioned would they do. Loveridge and McCall push through as a pair there. The number 15 of Luke McCall, rookie driver, as is Ronnie Jones, doing a good weekend so far. Good pace by the number 15. Still led by Riley Blakemore, the 68 out of turn number 8.
Good stuff then from Riley Blakemore. This one just nicely simmering away as we get into the middle phase of this race. If you're new to Honda Cadet racing, this is what it's about. Thinking through the strategies to make sure that as a driver, you're in the mix for the last couple of laps. Ronnie Jones and Archie Cannon looking strong. Archie Cannon, who did a lot of overtaking yesterday. We had a little chat with Archie during the Paddock Show. If you've not seen it yet, stick about during the lunch break. It's a good one.
He
6
gave
minutes.
us a brilliant Silverstone prediction.
Oh, absolutely. A real exclusive. We'll leave it there. 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Right on cue. Cannon down the inside. Takes 4th place away from Ronnie Jones. Into turn 8. Go the leaders once again. Blakemore from McCall, Loveridge, Cannon now there in 4th place. It's a good battle going on in the background as well. I can tell you that Elliot Bork has got through into 6th place and then broken away from another battle pack that's now led by Shaylin Srikantan in 7th place. Carl Kerr and Oliver Ratton now past J.M. Prakash. Those are your runners in the top 10. Luca Bicocchi back through past Harry Grant as well for 11th place. So another one of the Scottish drivers moving up the order. Very impressive to see as well, Nicole. You know, I'll say it. I want more Honda Cadets.
Yeah.
I want more Honda Cadets on the grid for next week at PF International. Get your entries in now. But we've got a good field here, haven't we? We've got 14 drivers. They're all on lap time within, a second of each other. This is a competitive field, which is good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a good field here. We've got some good drivers in the mix, but it would be so good to see some more, like Andrew just said, get those entries in for next week, because we've got back-to-back weekends for our Hondas. I remember when I raced in Honda Cadet, you had 2, maybe 3 grids some weekends, because the racing really is that good, because the racing is as close as it is right now. Look at Blakemore, McCall and Loveridge. You couldn't even thread a needle between those 3 drivers going into turn number 4. It's good racing, it's historic racing, and it's so enjoyable to watch and to call as a commentator as well. Blakemore runs a bit wide out turn number 5, therefore he's driving a bit more track, and that's why he's not pulling away just yet from McCall, sat there in P2, who really looks like he's trying to apply some pressure now. Can he get the move done into the hairpin? Thinks against it. Still sat right on his back bumper. Still trying to signal to the driver behind, which is now Archie Cannon, because Cannon has now, for the first time, broken into the top 3.
Yeah, really nice move there from Archie Cannon down the inside of his namesake into turn number 7. So Archie Cannon working his way back up the order. Quite a few of these drivers raced again, well, like with the other categories in the club meeting last week. Of those in this championship, Archie Cannon was the best positioned in their final. 4th place in the standings heading into this weekend. Is this the stage where Archie Cannon's title charge really starts to get going? Was on the podium in the final last time out at Warden Law, right at the start of the season at event 1. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Just to update you on things a little bit further down the order, Oliver Ratton and Luca Bicocchi are going back and forth with 10th place on the plate at the moment. Ratton's just taken that 10th place back to the driver from Fareham, one of the many privateers in this category, moving back up the order. And just as I say that, Bicocchi has got it back again. So it's a good fight out there between those 2 drivers. 3 minutes and 15 seconds remaining on the clock. Blakemore, McCall, Cannon and Loveridge still ticking the laps on by. Again, if you're new to Honda Cadet racing, you might be thinking, well, why aren't they overtaking one another? Why aren't they going back and forth? They're trying to get the numbers down. They've been able to drop Ronnie Jones in the last couple of laps. That's not because Ronnie Jones is driving off the pace. It's just that the toe gets lost, and it makes such a difference for Honda Cadet racing. We always talk about 2 engines better than 1. From your experience, Nicole, this Larkhall circuit, not the biggest for slipstreams, but particularly that run from turn 5 to 6. And imagine if you have lost the toe, you can lose a fair amount of time through that part of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. You can really chase up to the back bumper of somebody through that part of the track. It's really the only place in the track where the toe comes into play, but it all does depend on, you know, which way that wind is going, if you've got that headwind out there. But it really does benefit you round this track where it's tight and twisty. If you can get a good run, it really helps you to then set up an overtake into that infield hairpin turn number 7. But of course, in Honda Cadets, you know, toe is huge. You see these drivers actually set really similar lap times because they're so close together. They're really replicating what they're doing and replicating good overtakes from what we've seen earlier on from Archie Loveridge. Loveridge has pushed through now on Archie Cannon for that 3P3. So it's now Blakemore from McCall from Loveridge. Cannon still there, don't count him out. The S-plate as we hit that 1 minute 30 second mark. Into turn number 9 they go, all drivers bumper to bumper, really using each other. Like you said, Andrew, 2 engines or 4 engines are better than 1. Honda Cadet is not a class where you really see drivers pull away massively. They've not quite got the power to do that. It's a really fair class out there. Into turn number 4 they go. These 4 drivers, nothing changing between them and nothing changing just yet between Ronnie Jones and Elliot Borkset there in 5th and 6th. Jones then has just dropped off the back of this train, who are now getting a bit feisty with each other because Luke McCall wants to chase for that race lead and gets it done at the end of the back straight, gets himself into the lead of the remainder of the pack. Blakemore still sat there comfortably though. No, he's not, because he gets overtaken now by Loveridge. Loveridge looked like he was going to push him out to that sausage curb on the outside, but gave him that racing room. Cannon couldn't quite take advantage of that, still sat there in 4th. But McCall looking strong now through turn number 9 as your new race leader.
Right, the race is on now. 2 laps to go. Luke McCall has the race lead and at the moment would be on pole position for the final later on today as well. It would be a first haul of full championship points for Luke McCall if things stay that way. But the job now for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, keep themselves organised, close that gap back, particularly through this part of the course. They know it's going to be between these 4. There's not enough time remaining on the clock to drop any further drivers out of this pack, so they're going to fight. Down the inside looks Blakemore. Good defensive driving there from McCall. He carried the speed around the outside, pinched Blakemore to the corner apex. That was very nicely done. Loveridge and Blakemore get together again. Oh, and into the wall goes the number 68, Riley Blakemore, out of this superheat. Went wheel to wheel with his title rival Archie Loveridge through turn 7. That drops us down to 3 as we go on to the final lap now. Luke McCall has 1 lap to complete to take pole position for the final, but it's not done yet. Archie Loveridge still there in 2nd place. Archie Cannon 3rd, but they've started to split apart now. That could be a key thing now for Luke McCall. He's not got a big pack of karts directly behind him that he needs to fend off. Elliot Bork is through as well into 4th place. Great drive from Elliot Bork. Cannot be understated how hard it is to drive in Honda Cadets. Keep your pace up when you're not part of a pack. That's what Elliot Bork has done in this race, and he's been able to catch Ronnie Jones and overtake him. We're still not quite done yet here in this Superheat 4 Honda Cadet GX200. Loveridge closing in now on McCall, but losing numbers of corners. The big point forward for Archie Loveridge to Luke McCall. 1 more opportunity for Loveridge to win this race. It's not going to be this time. Out of the final corner, Luke McCall wins the Superheat and takes pole position for the final later on this afternoon here at Larkhall. He will be joined on the front row by Archie Loveridge. 4 points and 10 points respectively for those two through the 3 heats so far this weekend. Archie Cannon 3rd, Elliot Bork 4th, Ronnie Jones 5th. All of that top 5 will occupy the top 5 positions on the grid for the final later on today. The slight difference being Jones will be P4 on the grid, Bork P5. But there is your provisional results, we should say, because there is a new notification on our screens of an investigation underway involving the driver in second place on the road and third place on the road as well. So both Loveridge and Cannon under investigation, but McCall, all good. Takes the race win. Loveridge P2, Cannon P3 on the road. Elliot Bork fourth ahead of Jones. J.M. Prakash, great result there for J.M. Prakash, up 2 places to 6th. Good run as well for Carl Kerr, up 3 places. So the privateer from Falkirk will be happy with that. Shailen Srikantan, Oliver Ratton, Luca Bacocchi all in the top 10. Jack Cope, Aidan Donnelly, Harry Grant and Riley Blakemore complete the finishing order for Honda Cadet GX200. With drama there in the last couple of laps, Nicole. And we very much look forward to their final. It'll be the final race of the day. Can go from 250.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a good one. These Hondas, some of the youngest drivers here this weekend, but they've got some good race pace. They've got some good racecraft so far this weekend, one of which, of course, is Luke McCall, one of your rookie drivers in the field who's just snatched that win away. So what can he achieve when starting from the front row in the final? Looking forward to seeing some of our best bits very shortly. We will have those highlights of that race as Luke just goes over to Archie Cannon to say well done. Good sportsmanship there from our race leader.
Absolutely, well done to Elliot Bork as well. You can see he looks a little bit frustrated, but Elliot, if you're watching this later, be properly proud of that drive. That we know how hard that was to keep going on your own and got a good race finish. Here was your race start. Very even between McCall and Loveridge from lights out. Loveridge would take the early advantage. Ronnie Jones had a bright start as well, battling for third place with Riley Blakemore. Pack of 5 would form at the front of the field. Good scraps between the likes of Elliot Bork and Carl Kerr in the early stages. And here, around lap 3-4, Riley Blakemore got to the front of the order, doing what we've seen him do several times so far this season, Nicole. He likes to get to the front and control these races in the middle phase. McCall got by, though. Really good stuff. The timing of Luke McCall's move was key. This was the controversial moment between Loveridge and Blakemore. The curb definitely came into play there.
They didn't make contact, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, well, the officials will look at it, and that's why we say under investigation, because they will look at all.
Challenges is make for some busy, interesting racing. And it will make for some interesting contribution to our championship standings, I would say, races.
We're in that stage of the season now where it's all about momentum across the course of the summer with some big races to come. Those finals will be starting at 12:50, if my memory's serving me correctly. Nicole, you'll be down on the grid doing plenty of running around and chatting to the drivers and how they're feeling ahead of those finals. Don't go anywhere though, because whilst we enter into the lunch break here at the circuit, we've got more from you for you from Larkhall. If you missed it last night, we had a little wander round the paddock once again, as we always do on a Saturday. It's time for the Paddock Show.
Here at Demon Tweaked, you probably know us for our massive cartwear range. We've got everything from suits, boots, gloves and helmets from the biggest brands in the business. But we are so much more than that, because if you're looking for kart parts, well, we've got you covered too. We've got everything from Rotax parts, sprockets and chains, discs and pads, data loggers and dashers, fuel tanks, steering wheels, bead breakers, and loads more. But of course, it doesn't just stop at the track, and if you're looking to build your skills in the sim, then we've got everything you're gonna need to build the ultimate rig. So whether you're just getting started or you're already at the top of your game, Demon Tweaks has got you.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome to the Paddock Show, everybody, at Larkhall. We are, of course, starting with the Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. Now, we're going to do this in a slightly different way. Nicole, because I haven't got the plug to plug it in, can you time? We're going to do this manually. Archie, do you understand the rules of the Wheel Change Challenge?
A little bit.
A little bit. No, that's a good answer. So you've got to get the wets off. They've got the 3 nuts on them, so it's three nuts off, wheel off, same on the other side. These have got to go back on the spokes. Some people forget about that. And then the dries have got to go on. And then you've still got to hit the buzzer as if the timer's running and Nicole's going to do it for you. Are you ready? Archie Loveridge. 3, 2, 1, go. I always love this bit. They try and work out. It's a solid start for Archie to get the wheels off. Now, this is also the point which we didn't tell you about, Archie, where you've also now got to tell us about your race day as you're doing the job.
You have to multitask.
All right.
All right.
I think it was more than all right.
I think it was more than all right as well. Yeah, no, one of our Honda cadets. We're going to go and have a little chat to, well, I'm going to wander over.
Right, Archie, you're 30 seconds in.
Have a chat with some of his teammates.
No pressure.
Jay and Prakash, you're back, fighting fit. Did you feel all good today?
Yeah.
What was the most enjoyable bit about today?
You are flying. 45 seconds.
When it was wet and slippy.
Do you want to go over and give Archie a bit of a helping hand? I'll not tell anybody.
No.
No, he doesn't want to give Archie a helping hand.
No team spirit there.
No. Right, one wheel is off. Oh, now we're going for the old. I don't think we've seen this strap before, Nicole.
A minute in now, we are, Archie.
Just going for one corner fully. Normally we see them lots of running around. I like this strap from Archie. I am just going to wander around the back of the camera though, because you know you've done exactly what I was going to say.
It's the wrong
crucial
way.
time is being lost here, Archie. There we go. Now it's back on. How much time are we on, Nicole?
A minute and a half.
Minute and a half already gone. Typically a good time we've seen be around 4.5 minutes, would you say, so far this season?
Yeah, about average. Who's next driver to speak to then whilst Archie's cracking on with the rear tyre? Albie. Good day, bad day, how's it gone?
More of a bad day today. In heat or in quali we had a few engine problems, and then heat 1 we got a 10-second penalty. One for there was just a lot going on in hairpin 1, and then I got a front fairing penalty. Heat 2 wasn't as bad, but we got run off the track 2 times, but rubbing is racing. But it's been an all right day.
It's been an all right day. Tomorrow, though, is where it matters, right? You've won a few finals this year. Do you reckon you can do the same again going into tomorrow?
Yeah, we're starting 7th, I think it is. Hopefully you can just go down the inside at the start and make up loads of positions.
And Albie, last time we saw you, it was actually at GYG, and it was you and Bodie Batch that were battling out throughout the entire weekend. Here at Larkhall, have you got any competitors that you're kind of in and around that you're keeping an eye on?
I haven't won anything in the Rotax yet, but Masiocus is usually at the front, Paige, Pahal, Garrett, and then a few others, and they're the people I want to beat the most.
Well, we'll see if you can do that tomorrow then, Albie. Get a good night's rest. But we'll keep watching Archie crack on with the tyres then. Has he got a rear on there, Andrew?
Ish. It's all right. We'll breeze over it and let him get going with the second one on the other side. It's a solid effort so far today for our Wera Tools Wheel Change Challenge. Whilst Archie's doing that, I'm going to pick on some of the older ones and have a chat with some people who haven't been racing today. Henry.
Oh, hello.
You been busy?
3.5
Oh, too busy. Too busy. Been out of kart for a while now, so I've been getting the hands dirty. But back out of retirement, Kart Masters doing a double. So good to see what happens.
Who have you been on the spanners for this weekend?
I'm with Charlie
Almost
Wolfie
4
this
minutes.
weekend, and all right, first heat. Crashing the second heat, but it is what it is.
No, you got a solid driver underneath you there for this weekend. What do you think you can do tomorrow?
Well, unfortunately in heat 2, it made life difficult, but still
You
I think
can't
the
give
podium's on the
up.
table. And
You have to keep going.
Just go, yeah.
Almost
podium's on the
there,
table.
almost at the finish line.
That's what I'm expecting.
What
Last
do you
lap.
prefer, mechanic life or driver life?
I'll definitely driver. I hate mechanicking. It's terrible. I'd definitely rather be in a seat, and might be a bit controversial, but I am so much better.
I'm gonna leave that one there. Zach, you've had hopefully not a too busy day in the pod with Mr. Manchester. How's it been?
Very busy day. Yeah, quite a lot of reports, but got through them nice and fast with David. Nice and easy.
And for the folks at home, like, how did you get involved with some of the officiating behind the scenes?
So I signed up for the Motorsport UK Academy, and they kind of just sent out like a couple emails, and then they asked if I wanted to do some races to help out the stewards, because maybe like some people want a driver's opinion on it. So that's what I'm kind of here to do, and then I signed up and I thought it'd be quite fun. So here I am doing it, and it's quite enjoyable.
And they do ask your opinion, don't they? They do kind of throw over and give you quite a lot of responsibility, don't they?
Yeah, because every time our
5
report comes
minutes
in,
15.
they always ask you, what do you think? And then I give my
5:15,
opinion, and
that's
then
not a
they
bad time.
base their like ideas around it, I guess.
Good stuff. Zach, thanks for giving us that insight, and best of luck for the rest of the season
We
as
have
well.
a time
We have
then,
a time.
Andrew.
Oh, it's done. What is it?
Archie, show you can reveal to the crowd what your time was.
5 minutes and 70. That's solid. That's solid.
good
It's
effort.
gonna be a good spot on the board. We haven't got the board this week, but yeah, we'll get that up on the board for next week when we go to PF. Right, Nicole, do you want to wander off? I'll put this thing
Yeah,
away,
let's go for
and
it.
we'll talk to some more drivers.
Who are we going to take with us? Josh, you're coming with us as a guest. Can we steal the microphone, Andrew, and we'll do a walk and talk with Mr. Cormac. Josh, home track for you. How's it gone?
Yeah, it's actually went really well, to be fair. Qualifying wasn't as good, qualified 15th, but heats were quite strong. First heat we came, I think it was 6th, so that was alright, up 9 places. Second heat was just really scrappy, it was dry, and I made up quite a lot of places. I don't know where I ended up in the end, but I'm starting 5th tomorrow for the super heat, and hopefully we can go strong from there and get top 3, I reckon.
Okay, so round this track then, Josh, you're one of the more experienced drivers in the minis. What does it take to be really, really quick around here?
It's just like going around corners, nice, like hold the brake and like just keep nice and calm, relax, and smooth driving.
Smooth driving, okay. And predictions for tomorrow's racing, not just for your final position, but for the Silverstone Grand Prix, because I think everybody here at Larkhall has got their eyes on that. So your final position, where are you ending up, do you reckon?
So I reckon for Silverstone, I reckon Ferraris have been looking alright, but I reckon I'll go to probably one of McCall's. They've been really good this year and last year during the end, so I reckon I'll go to Lando.
Lando, that's
Yeah.
your prediction.
Yeah.
And then for your racing, Josh, where are you ending up?
Hope first, but if don't, then still top 3 I'm hoping for.
Top 3. Okay. We'll give the mic back to Andrew, but Josh, thank you, and we'll see if you can get a top 3 tomorrow in the minis, and we'll see if Lando or one of the Ferraris has some success. Josh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good little chat there with one of our Scots. We've nicely positioned ourselves by another. I'm giving the Hondas love this
And a
weekend.
barbecue.
And a barbecue. Do you reckon we can get anything from them?
What's in there?
Would you like to have a piece?
Oh, what we got?
Ooh.
Aye, but
solid.
not just for the bairns. Not just for the bairns, right? But the adults, T-bone steaks.
Oh.
T-bone steaks in a karting paddock.
I come specially so that they get T-bone steaks. You've got to look after them.
They've got to keep them well fed. Well, I don't know where we're coming after we finish this
We know,
paddock show.
yeah, where we're coming for dinner.
Have we got any drivers kicking around? We've got drivers in the back of the paddock now. I think let's have a chat with Archie Cannon. Get him off the.
Andrew, I found one of the cooked T-bone steaks, I think.
Oh, okay. How much do we rate the T-bone steak out of 10?
Probably a 9.
A 9. Very good. Archie, come and have a little chat with us. S-plate holder in Scotland. How proud of a moment is that to be racing with that letter on your cart?
Yeah,
Pretty good.
yeah.
Tell me about your race day. It's been really exciting, the Honda Cadets, hasn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
What's been your favourite bit of it?
Just passing people, it's just fun.
Passing lots of people. Are you going to do more of that tomorrow?
Yeah, pretty much.
Where do you think you can finish tomorrow?
Top 5 or top 3?
Top 5 or top 3?
Archie, question for you, because we just asked Josh Cormack the same one. Predictions for the Grand Prix tomorrow. What are you thinking? Who's going to take the win?
Ooh, Riley, Luke, McCall, or probably me.
No, the
Riley
Silverstone
Blakemore's going
Grand
to win
Prix.
the Silverstone
Formula
Grand Prix.
One.
That's an exclusive, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, for F1?
The F1.
Oh.
Colapinto. No.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Or, let's say...
Do you think Hamilton's got a chance?
Not really.
But you think Lando?
Yeah. He won last time I was here, like a week ago. He won, what was it? Wasn't it the Australia one?
Close, Austria.
Yeah, yeah.
Good knowledge. Let's get Riley out. Riley's eating his tea. Now we have a tradition of people that nicking into people's. Is this your awning or is this somebody else's awning?
It's my Archie's.
It's Archie's awning. So what are you doing in it?
Just eat my tea.
Eating your tea. Fair enough.
They're
fair
having
enough.
T-bone steak, Andrew.
I say this is where it's at with the T-bone steak. Let's talk serious for a moment, Riley. Good day for you. 2 wins. You got to be happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Anything else to add on? Whether you had, well, I say it was a very tense finish to that second race in particular.
Yeah, it was. I was happy with the day. Definitely results that I wasn't expecting really. But
And confident for tomorrow that you can continue to continue the form.
very, very confident.
Good stuff. Well, I think that's a good review of the Honda Cadet day. We've had some big exclusive. Riley's not only going to potentially sweep the floor with the competition tomorrow, but then he's going to pop down to Silverstone and win the Grand Prix. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you later on. Right, I think we've got about
Craft on home soil.
A craft on home soil. We've
Shuffle
definitely
this way.
definitely got to have a go at peek and see, unless they're playing music, at which point we will promptly leave. I don't think they're playing music too loud, so we'll head on down. Not sure whether there's got any of their drivers still around, but yeah, really good day for Craft on multiple fronts.
Good day for this kart.
Very good day for the karts here, the 329 of Lewis Gilbert. I've been fascinated with how Lewis has been tackling his racing so far this year, not just by being quick, obviously to win races you've got to be quick, but the way he's been thinking through the races, thinking through multiple races. It still feels, and racecraft, it feels like we did at Warden Law. The seniors are very strong, we know that, but Lewis Gilbert's playing 4D chess out there in senior Rotax at the moment. He's going to be very strong it's going to take a strong driver to beat him tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not to say it's undoable. Like you said, strong drivers could get it done. You've got the likes of Higgins, Bishop, Bartle in there who took the win at Dunk as well. So, you know, it's not impossible, but Lewis, he's playing the game very, very well so far this weekend, as is his teammate, the kart in the background, the junior O-plate of Leon Hasty in the junior class. He's one of those drivers that I think has been playing a good game so far this weekend.
Yeah, and a very dramatic end to that last heat for the juniors, and it's what we come to expect with junior Rotax, well, any junior category really. It's very, very close out there, and we'll wait and see what happens in the super heats. That could be pivotal. That could change things a lot back and forth with the running order for the final. But yeah, Leon Hasty, I think, is a very good bet for at least a podium tomorrow.
Absolutely, I agree.
Right, shall we? We'll head on out because, as I say, I don't think we've really got any drivers hanging around at the moment in this this part of the paddock. In fact, let's head back down that way to see who else we can find, and maybe cut on to the second row of the paddock. It's probably the most nice conditions that we've had so far this weekend at the moment, Nicole. Sod's law when we've stopped racing.
Classic. As soon as the racing stops, it dries up and it turns into quite a nice evening. The sun's trying to break through. You've got people having barbecues now that the rain is stopped. So it's nice, but I don't know how long it's going to last for because the rain is forecast again for tomorrow.
Yes, it's another mixed day tomorrow for those super heats. If you're watching on the Karting UK channel just after 8 p.m. tonight, remember it's 10 o'clock local time. We'll just cut down here to the second row of the paddock. But yeah, 10 o'clock for the start of the super heats, and then you've of course got the finals. I want to say at like 12:50. It's after the lunch break. All of those you'll be able to watch on the Karting UK YouTube channel and the Alpha Live channel. Shall we have a little poke into Guy Cunnington Racing's awning? See if we have got any stories to tell. Well, Guy's here. I think we've got a couple of other drivers here. Nicole, I'll leave this one to you.
Well, we've got Elliot here. This is brother of Guy, Elliot. I'm going to corner you for an interview. No racing for Guy this weekend. Injury, big shame to see, but the team here in high spirits anyway.
Yeah, all good. I think we've had quite a strong day overall. Like I say, it's a shame that Guy's not here. We were doing okay in the championship, but obviously not anymore. So that's fine. We carry on with these three. Look, we've got Harrison with us now for the first time at the British this weekend. So I'm excited to get working with him, and we've still got three drivers. So that's all good. Rachel's had a really good day as well. A really good race in that last heat, and Jack's done really well as well. So we had a really strong qualifying session, which obviously sets up the whole weekend.
Absolutely does. And Elliot, this family-run team, you know, it's got your brother's name on the door, but I know that your parents have a big part to play behind. I can see, like, this is kind of your data area. Can you talk us through kind of what your role is throughout a weekend? Because, you know, you have so many people in the paddock and just in motorsport in general trying to break through, not just as drivers or mechanics, but maybe in a role that you kind of do.
Yeah, so I've always done everything apart from driving, really. So enjoy the data side, the media side, and I've done a little bit of work with Motorsport UK and Clarking and stuff, so the regulation side. So my role really is making sure they are on time. And
so are you the brains of the operation, you're trying to say?
Of course. Everyone thinks it's Guy. But no, Guy's obviously, you know, been in the sport a long time and sort of created a bit of a name for himself, and we ummed and ahed when we were starting the team, what should we call it, and then in the end decided on Guy Cunnington Racing because of, you know, what that means in the past and the driver coaching side of it and all that kind of stuff. But like I say, Dad's very much involved as well, the mechanic in, and we always done it as privateers, so then Mum's also involved as well when Guy was racing, and now we started this, so yeah, it's all good.
Elliot, great to speak to you and great insights. Just give you a bit of a show of the livery of the Guy Cunnington karts. You know, bright, you can't miss them. good to see out there on the circuit. And then the next person I'm going to corner is the dad of one of the new drivers in the team. This is Jeff, everyone, Jeff Crowther. Harrison Crowther has joined Guy Cunnington this weekend. Weekend so far with the team, how's it going?
Not too bad, to be fair to you. Yeah, you know, we have loved being in here, really enjoy it. It's much less frantic than other experiences we've had, much calmer. Being a dad mechanic is always a challenge compared to some of the professional mechanics in reality. Yeah, no, very positive, to be fair to you, very positive indeed, I think. Hopefully tomorrow will go a little bit better. I'm not sure about the last minute weather changes. It seems to be a theme at the moment. Get rid of that, we'll be okay, I reckon.
Get rid of the rain, you'll be all right. Okay,
Just
that's the message.
Changes. I don't mind the rain. It's the let's change it halfway through.
Yeah, let's change the whole setup 2 minutes before we're about to go on the grid.
That's the challenging part. Yeah, 100%.
Well, Jeff, great to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole.
Andrew.
We're going to head further down the paddock. I think we've got about 5 minutes of our paddock show left for today.
Have we got any privateers this way?
We've got 2 privateers that we've queued up down the bottom because we like to talk to the privateers. We like to talk. We're trying to do a lot of that this weekend, of talking to new people that we haven't talked to before. So we had a little chat with Charlie Page on the build-up show. But one awning that I wasn't able to go into yesterday because they were playing blary music that gets us taken off the YouTubes was the duo of Kyle Kerr and Aidan Donnelly in the brilliantly named Boom Racing. I love this. This is what the sport is.
I think we need to show this on the side of the van.
It's all about. You've got the stickers as well, Senna and Schumacher, and 2 young drivers as well, ready to talk to us about their weekend. Look at that, skidding on in. Drivers, stand by your karts, tell us through your days. Kyle, first of all, bit up and down. You know, you had a bit of bad luck in the second heat, but you've still got a smile on your face.
Yeah, I started off good this morning, and then on the heat 2, it just went down, and then I gained a place.
And what's it like racing with your mate as well, racing with Aidan? Is it good fun?
Yeah, it's really good fun just to like travel up and down and go down south and stuff like that.
But being back in Scotland as well, that must be quite nice racing at Larkhall.
Yeah, it's really good at Larkhall because I'm not that far away, so.
Good stuff. Aidan, tell us a little bit about your day. What's it been like for you out on track?
I've had 2 spin-offs in both sessions, but I've gained them back within 2 more positions.
And going into tomorrow, what do you think? What kind of result do you think you could get?
Either in the top 10 or top 5.
And I've never driven this circuit. You guys are far quicker than me. What's important for a good lap round here?
If it's dry, definitely get into the curbs.
Will you be doing a lot of that tomorrow, do you think, or do you think it's going to be wet again?
Depends what the weather says.
Depends what the weather says, indeed. Kyle, Aidan, thank you so much. I'll take that from you, Aidan. Thank you so much for your time. Who do you want to thank as well for getting you here? So thank Mum and Dad.
I want to thank my mum and dad.
Good stuff. Aidan, who do you want to thank?
My mum and dad.
Your mum and dad. Good stuff indeed. Well, thank you very much, boys. Thank you for talking to us. I think we've got a couple of minutes left. We'll bring Nicole back in. Let's say always good to see new entrants. To say both Kyle and Aidan. You know, they've been doing a really, really good job. Very impressed with how they've been getting up to speed. And not easy as well. You know, we saw them at the start of the season for Warden Law, but they have had quite a gap. Now, we've been doing lots of races in between ourselves, so it doesn't feel like 2 minutes ago, but getting back into the rhythm for the Hondas, particularly when it's almost like a double header, isn't it? That they've got this week at Larkhall and then they run again at PF for the double header next weekend.
I think as an ex-driver, you know, I used to always find when you have back-to-back races, you're second of your back-to-back, you arrive and you're straight away in a rhythm. You know, it's like muscle memory. You don't think anything of what you're doing because you get into the swing of it the weekend before. You know,
first grid walk of this weekend then, and we're starting on the front row. We've got Jacob Ashcroft and Kai Clark's karts next to me. We'll pull Jacob Ashcroft for a quick talk, see how he's feeling ahead of this final, starting right at the sharp end. Jacob, we'll pull you over very quickly. Good racing from you so far this weekend, but juniors always gets quite busy. Heading into this one, what's the mindset?
I just want to get a good start and see if I can get a gap like I did in the Super Heat, because that was really good. And yeah, just see what happens really.
And there's actually a few spots of rain coming down on the track. Is that something that's going on in your head as we go into the first couple of laps?
It depends if it gets harder, because right now I don't think it'll really affect anything. It might make it maybe a little bit slower, but I think it will stop. If it doesn't stop, then it's going to be quite interesting.
And it's going to be interesting as well having Leon Hasty starting right behind you. Leon is on home soil. He's a quick driver. He's taken a heat win, as have you. Is Leon in your head at all? Do you feel under pressure by the Scotsman?
No, I don't feel under pressure, but he's been very fast all weekends. Me and him were around the same speed in the pre-final, but I managed to get a gap, so that was good. But yeah, he's been very fast, like I said, so see what happens. But hopefully I can just do what I did in the Super Heat.
See what happens indeed, Jacob. Thank you for a quick chat. We'll see if we've got time to just catch up with Leon there. Leon is sporting Lewis Gilbert's helmet, but he's still very much his own driver. Leon, quickly, Wee Jimmy Jr., as it says on your suit. Home soil, how much would a win here actually mean to you?
It would mean quite a lot. I've tried 3 years now and I've always been up there. The first year wasn't too good, but this year and last year was good, close, but always quite unfortunate. Good chance this year. I should have won both my heats, but one of them was unfortunately lost, so not sorry. But yeah, so looking for a good race. It's going to be long, hard, so it should be good.
And this track then, tell us about the physical part of it. Do you get tired around the circuit? I know it's tight, it's twisty, and you don't really get a break, I wouldn't say.
No, there's never a break, especially when you're in a big group. You're always thinking about something, doing something, so it is quite stressful on the body, but it's good to endure it.
Leon, good luck to you. 1 minute left on the clock then for these junior drivers until they jump into the seats and head off for their final. Who's going to grab that race win, we'll soon find out. But for now, I'll head back up to Andrew Mather in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. The grid clearing then ahead of the third final of the year in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships for Junior Rotax. 34 drivers have qualified for this final. This is how they line up. Jacob Ashcroft starts on pole position, looking for another finals victory. Kai Clark joins him on the front row. It's the homeboys on row 2. Leon Hasty for the home team of Craft Motorsport and Cole Denham looking for a big result here today. That is row 2. Ryan Gandor of Canada starts on row 3. He's joined by Matteo Palazzo, 6th on the grid. Noah Barham and the winner last time out at Dunk as well, Cameron Nelson. They go from row 4. Another Scotsman is on row 5. Ellis Bell starts P9 alongside the improved Albie Lapper. Did have a problem in the Super Heat, but could still do some good things there from row number 5. Charlie King and Kian Bernard go from row 6. Vlad Tomanchuk and Charlie Wolfert go from row 7. Archie Lovett and Finley Buck form up the 8th row of the grid.
Row number 9 includes Benjamin Baker and Louis Radcliffe, and then from 10 we have James Kell with Joel Dixon. 11 will be Connor Large with Albert Frendenall Strawberry, row number 11, and from 12 is Shane Chandaria with William Archer. 13 is Panu Snaiman Kong with Maxim Corwin, and then from 14 is Harry Freeman with Alfie McBain. 15, Jack Collinson and Jensen Chalk, and 16 will be Sebastian Clark versus Harry Taylor. Final row of your grid then for the first junior final here at Larkhall, your first final of the day. Row number 17, Eason Seng and Samir Poole, the privateer.
Championship scores going into this race. Jacob Ashcroft leads with 317 points on the board. Albie Lapper second on 289. Kai Clark 283. Leon Hasty 278. ahead of a close pack with the likes of Denham, Barham, Nelson, Wolfett all very close behind. We are ready for what could be a key race in the story of 2025 for Junior Rotax in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. We are racing at Larkhall. Green light at the first time of asking. Good start for Jacob Ashcroft. Good start as well for Leon Hasty. The Scotsman immediately up to P2. Into turn 4 they go, sweeping through 5. Hasty right on the tail of the reigning Rotax Grand Finals winner in Jacob Ashcroft. Ashcroft defends into turn number 6, wants to keep this track position, wants to keep this race in control, Nicole, in these early stages. He knows how much of a threat Leon Hasty is.
Cian Bernard trying to have a look down the inside of Ellis Bell through the infield hairpin. Doesn't manage to get it done just yet, as we've got drama further back in the field. Through they go through turn number 9. Hasty trying to find a way past the driver in head, trying to find a way past Kai Clark. Cole Denham is your driver that splits up the 2 packs. Denham finds himself right in the middle as we've got a retirement out there. That's
Taylor.
one of the DHRs. That's Harry Taylor signalling to, I think, probably Dave Wooder and Jensen Butterfield, the 2 guys that support Harry Taylor weekend after weekend on the sidelines, but obviously not happy, broken down there at turn number 9. Down the inside, we've got one of the KRs making the move on Leon Hasty. Hasty returns the favour, though. That is Ryan Gandor trying to have a go, and he actually makes the move stick. That brings Cole Denham ever closer, who's going defensive from teammate of Noah Barham. Ellis Bell picking up the pace this weekend. Bell sat there in 7th, right in the thick of this fight, right in that mid-pack. Clark trying to fend off drivers behind, but also trying to chase up to Jacob Ashcroft as that gap opens up to just less than 0.4 of a second. But Ashcroft continues to turn up the dial in the pressure cooker because he is starting to slip away. 0.4 split them up, and then the gap behind between Clark and Hasty now, who's made a move into 3rd, is quite some space. It's 1.4 seconds. More battles going on. Hasty and Gandor, they're not giving up position to each other. That allows Cole Denham to go 3. Cole Denham now making a move on Gandor as well. So in the space of 2 corners, Cole looks like he's made 2 positions. Now he's lost out. This is some feisty stuff. This is hasty tasty from Leon. This is going to be a fight right until the end.
It is indeed. Leon Hasty's chances of winning this race are diminishing, though, because the top 2 have broken away. It's an almighty scrap there for 3rd. A new fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Jacob Ashcroft. 49.91 seconds is out of the race. Is that Maxim Kerwin in the 6:68? Yes, it is. So another one of the DHR runners is out of this race. There is your battle for 3rd place. Hasty, Denham, Gandor, Barham, Lapper. And look at Cian Bernard coming into play here. It's been a testing weekend for Cian Bernard. Switching teams, switching chassis as well. Over to a Kart Republic chassis. Down the inside goes Gandor on the 2:23 of Barham. Barham shuffled down to around 10th place as a result. Now, meanwhile, in the background, that's the 2:88 of Archie Lovett coming back through the field. Lovett's done a lot of overtaking. Have we gone slow procedure, Nicole? Yes, we have. So the race is neutralised. Not 100% sure personally what this is for, Nicole. This is not good news for Jacob Ashcroft and Kai Clark. They were gone. They were 2 seconds up the road from Leon Hasty. They will lose that lead. That is why. Okay, so it's for the recovery of Maxim Kerwin. That's an understandable decision because, yes, that's at turn 9, isn't it? It's that very narrow point of the track where it doubles back on itself from turn 7 to 8 to 9. So the race neutralised to give the track workers and the marshals chance to get everything set, safe and ready to go. I'm thinking back to one of the earlier heats right now, Nicole. Now, there's no way that Jacob Ashcroft's going to be able to run 10 minutes and 40 seconds down to a 1-lap dash, but he has got experience already this weekend of one of these restarts. How do you think he's going to be playing this?
I think he's going to try and catch Kai Clark asleep. You see, he'll be out there, he'll be trying to maintain that temperature in the tyre so that when we go green as well, again, at whatever corner we end up at, he's got enough tyre temp to really attack, to really get going. Ashcroft then, He still, of course, is your race leader, but within this formation of karts, he's going to be under pressure because this turns everything into a big line, and this is going to reduce that gap, that 4/10 gap that he had gifted himself. It's going to bring Hasty back into the fight. It's going to bring Denim right into things again. Are we going racing then? Yeah. Yes, we are. Green flag is out. Ashcroft leads the way. Kai Clark has not jumped him just yet, as the remainder of the field sees that green and jostling for position. They go into turn number 4. That's Albert Friend getting unsettled, trying to defend, getting a bit slidey on the braking. Clark out of turn number 5, trying to go defensive from Leon Hasty, but he's right there. He needs to try and pick off that position from Ashcroft. Back Ashcroft up into the fight. Noah Barham has dropped to 10th place. He finds himself in some hot water. He finds himself in a school of karts. He's got Charlie Wolfert and Kian Bernard around him, as Ellis Bell is now under pressure. That's Bell being overtaken by the Strawberry of Albie Lapper. Lapper has had really good success in the heats. He's taken wins here throughout heats so far this week. Going to be one of those two that takes it.
It could be on for even more. Just a note as well from the Superheats earlier, Kai Clark did receive a penalty for the incident. So that's why he still started this race towards the front of the field. Mentioning Lapper, Lapper is coming through. He's up to P5 now. That's a gain of 5 positions for the Strawberry Racing 2:29. 8 minutes to go in this race. Jacob Ashcroft still leads. He's got a good gap at the moment ahead of Kai Clark. Leon Hasty, if he wants to win this race, if he wants to become a winner here at Larkhall in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, I feel, Nicole, he's got to get past Kai Clark now. He cannot wait for Jacob Ashcroft to disappear down the road and then make the move for second place. He needs this track position. We know Hasty's pace in the second half of races is very strong. I'm sure Craft Motorsport have been looking at the conditions. They've been very tricky to call this weekend with setup. They will have set that kart up for longevity. They know that Leon, similar to what he did yesterday when he had the new tyres on for one of his heats, he had to be patient, he had to have that belief, he had to hold the track position and not be diminished in the early stages of the race to pounce in the second half. But Ashcroft is continuing to turn this really solid pace at the front. That was a personal best through sector number 1 that time around. Another good sector number 2. The guys behind are matching him through sector number 2. But again, I just feel with that gap, if that gap goes above 1 second, I think this race might be done for the opponents to Jacob Ashcroft. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go. That was a good sector number 3. That was a very good sector number 3 from Kai Clark. It was a PB and the fastest of the whole field. Is this a point where Kai Clark, who's never been this high up the order, he's had podiums before, he had a very good result at the Rotax Grand Festival at Warden Law at the back end of this year, but he hasn't tasted victory in this form at this level. Is this the day when Kai Clark hits the top?
Well, last year we had William Antrobus take the win for Sam Pullett in juniors, but it looks like their chances of replicating that is only with Archie Lovett. It looks unlikely because Lovett is down there in 11th, saying hello to drivers around him like Albert Friend and Charlie King. Eyes, though, on Clark, still in that second position. Leon Hasty, no attempt going through turns 1 or 2. He's absolutely not close enough just yet. Denham looking like he's struggling there in 4th. He's dropped off the back of these top 3 as Jacob Ashcroft continues to go faster and faster. It's a 49.7 to beat. Fastest driver out there on the road in that clean air. He looks concentrated. He's gifted himself an almost 7/10 gap. Into turn number 7 they go. Once more, Ashcroft using the road, using that run on the track, catches that rumble strip and carries so much minimum speed and opens up more of a gap because it's now 0.8 of a second that he leads by. Clark having to fend off Hasty going into the final corner. And I think this is going to be the story then, ladies and gentlemen, because Hasty looks down the inside of Clark at turn number 1 and moves through into P2.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Leon Hasty, and he needed to do that because Jacob Ashcroft has hit the afterburners. That was a 49.55. It extended his lead at the front of this field to 0.83 of a second. Yes, Hasty has lost a little bit of time as a result of that move, but he's now got the track position. Can Craft Motorsport get it together and deliver a first win of the weekend in the junior category? They've already had success, of course, earlier on in the season. That O-plate that Leon Hasty has, he won that at PF International at the very start of the season. Just over 4 minutes to go. This next lap is going to be really, really telling for me, Nicole, as to what kind of pure pace has Leon Hasty got here today. That time around, 49.62 from Ashcroft, 49.87 from Hasty. But you consider that that was whilst he was overtaking Kai Clark into turn 1 and turn 2. Leon Hasty has still got a chance here.
Runs wide out of turn number 5, so it looks like he's dropped maybe a bit of pace to Clark there in this second sector. Clark still right there. You can tell by the way Clark is driving. He wants a good result within this. He's really stepped up this year. This is a year where he is in the high order of that virtual championship. He's currently sat third behind Lapper and behind Ashcroft, your race leader. Jacob Ashcroft still continues to push away, still continues to get lap after lap purple sectors, and he's now 1.4 seconds clear, make it 1.3 seconds clear from Hasty and Clark in second and third. Further back in your field though, Andrew, have you spotted anything big?
Some good drives through the field. Albie Friend, we talked about him earlier, looking to get some consistency in the junior categories. He's up 10 places in this race. He's up to P12. Harry Freeman's had a really tough weekend, but he's up 14 spots in this final, just behind in 13th. William Archer also driving through the field as mechanical failure flag out for Jack Collinson. That will be the end of the weekend of the Hartlepool based driver, and is a real shame for Jack Collinson, who continues to have a bit of a tough season here in Junior Rotax. 2.5 minutes to go. This is the fight, I think, with Harry Freeman at the front of it, going into turn 8. That's a nice move from William Archer through past Joel Dixon. That was up into the top 15 then for William Archer, who again has impressed me with his response this weekend. He's kept his head down, he's kept plugging away across the course of the heats so far this weekend. A couple of other notifications just to pass through to you at home. Noah Barham, it's not been his final, has it? Down to P21 and now under investigation out there. Cian Bernard's final has slipped away as well. Down to P18 and has a 5-second in-race time penalty to be applied. We're back focusing at the front here. You've got to say, this is very impressive from Jacob Ashcroft. He has come here with the pressure of being championship leader, knowing that this is going to be a big, big summer for him and his quest to try and become British champion. He's had many good results in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships before. As they're down the inside, that was Clark going for the move on Hasty and taking second place. So Kai Clark has decided that the Scotsman has not got the pace to close down on Ashcroft. Hasty wants to go back down the inside. That's a bold one through turn 6. Did he make it work? Yes, he did. He did. So Hasty back into second place. Now, is this the point of the race, Nicole, where these two have decided we're not going to catch Ashcroft today? It's this fight for second place on our cards.
Clever racing then by Hasty. Went for that move down the inside and really has put off Kai Clark. I don't think Clark was expecting Hasty to return the favour as quickly as he did, because now the gap between the two has opened up. The 252 is now your next driver to be put under investigation out there on that start-finish gantry. Denham sat there in fourth, Lapper fifth. Lapper now your fastest driver out the circuit, and a driver that's currently sat second in your virtual championship. You called it earlier on, Andrew. Noah Barham hasn't had the final he would have wanted to, and that's actually pushed him. It's demoted him down the virtual championship. He's dropped to 8th now currently, whilst teammate Cameron Nelson has jumped up the order into 6th, and Charlie Wolfert is now, Nelson is 6th, and Wolfert is actually tied with Cam in that 6th place with 319 points. Through they go again through turn number 9 and that final corner. Kai Clark trying to settle down as we are getting to the absolute dying stages of this race now. The 252, a technical flag out there for the driver. That is driver for James Kell, sat there in 30th position. So that confirms his weekend to not be a very good one. Denham now out of turn number 5, looks like he's under pressure by Albie Lapper, and as is Leon Hasty, because this has been the entire story from this race. Hasty now being pushed around by Clark once more, different lines. Hasty sets on that defensive line. Clark is going to try and take the long way round. He's going to try and squeeze. They give each other that racing room. Clark ducks over his shoulder to see what the gap is to the drivers behind, side by side on the entrance to turn number 9, and Clark takes it back. Read Hasty like a book through turn at number 8 and gets himself back into that 2nd position as we head into the final lap.
Kai Clark driving so quick that his visor sticker's coming off. That's brilliant stuff from Kai Clark. Switchback move that could give him 2nd place in this race. There's an almighty scrap going on for 4th, 5th and 6th as well. Cole Denham, Matteo Palazzo want top 5s here in Scotland. Albie Lapper wants to break in after the disappointment of the Superheat earlier. He points forward to Palazzo to say, let's stay focused on Denham. There's still opportunities to be had. Race leader, though, is coming through turn number 8 now. This has been calmness personified for the driver who, we've said it many times, is on top of the world here in Junior Rotax. He rounds the final corner. Jacob Ashcroft wins at Larkhall. He extends his championship lead. And in the race for 2nd place, Hasty's going to get it on the line. Hasty takes 2nd. Clark is on a Wera Tools British Kart Championships podium again in 3rd. Cole Denham and Matteo Palazzo make it a very, very strong result for the home drivers here in Scotland. 2nd, 4th and 5th. Albie Lapper will leave this part of the world and head to Wilton Mill. 2nd place in the championship with that 6th place finish here today. Archie Lovett fights through to 7th. Ellis Bell 8th. Charlie Wolf at 9th. And a good weekend as well for Ryan Gandor. Finishes in a top 10. That is a best result in a final this year for the Canadian. But there is your winner. For the 2nd time this season, Jacob Ashcroft will stand on top of the podium, and he is building quite a championship campaign. We'll read them through. That is championship scores so far this season of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and another double here this weekend, another maximum 130 points from what was on offer here this weekend in Larkhall. It is going to take a mighty, mighty effort for anyone to beat Jacob Ashcroft this season. He's not got the title won yet. He will have to keep going with this form. He'll have to keep going to Wilton Mill on the last weekend of August, but that is a very, very strong position for Jacob Ashcroft. Let's read through the rest of your order. 11th place for Harry Freeman. Brilliant drive for Harry Freeman, up 16 places. Charlie King, Albie Friend, Cam Nelson and Joel Dixon all finish in the top 15. Difficult final, but a finding weekend for Cian Bernard on his in his new home of SPR. William Archer, Finlay Buck and Vlad Tomaczuk all in the top 20, completed by Noah Barham. I should note this is a provisional result before penalties are applied. P21 for Louis Radcliffe. P22 for Panostien Moncong. That's a big step forward for the Thai driver here this weekend. The best result of the season so far for Pano. Jensen Chalk 23rd, Ben Baker and Sebastian Clark all in the top 25. Connor Large, Alfie McBain, Shane Chandaria, Eason Tseng and Samir Paul all finished in the top 30. 4 retirements from the final. James Kell and Jack Collinson both saw the mechanical flag that raced there, ended their races early. Maxim Kerwin and Harry Taylor also retired out there. But it is Ashcroft on top once again. And the lead, as I try and do the maths very, very quickly here, I think it's 36 points for Ashcroft as we head back to England for the remaining rounds of the championship. So Ashcroft on 382, Lapper 346, Clark 343. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Good to see Jacob Ashcroft continuing that dominant charge that he's had this year so far. Jacob, a nice win out there for you. Despite, you know, that slow procedure out there, you handled that race well. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I had a really good start. I managed to get a gap, which I wanted, and the slow procedure came out. I was pretty annoyed because I had a nice gap, and there was a big gap behind Kai as well. And then I managed to get another gap, and I just kept pumping in my best laps, and I managed to pull out a really good win.
So when the slow procedure went out and you actually lost that gap that you had gained yourself, did you start to panic about Hasty and Kai Clark behind you?
I defended for the first lap, but then I managed to get a gap, so I wasn't really too worried. So I was just getting the best laps in that I could.
And Jacob, championship then. You've won pretty much everything there is to win in Rotax so far. You know, Euro, Grand Finals. British Championship is something that's on your list to do. And it looks like you could be on the charge to do that. Your championship lead has now been extended. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I really want to win the British Championship. As you just said, that's the only thing that I've not won in Junior Rotax, or Rotax. So yeah, I want to win the British really bad this year.
Jacob, you're absolutely on the charge to do that. And tell us a little bit more about who's pushed you forward this weekend to help you achieve this #1.
Yeah, my dad, my mum, Matthew Higgins, Russ Carter, Daryl for helping me today, and Louis on the data, time racing engines, and Dan Holland racing overall.
Jacob, congratulations. We'll see you later on the podium. It's another great result. We'll head back up onto the commentary box very briefly with Andrew Mather, and then I'll see you on the grid, but this time with our seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear from our winner there, Jacob Ashcroft. And we get ready for the senior Rotax final now, but not before we have a look at some of the highlights from that junior Rotax final. This was back to the race start. Very good one for Ashcroft. Good for Hasty as well. That was key to get through into second place in the early stages. This was the end of the race for Harry Taylor. It's really not been his weekend at all. So that's our first of 4 retirements from the race. Good weekend for Ryan Gandor. Was up into the podium places at one stage in this race. Ellis Bell fighting through as well for Coles Racing. Not such a good day for the likes of Noah Barham there in the 2:23, going backwards in the course of the final. Archie Lovett had the elbows out, gained 8 places across the course of the final. Slow procedure was then deployed for the recovery of Maxim Kerwin's kart. That closed everybody up and gave maybe a little bit of a worry to Ashcroft, but he dealt with it brilliantly. Kept control of things at the front and then raced away from the small matter of Kart Masters, where you will be able to watch many of the top from the 33 drivers who've joined us on the grid this weekend. This could be a contender for race of the day. 8th position, but it'll have the small matter of a certain #1 plate of Macaulay Bishop position, but it'll have the small matter of a certain #1 plate of Macaulay Bishop alongside. Could this be the point where we see the Bishop of 2024 return to the front of the field, trying to get his first round win of the year? A little bit of a memory lane back to 2024. Apologies for the technical issues. I do believe you are back with us now. Joshua Graham won this race last year in 2024. Kai Hunter and Macaulay Bishop also on the podium.
Gilbert won here, though the year prior in 2023, Kai Hunter is a former winner around this circuit as well. Nicole is ready down on the grid, so let's head down to her to get some of the thoughts of our senior drivers.
Next grid walk is our senior grid walk, starting on the front row alongside Lewis Gilbert and Macaulay Bishop. Bishop, the number 1 from last year, on the front row of things, as you would expect to see from him. We'll grab Macaulay over. He's just been talking to race director Dan Ashton. Macaulay, come over. Good racing from you so far this weekend, but senior finals, they always get busy. Predictions from you, what do you think?
Oh, you can't really predict the races, can you? I mean, anything can happen. Like, I could probably just fly off at the first corner if I'm unlucky enough, but I mean, we'll see. But yeah, you just can't really have any expectations going into these races, really.
So would you actually say there's no game plan that goes into it, you just take it corner by corner?
Well, yeah, no one has a game plan. If they say they do, then they're lying. Like, just, you can't really predict it at all. Like, if you walk on the track and like you go flying off, like, you just can't really predict it at all.
And then Macaulay, this track in particular, which are the difficult bits in the racing aspect? You know, which corners do you expect to get the busiest?
Infield, definitely infield, I reckon. The hairpins, they're always quite busy. First corner's quite good for overtaking, and then the rest of the track is sort of more single file, really.
Well, Macaulay, good to hear from you. We'll see if what goes on. I know you said you've got no game plan, but we'll see what goes on. Macaulay then starting alongside Lewis Gilbert, who's on home soil, Scottish driver on a Scottish track. He's with the Craft Motorsport team, as we saw from Leon Hasty earlier. So maybe expect another podium to come for the Craft team. We've then got Harry Bartle starting on that second row alongside William Antrobus, who Antrobus took a final win last year, but in the junior category. William, this weekend you've put on a show for us. I've got a question to ask you. When you waved at Lewis in that heat yesterday, I thought you were waving at Lewis. Were you waving at Lewis or were you waving at the camera to us in the commentary box?
I was just waving by myself, to be honest. I was very happy with how the heat was going, so I just really wanted to get the heat win. Led a little bit of it, but yeah, in the end I just lost it to Lewis, but it was a fair race and that's what I like.
And last year at this circuit, you definitely put your name on the map, both you know, for yourself and for the Sam Pollitt team. Has that given you a lot of confidence going into this round, but in the senior class?
No, it's not changed anything. My same mentality is to win, but this weekend's changed because we've not had a good start to the championship first off, so I need to just salvage some very good points now to I can just get a seed, because the title fight is a bit out of reach at the moment. So coming to the final round, we'll see where we are.
Well, we'll see what happens in this one then, William. Good luck. 1 minute board has been shown then. Andrew Mather, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Getting ready then for the senior Rotax final. As I say, 33 drivers ready to go for this one. A couple of stories from the Super Heats. But before we get to that, we'll have a quick ad break before we get going with our final. Let's get ready then for race number 21, the senior Rotax final here at Larkhall. Let's take you through the grid then for the third final of the year. Lewis Gilbert and Macaulay Bishop go from row 1. William Antrobus won the junior race here last year, starts on row 2 alongside Harry Bartle. On row 3, Freddie Ingram and Archie Walker. Joshua Graham and Cian Geraghty go from row number 4.
Row number 5 includes Matthew Higgins and Jack Lilly. 6 will be John Brown with Matty Hingley.
7, Lewis Goff versus Ewan Charman, and then row number 8 houses Jack West and Harrison Crowther. 9, Pearson Bullock Carter with Angus Scrivener, and then rounding out your 10th row, we have Charlie Smith of the States with Kai Hunter from Sunderland.
Row number 11, Kai Veach and Neo Clark. Row 12, Jack Gillingham and Luke Bates. 13, Deacon Russell and Adam Wooden. Row 14, Rachel Robertson and Hugh Moulton. 15, Mikey Walker and Jay Kennedy. 16, Sam Kelbrick and Miles Roby. William Pemble completes the 33-strong field. Higgins was disqualified from Superheat B for not starting from the back after intervention on the pre-grid. We are going to go round again. I knew that was going to happen. So yeah, just to further explain the big story coming out of Superheat B. So as I say, Matthew Higgins starts this race P9, was disqualified from Superheat B. The reason I will read out word for word: competitor deemed guilty of misbehaviour or unfair practice by not starting from the back of the grid following intervention on the grid. So that was the work that needed to be done to get the GP kart going. Didn't then take the start of the race from the last row of the grid. Retook position from the original grid on pole position. So that's why he's a little bit further back, but I would say he's still one of the key runners in this one. Could fly through the order, and particularly if we get some drama in the early stages. What's the weather going to do in this race as well? There's a few clouds overhead.
It's very warm out there now, actually. Yeah, the sun briefly came out, and actually their temperature, track temperature, I would say, has raised, and that spots, the spots of wind that we saw dropping, sorry, the spots of rain that were dropping down just previous to the junior final have stopped for the minute.
Good. Good rundown of the scores on the doors. Lewis Gilbert 3:12 leads the championship. Harry Bartle second on 3:01. Higgins 2:78. West 2:76. Graham, winner of this race last year, 2:73. But that could all change very, very quickly across the course of the next 16 minutes or so. 15 minutes plus 1 lap to find our third final winner of the year in senior Rotax. We are go at Larkhall. Very good start for Bishop from P2. Challenging Gilbert into the first couple of corners, but it's the Scotsman who holds the lead. Into turn 4 for the first time. Cian Geraghty trying to go around the outside there and gain some early positions. That was a big attack, Nicole, from Macaulay Bishop off the start. You don't often see drivers starting P2 here be able to hold on to it. Lewis Gilbert with plenty to think about on this first lap.
Higgins now getting caught out by Cian Geraghty through turn number 5 and has been held on that outside line, has had to drop 2 or 3 positions. Gilbert leads from Bishop into turn number 8. Bishop pulling around Bartle as we've got one of the jacks now caught in the barriers on the exit of turn number 7. That's Luke Bates that is out of this race for the time being. Can he pull the carts out and get re-going? We will find out shortly. Gilbert, 0.3 of a second ahead of your number 1. Bartle sat in there. William Antrobus, your driver that won in juniors here last year, rounds out your top 5. We've then got Archie Walker, Freddie Ingram, your rookie driver in the grid in the top 6. And then Graham, your driver who took an absolutely stunning win in this category last year at Larkhall, finds himself battling it out with Ingram in P7. Bishop is absolutely not letting Lewis Gilbert run away from him. Sat on the back bumper. Gilbert goes defensive into turn number 8. Defensive posture, I would say, from Gilbert is smart within this, because Macaulay Bishop is a big name, and a big name that doesn't take lightly to defensive driving and will do something like that.
I was just about to say, we've been talking a lot this year, haven't we, Nicole, about the mind games, the strategy of Lewis Gilbert and how he likes to control, he likes to defend a little bit, he likes to play within the guidelines. We talked about it a lot at Warden Law. Who was not there at Warden Law to test that strategy? Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop has taken the early lead of this race. We're on lap number 3. Lewis Gilbert is going to have to dig deep with all of his knowledge around this Larkhall circuit to get back ahead of the reigning British champion. Harry Bartle still there as well in 3rd place for Strawberry Racing, is there to move down the inside for P6. Graham through past Freddie Ingram. That's a nice move for one of KR Sport's biggest talents here in this championship. End of lap 3. Bishop from Gilbert. Bartle covered by half a second. William Antrobus still there as well, a very solid 4th at the moment, as we're having a look at Matty Higgins, who looks to have got through past Freddie Ingram for P7. Bit further down the order, Deacon Russell is one of your biggest movers in this race. He's up 6 places, as is Adam Wooden. They're both up into the top 20. William Pemble is also on the move, up 7. Jack West falling down the order. Jack West running, of course, trying to get some one of the seeded plates this year. That's not a good start for the driver for DHR, down 8 positions, and that at the moment would drop him down the live championship scores, Nicole.
John Brown having a good fight just outside the top 10 with Charman and Hindley. Brown wildcard entry. As we've had drama out there on the track, somebody has gone through the barriers between turns 7 and 9. That will be picked up quickly by our marshalling team and repaired. Gilbert then, your driver in second, not letting off, not letting Bishop pull away because he puts in that purple lap. Sat there in second, really trying to take that race lead back. Kai Hunter was just flashed on your screen. He's chasing down the drivers ahead of him to get himself into the order. Neo Clark is one of those names, as we've had a change between Graham and Matthew Higgins for P6. Higgins now gets himself in the order, but Graham is going to challenge around the outside. Can he make it stick? No, he doesn't. That loses him pace, and that allows Kean Garrity to get through. Garrity forcing Graham up the hill on the exit of turn number 8. Warning flags given to Matty Hindley. Hindley finds himself just outside the top 14. He's in 15th place, chasing down John Brown. 3-1-1 blocking signal penalty that is. So that goes for Hindley. Bishop now picks up the pace. He's more than aware that Lewis Gilbert is chasing him down. Puts in that purple lap as we head through that 10.5 minute timing screen signal. Still a long way to go within this one. Andrew, absolutely remains wide open.
It does indeed. Looks like there's been a change for third place. Yes, there has been. William Antrobus has got through past Harry Bartle. These two had many a good scrap in 2024. Archie Walker's there as well. I've been saying all weekend, keep an eye on Archie Walker. He's on for a potential podium here if we can find a way past these two. Let's have a look at a replay from a few moments ago. Oh, now that is why we saw the barriers in the track. That is the 328 Thule Motorsport machine of Neo Clark. Clark, who's moved back to that team in recent weeks. Neo is back in the race, but now down in 31st position. Bartle down the inside, takes third place away from Antrobus. Walker waiting for his moment at this stage of the race, trying to do a little bit of a switch back there on Antrobus. Can he draw alongside? That's beautifully done by Archie Walker. Antrobus had a bit of a compromised line off of 7. Walker read it and is through into P4.
I would say a bit of frustration from Antrobus. That's why you just saw him signalling to Walker to push ahead to Bartle there in third. Under investigation now is the 3-1-5. That's slightly further down in your order as Macaulay Bishop time after time then goes faster and faster, and it's just under a 0.6 of a second gap now between him and Gilbert in P2. Those two karts then have pulled away from the remainder of your field, so there is really a 1 and 2 scrap now for that race lead. These three though trading paint through that second sector. Bartle leads this battle. It's not getting scrappy just yet. Matthew Higgins trying to chase down to join the back of William Antrobus, but there hasn't been any progression just yet. Warning flag now goes out to the Opate of Kai Hunter. Kai not having the best weekend so far. Sat down there in 18th, just behind Neo Clark, who we saw had that big moment just a moment ago. Still, Bishop turning up the dial lap after lap. He's found an extra gear within this race, I'd actually say, Andrew.
This is Macaulay Bishop, I think, back to his best, really. You know, a lot's been said about the first half of his 2025 season, but that is all history now, and he's going to be cracking on with trying to rebuild the points tally that he's got. Change for third. Archie Walker is through past Harry Bartle. That was a move in and around turn number 6. So Walker now onto the podium and looking very good in terms of race trim. And still a lot of time on the clock as well. 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this final for Senior Rotax. Other things to note, Lewis Goff is on the move up 5 places and into 8th place in the 351 for Sam Pollitt Racing. They've had some good results here in recent times, so Goff will be trying to chase down. There he is, just at the front of this next little group ahead of Joshua Graham. Will be trying to close down that 1.4 second gap to Cian Geraghty. Back with our battle for third place. Investigation underway, not for a driver involved in this trio. It's the 392 of Jack West, who's having a really tough final out there. It's just outside the top 20 as things stand. What has Bartle got? Bartle won here in the club meeting last week, so we know he's got good pace. We know he's got good longevity as well with the setup for Strawberry Racing, but he won't be happy at the moment in fourth place, knowing as well that he's second place in the championship and the leader in the championship is up the road. It's a 14-point gap at the moment between Gilbert and Bartle. Not a lot. I do think this senior Rotax title story is going to run and run and run right to the end of the season. But again, you know, we're talking a lot about momentum so far this weekend, Nicole, as we get into the meat and the heat of the summer. This event, Kart Masters coming up, another round at Wilton Mill for the drivers. That's a nice move from Antrobus down the inside on Bartle for fourth place. What's it like when you're a driver and you're in this period of the season and you know what you're competing for?
Sorry to interrupt you, but it was getting a bit aggressive then between Bartle and Antrobus, and Antrobus has now lost the position. It has been now given to Matthew Higgins, so that scrapping between those three drivers has brought Higgins and Geraghty into the fight. Higgins finds himself in P5, Geraghty in 7th behind William now. Bartle still leads this pack of karts, but it's let Archie Walker break away now. He's pretty much in his clear air, as is Lewis Gilbert and Bishop. But these four, this is going to get feisty, I think, as we head out of the second sector. William looking fiery there behind Matthew, tries to defend into the hairpin, but Cian is going to go the long way around, clips the curb and absolutely makes it stick. Now Geraghty is your driver that is knocking on the door of the top 5.
It is indeed. That's some good stuff once again from Cian Geraghty, and his dad Nigel will be very, very pleased with that one. 5 minutes to go then. Bishop looking in control, 8/10 clear now of Lewis Gilbert. It could be the podium positions are done in this one because Archie Walker, whilst all of this scrapping has been going on with Bartle, Higgins, Geraghty, Antrobus and others, and it's now over 2 seconds, the gap between Archie Walker and Harry Bartle. Archie Walker this season looking to improve on the results, the final championship standing results that he's had in previous years. If it was to finish like this, he would do so, as Higgins is trying to find a way through past Bartle right now. That was well covered by Bartle. Just on this day in history, Harry Bartle hasn't quite got the pace to pull away from what is a very competitive field. Cian Geraghty down the inside of Matthew Higgins and takes 5th place, but here comes Antrobus. Antrobus has probably got his senior shoulders on now. That was nicely done from one of the graduates up from juniors last year. It's up to 5th place. Cian Geraghty's now on the defence, down to, 8th place. Now with Lewis Goff directly behind. Warning flag out for Harry Bartle. That may be for blocking. We'll try and confirm that in due course. 4 minutes to go. Some good racing here once again in senior Rotax.
Well, it's getting a bit fiery now between the GP plates and the 379 of Matthew Higgins and Cian Geraghty. Cian has just backed off slightly from Matthew, but I was expecting those two to have a bit to say to each other through this remaining bit of the lap. Bartle then has broken away from Graham, Antrobus and Higgins. Bartle settled down now, as is Walker and Lewis Gilbert. The gap between Gilbert and Bishop has just gone fastest again. It's now just under a second. It's 0.99 that splits up those two. So like you called it earlier on, Andrew, once Bishop gets into that second mark of being clear from the field, he's gone, and he's just done that. It's almost 1.1 seconds now that clears him from the remainder of the field. Goff now looking racy there in the top 10. He's following around teammate of Jack Lilly there, trying to get up to Geraghty and Higgins. Graham on the charge to William Antrobus. These two have seen each other multiple times throughout the weekend. Currently sat 6th and 5th there on the road. Expect that to change very shortly, because Graham is a driver that is fast around this circuit and who likes to absolutely make those ambitious overtakes. 5 seconds now out for Kai. Is that for Kai Hunter?
Yeah, Kai Hunter's had one. There's one for, was that the 396 of William Pemble as well, but particularly for Hunter. You mentioned it earlier, Nicole. It's really not been his weekend. Sadly, I think this could be the end of a realistic chance of Kai Hunter taking the British Championship title back. He won it, of course, 2 seasons ago. I think his focus for the rest of the season is probably going to be the plate races. He's already got one of them, of course, from the O plate earlier on in the year, but he'll be looking forward to maybe taking that GP plate that's currently on Matthew Higgins' kart. That'll be the next big feature for a lot of these drivers in the British karting summer. That race, once again, you'll be able to watch on your Alpha Live broadcast platforms. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go here. Bishop leading by a second, doing Bishop things. He doesn't need to go any quicker than this. He's just managing the pace right now, just strangling any chances of Lewis Gilbert winning this race out of existence, really. It has been a proper performance from both of them. They've got a good gap to Archie Walker behind as Higgins looks down the inside of Graham. That is for 6th place. For Matthew Higgins, what do you think must be going through his mind, Nicole? Because every single round this year, I would say Higgins has had the pace to win finals, but something's always happened. It was problems in the heats, having an incident, wasn't his fault at Warden Law. Today, it's been the problem on the pre-grid during the superheat. What do you think he has to do to break this duck?
Yeah, I mean, at Dunk as well, it was so fast in the heats, and then it just didn't come together in the final, just didn't quite have the pace. Got caught out in an incident, I think it was actually with Kai Hunter through one of the first laps. So I think maybe luck is just playing into things for the GP plate at the minute. Within this final so far, it's not too detrimental for his championship scoring points. He's not dropped out of that top 3, still sat there in 3rd behind Bartle and Gilbert, but Matthew is a smart driver. He's been doing this for a very long time. He's more than aware this is a point-scoring game. He wants to get himself to that awards evening at the end of the year as a champion, and to do that, you've just got to be consistent, because right now your race leader of Macaulay Bishop doesn't actually even sit inside the top 10 of your virtual championship, and Higgins is going to be aware of that. The drivers that he's thinking about are Gilbert and Bartle, who is sat 2nd and 4th. He's just trying to pick off those places, add to the points tally, not necessarily the podiums tally.
Absolutely. Time is up. We're not quite on the final lap yet, but we are about to see that board come out for Macaulay Bishop, who is on his way to returning to the top of the Vera Tools British Kart Championships rostrum. It's been a while since Macaulay Bishop has won a round. His 2024 season was so strong that he pretty much had the title won with a round to go. He went through the obligatories of being at the round that finished the 2024 season, but he deliberately didn't go for a race victory. Just wanted to keep himself out of trouble on that particular day in history. So it's, as I say, it's been a while since we've talked about Bishop at the front of one of these finals. Battle still raging on for 6th, 7th and 8th between Higgins, Geraghty and Graham. But this is what DHR have been looking for. Down through turn number 9 now. Macaulay Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, is back, baby. Out of the final corner. Bishop wins at Larkhall and takes 65 championship points. Lewis Gilbert comes home a very proud 2nd. For Craft Motorsports. Archie Walker is on the podium. Another podium to add to the long list of times Archie Walker has been in the top 3 in these championships, and a well-deserved podium as well. Well-constructed weekend from start to finish. Harry Bartle finishes 4th. William Antrobus finishes a breakthrough weekend for his time in the seniors with his first top 5 here at Larkhall in this category. The winner of the juniors last year has a lot to be happy with about this weekend. Matthew Higgins, the streak continues, but he still has the pace, I reckon, to take big victories in the second half of the season. He finishes here 6th today. Another solid run for Cian Geraghty in a final, another top 10 ahead of the winner of this race last year, Joshua Graham. Decent points there in 8th. Jack Lilly and Lewis Goff round out the top 10. But it is Bishop back on top once again. And as I say, yes, he's going to need a very good run between now and the end of the season to still mathematically have a hope of retaining his title. But he still has a hope here at this stage of the season. After a bit of an off-colour dunk as well, this was him back to his best. Rest of the running order: Freddie Ingram, top rookie again in P11. Harrison Crowther 12th. Matty Hinchley 13th ahead of wildcard Angus Scrivener and Ewan Charman 15th. A really tough weekend for Kai Hunter, 16th in the final and a 5-second penalty to come. Adam Wooden, Jack West, Pearson Bullock Carter and Hugh Moulton all in the top 20 on the road. John Brown it's had a decent weekend, a difficult final though in the NP21. Charlie Smith, Kai Veach, Jack Gillingham and Will Pemble all in the top 25. Rachel Robertson finishes her first final of the season, P26, ahead of Jay Kennedy. Good run for Jay Kennedy in his first run in any form of kart race for 2 years. Sam Kelbrick earned a lot of experience this weekend in his first run in the Rear Tools British Kart Championships, P28, ahead of Miles Roby, Mikey Walker and Luke Bates. 2 retirements from that race, Neo Clark and Deacon Russell. So the drivers into Parc Ferme, into the scrutineering shed, and the technical commissioners and scrutineers will check over everything at the end of this race, make sure everything is legal and correct. And there's a little chat between the KR boys. Archie Walker, let's say, not a win, but I think that's a very nice third place. Archie's been quick throughout the weekend, and it's good to see still a smile on Kai Hunter's face as well. He'll be back. He'll be ready, I'm sure, for other races later on in the year. And hey, pressure's off now. With him being a bit further down the order, we know Hunter still has the pace to win a race. Could be a bit of a thorn in the side for the likes of your championship leader Lewis Gilbert. His lead will be 14 points heading towards Wilton Mill for the next round of these Rear Tools British Kart Championships for senior Rotax. Harry Bartle will be his nearest competition. Then Matthew Higgins third. So that's 374, 360, 335. Respectively for Gilbert, Bartle and Higgins. Walker moves up to 4th place in the standings after that result on 331. Joshua Graham holds in 5th place on 328. Jack West drops to 6th. All of those results can be reviewed across on the British Kart Championships website. For now, though, let's head down to Parc Ferme once again and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Macaulay Bishop, as you've just seen, then is the next driver for DHR to win, to add a tally for the DHR wins. Macaulay, good stuff out there for you. You said you had no game plan for that one, and it worked well for you.
Yeah, don't need a game plan. Just got to do what you got to do. Yeah, just had a decent start. Got into second, a bit scruffy, but yeah, followed Lewis around for like a lap or something, and then popped him in the move at the last corner. Had to defend for a few corners, and then yeah, just the pace is phenomenal, really. Just yeah, drove away from him, like, which is quite good, I think. Obviously, he's from Scotland, like local, and yeah, just done what I could, just kept putting a gap, and then yeah, just said goodbye, really.
And then the phenomenal pace that you just said, then, does that come from you? Does it come from the kart, the engine? What's it actually caused by?
It's by everything, really. I think, yeah, obviously the power's amazing. Thank you for the time racing engines. Darryl as well for setting up the car. Obviously really good. But I think also I want to give a bit of credit to myself as well. You know, I've done a good race, I think. Nice precision, like every corner. Yeah, just doing it, nailing it every lap.
And then Macaulay, of course, you're not inside the top 10 just yet in the Virtual Championship, but thinking to the rounds ahead of us when we head to Wilton Mill and PFI, what's on your mind for those races?
Well, I'm still in the championship. If you do the drop scores, I just got to do like the best I can, really. Obviously, like, I'm a bit of an underdog, really. Like, when you look at it, I'm nowhere in the points, but.
Oh, okay, the computer died.
Oh, right, brilliant.
Way to the grid, ready for their third final of this Wera Tools British Kart Championship season for the Rotax categories. If you've missed any of the races so far this weekend, don't worry, you can watch them all back at your leisure on either the Alpha Live YouTube channel or the Karting UK YouTube channel. If you've not subscribed to both of them yet, do it. Do it now. And click that notification bell as well so you don't miss a single broadcast start, whether it's next weekend at PF for event number 6. Kart Masters has been mentioning this afternoon is coming up, and the next time that we'll see these Rotax categories in action will be at Wilton Mill on the last weekend of August. Plenty of other racing on this weekend as well, up and down the Motorsport UK karting pathway. Minimax drivers have been very, very competitive so far this weekend, very competitive so far this season. The general story going into this one is no one's been dominating. No one's had true consistency at the very front all the way through. So this could be a very, very open final. I can see Nicole Sutherland down there at the front of the grid. Will be talking to some of our drivers in a moment's time. But Ryan White on the right-hand side of your screen there will be on pole position for this one. And we'll be down on the grid shortly after this.
Our Minimaxes are the next group to head off for their finals then, and will be led by Ryan White for Hunter and by Alfie Mayer for SFR. We'll speak to Alfie very quickly because he's had a great weekend of running so far here at Larkhall. Alfie, good racing for you so far, but going into this final, what are your thoughts?
I think it's going to be a hard race.
And Alfie, your mechanic this weekend is Chrissy Miller. Chrissy, you're a bit of a local legend round here. You know the track well. Alfie, what's Chrissy said to you throughout the weekend to make you as fast as you are?
Not a lot.
Not a lot. Okay, short and sweet then from you, Alfie. Good luck for the final, and we'll see where you end up. Alongside Alfie will be Ryan White. Ryan, of course, is a Honda Cadet champion before. He's had a great showing so far this weekend for Hunter. One of Hunter's biggest hopefuls for a potential win here in Larkhall. 1 minute board is shortly about to go out. The whistle has blown, so I'm going to clear the grid, and then we'll head back up to Andrew Mather in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I think we've just had the best driver answer, very Kimi Räikkönen-like in that one from Alfie Mayer, and sets the tone very well for this Minimax 950 final. This, I think, very much has an opportunity to be potential race of the week. We're getting ready for it. Race number 22 here at Larkhall. It's the final for Minimax. All set then for the final in Minimax 950. Let's take you through the grid. Ryan White has pole position on home soil, is joined by Alfie Mayer on the front row. Josh Cormack was on the podium in this race last year, starts on the inside of row number 2 and is joined by another one of our winners from May 2024 in Micromax that year. Austin Oman has recovered brilliantly after a tough qualifying to start on row 2. Row 3, Max Jolly and Riley Morrow. Row 4, Emerson McCandrew and Oliver Spencer. Row 5, Joshua Griffin and Tom Reed. That's your top 10.
It's Leo Livings and Joshua Cook on row number 6. Lucian Smith and Aidan Hammond start in the middle of the field on row 7. Sebastian Behrman, in his first race at this level for Strawberry Racing, starts on row 8 alongside Harry Radcliffe. Alfie Ward and James Roots go from row 9. Christian Sanguinetti and Otis Cleary start on row 10. Fraser Anderson and Nelson Taylor go from row number 11. It's then James Devereaux and Jensen Walker on row 12. The 26-strong field is completed, would have been completed by Arthur Farrow and Maximilian Aberhart. Aberhart does not take the start of this race, was poorly overnight. We wish Maximilian the best. Hope we see him back in the not too distant future. But yeah, feeling quite unwell last night, does not take the start. So the formation lap coming to a close. Are we ready to go at the first time of asking then here in the Minimax Final? Yes, we are. Ryan White's looking to get an early run, and it's immediately a Scottish 1-2 here at Larkhall as Josh Cormack fires through from third on the grid. Oh my goodness me, Riley Morrow on the grass, almost 3-4 wide as they ran down to turn number 4. It's a frantic start, Nicole Sutherland, as expected here in Minimax.
It's a good start then from the O-Plate driver of Max Jolly. Looks like he's now woken up this weekend. Maybe not though, because he's just been overtaken at the bottom of that back straight. Jolly though, maybe not had the weekend he would have wanted so far, but he finds himself in the sharp end, chasing down the likes of Oliver Spencer, who's now chopping and changing in front of him, trying to defend off Josh Cormack just ahead. Emerson then leads from one of the SPRs through turn number 9. That is some good racing there from Emerson in these early stages. Had a bit of bad luck in that previous heat, but finds himself at the sharp end as we lose one of the DHRs now out of the final corner. Looks like the nose cone got stuck behind one of the front tyres. That's Otis Cleary, I think, getting caught out there through that final corner. Oman is your driver chasing down Emerson for that second place. Ryan White, though, your current race leader, has given himself a 7/10 gap within only this first lap and a half. Leo Livings finds himself for the first time in the sharper end of the field for this weekend as Joshua Griffin gets a bit aggressive out of the hairpin on Austin Oman, bumps into the back of him on the exit of the corner, and now it's the two globals of Griffin and Spencer in 4th and 5th, potentially trying to work together to push through on Austin Oman.
So it's Hunter Motorsport and Ryan White leading this race at the moment for Dan Holland Racing and Emerson McCann-Uren. There's some of our Micromax drivers cheering on their Minimax paddock friends there in this final. White leads from McCann-Uren, Oman in 3rd. So it's your Honda Cadet champion from a couple of years ago, ahead of two drivers who both won their respective Rotax races here at Larkhall in May 2024 last season. So there's proven pedigree at the front of this order. Riley Morrow goes through there on Max Jolly into 8th place. Max Jolly had a very strong on-track final here last year as well. So we know that Max Jolly can get it together here at Larkhall. Oh, that's getting a little bit rough in the middle there for Sebastian Behrman. Big weekend, of course, for the Behrman family. Ollie Behrman making his British Grand Prix debut. Thomas Behrman, who previously raced in this championship, is there as well in the F4 support races. Meanwhile, through goes Ollie Spencer past Josh Cormack. And, that is going to move Spencer up the order into the top 6, Nicole. 12 minutes to go. Ryan White looking pretty good at the front. Moves
him up to the top 6, but he has lost the back bumper of his global teammates of Griffin for 4th. There we go then, change for Spencer and Morrow. Morrow gets past at the bottom of the back straight. Still challenge going on between these two drivers then side by side. Rubbing wheels they went. Spencer has lost out, so has Cormack there on the exit of turn number 7. Max Jolly attempting to get something done on the entry to 9, but has to think against it and back off. Emerson then trying to turn up the dial, and he's absolutely done so, because now the battle for the race lead is on, and this is a change now. Emerson has found a way past Ryan White and makes himself your new race leader. It's DHR from Hunter then. These two drivers, will they continue to try and push away from Oman and Griffin, or will they get busy between the two? think maybe some smart racing is required there for the Hunter driver of Ryan White. Personally, I would be trying to push away from the two behind us, get that gap and then fight till the end. Omen now and Griffin got side by side through the hairpin. They have lost a bit of time to your race leaders, and I think that's going to gift Emerson and Ryan a bit of a saving grace as out of the turn number 8, the remainder of the field getting all involved with each other. Jolly trying to go defensive into turn 9 and the final corner. He finds himself with his teammate now trying to fend off. That is in your mid-pack section. Spencer still trying to lead this pack, but getting busy, goes defensive into turn number 4 from Cormac. Cormac, we spoke to in the Paddock Show. He thought a top 3 would be achievable, but right now doesn't look like that can be done, as we're getting reports, Andrew Mather, of maybe some rain hitting the circuit.
Yeah, from our camera operatives stationed around the circuit, first signs of spots of rain just spitting at the moment, not enough to affect track conditions. I mean, this race at the moment, this is one of those where you could finish either 3rd or 23rd without making too many mistakes. It's just one of those races with drivers going back and forth. Look at Fraser Anderson on the move. One of the privateers in the 161 has gained quite a few positions in the first half of this race. Another new fastest lap of the race has just gone in there from the leader. 52.08 for Emerson McAndrew Uren. 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. As into turn 4 go the main battle pack. Warning for Oliver Spencer, driver of the number 8, who, well, a bit of a gap's formed between him and Riley Murrow, 6th to 7th place. Into turn 6 go the main part of the pack once more. That down the inside is Otis Cleary, trying to recover from that earlier problem. I think though I spotted a 5-second penalty. Yes, I did. It's all off the road. There is one of the SFRs. That's the 183 of Alfie Ward, who's had a really, really rough day. Had problems in the superheat earlier. Nearly 4 wide. Sebastian Behrman getting the elbows out, having a fight with Leo Livings down in towards turn number 10. Oh, it gets worse for Otis Cleary. There's now an investigation underway for something for the 129. 8.5 minutes to go. As expected, Nicole, so much going on in this midfield. Drivers trying to make progress, and with the threat of rain on the way.
So much going on, you don't even really know where to look. This is your battle that is led by Oliver Spencer. This is for 7th place. That's on between him, his previous teammate of Lucian Smith, and then Max Jolly, the O-plate, in 9th. Eyes on this one though through turn number 8. This is further up. You've got Oman leading from Griffin, Alfie Mayer and Riley Murrow through turn number 9. All drivers dealing with those light spots of rain. Well, nobody taking any spills through these corners just yet. Oman doing a good job though to lead this one. He's a driver that's had success here before. Took that win in Micromax last year, as Joshua Griffin looked like he was just trying to peek the nose out going towards turn number 4. Emerson then almost a second clear from Ryan White in 2nd. He was then pretty out of reach from this pack of 4 as Griffin gets shuffled down. He trades places with Alfie Mayer and almost gets it completely wrong. Him and Murrow just tag each other on the exit. That could have been damaging to both of those drivers.
Yeah, but they keep themselves in the race. Riley Murrow did very, very well just to tap on the brakes and get out of that one as the gap was closing with Joshua Griffin on the outside, down the inside. Beautiful stuff from Alfie Mayer. That's him back into the podium positions. Griffin trying to find a way through past Austin Oman for what is now 4th place. Ryan White has disappeared up the road from this group. It's very close as well. Just to report on the championship standings. That move for Alfie Mayer could well be a move that gives Alfie Mayer the championship lead on count back at the moment. 344 points apiece with Max Jolly. That's more for later on in this race and later on in the season. Let's keep focused here with 6.5 minutes to go. 5-second penalty for Sebastian Behrman. That's an in-race type penalty. Oh, as Griffin and Oman get together, and here comes Riley Murrow. Nicely done by Riley Murrow. Takes 2 for the price of 1 and is up to 4th place now. Is that the opportunity for Alfie Mayer to break away and consolidate this podium position? End of lap 10, Macandrew leads by 1.4 seconds from Ryan White. The gap back to Mayer is now 5 seconds. Key lap this, Nicole, for Morrow, Oman, Griffin. They've got to get themselves organised, otherwise that 0.8 second of a gap is going to start opening.
Griffin trying to challenge on the exit of turn number 5. Has he made the move stick on Oman? Looks like it on the timing screens. Will he flash on our screens ahead? Yes, he does. Ahead of Oman now on the entry to sector number 2. Warning flags going out for Sebastian Behrman as we've got more drizzle out there being reported to be hitting the surface of the track. Fraser Anderson further down in the order then, up by 9 places within this race to be 12th, but has been gifted a 5-second penalty, as has Behrman, of course. Both drivers will drop quite a few positions down the order. Anderson will end up probably around about 23rd place, and Behrman will end up even further down. This is a good scrap though going into turn number 1 and 2. Spencer having to fend off your Opay of Max Jolly. Jolly, rookie year within the Minimax category in the UK. Having a bit of a steady weekend so far. Hasn't been as strong as what we saw from him at PFI in the O-Plate races. I know his mum Sarah was wanting to do a rain dance to get the rain to come down. Hasn't been as strong in wet conditions, and now loses a position to teammate of Tom Reed through turn number 6.
Good move there from Tom Reed, and good to see that he's pushing on. He's had a really difficult day. Had a breakdown spotted in warm-up early on this morning, and went for a big move into turn 6 during the superheat span, and then and fell down the order. So it's good to see Tom Reed looking to finish this weekend on a positive note. 4.25 minutes remaining in this race. Then Emerson McCandrew looking to go back to back in with the Dunkerswell win earlier on in the season. This would be his 2nd of the year, and at the moment it could be a DHR clean sweep of the of these 3 categories so far. They won't be able to do it in Micromax because they haven't got any drivers anymore in Micromax, but they really are delivering here this weekend. Oh, Spencer trying to find a way through past Reed. Reed has taken 8th place earlier on in this lap. That's going to get a little bit close as they go towards turn number 8. Spencer back ahead, and it's going to get a bit rough and tumble in the middle here. That's the number 9 of Josh Cormack right at the back of the field. Fraser Anderson, yes, I think you noted earlier, Nicole has had a 5-second penalty. Yes, has for the 161, but is still racing on and pushing up the order. The number 5 of Joshua Griffin is now under investigation. So this battle for the minor placings in the top 10 continues. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. And a little look back there. Other drivers coming through the field. Harry Radcliffe, should note, up 3 places. It's now P13 as Reed goes for it on Spencer.
Reed and Spencer now having a lot to say for each other as Spencer loses it onto the grass, then wider line gets caught out by Reed, and I would say Max Jolly is probably involved in that as well.
Anderson.
As we've lost Anderson. We had a 5-second penalty, but now Fraser Anderson finds himself parked on the exit of turn number 5. That is the consequence of all that busy mid-pack racing that we've just seen. This is a battle going on then into turn number 9, further back down the field. Are we going to have attempts into the final corner? Not just yet. We've got Joshua Cook involved in this battle, and we've got Pharaoh in there as well. Here we go then into turn number 4. Behrman still trying to fight out Leo Livings in the background of the screen there. Livings at one stage was up just outside the top 10, but now he's all the way down in the back of the field, so maybe expecting a bit of bumping going on for Leo. Griffin still chasing down Murrow for that 4th place. Nothing too untoward between these two in the later stages of this race, of course. Had a bit of bumping going on between them in the first couple of laps, but right now settled going into that final corner. Fastest driver on the circuit, driver we've hardly even seen on the screen, he's that far ahead. Emerson McCandrew finds himself 2.3 seconds clear of Ryan White, who is still miles ahead of your driver in 3rd of Alfie Mayer.
It's been a very good performance so far from both McCandrew and White. They have been a cut above the rest so far this weekend. The only reason why we saw the number 3 start a little bit lower down in the order was that strange ending to the superheat earlier on today. Here's a move down the inside. Joshua Griffin on Riley Morrow. That's a nice move from Griffin. Puts the number 5 driver from last year up to P4. Alfie Mayer still plugging away as well. Has been a bit lonely for the last few laps in his pursuit of 3rd place. He's going to have to still work pretty hard over the course of the next minute or so to hold on to that. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. I think, well, actually, we might have 3 more laps here. Depends on if there's any time left on the clock as the race leader comes over the line. This is Behrman in the 1:37, 14th place, with Otis Cleary coming back through, and Arthur Farrow there as well. He's gained 9 places in this race for SFR Motorsports. A good drive from Arthur there to P16.
Virtual Championship then still currently led by Max Jolly. Alpha Mare sat there in 2nd. Ryan White in 3rd, but Emerson, with the race lead that he's currently got, has picked off a position and has overtaken Tom Reed on the points.
And the big thing here as well is to remember that we're still very, very early in the season. There's all sorts going on through turn number 7. I think James Roots has had a spin towards the back end of the field, who was caught on the sausage curve for a moment. Drop scores are going to come into play here in Minimax 950. None of them have had what you would describe as an exemplary run through the first 6 scoring stages of the year. Not like what we've been talking about in juniors with Ashcroft or seniors with Gilbert. It's going to be a wide open title fight all the way to the final rounds of the season, and particularly again, we've been talking about the summer of British karting. If you can get the momentum going, particularly in this Minimax category, if you do that, you're going to be one of the favourites for this particular British Championship. Time is up. The last lap board has now been shown to Emerson McCandy-Uren. I think the biggest story that we're going to have to talk about here on this last lap is the unfinished business for 3rd place. Alfie Mayer trying to hold off Joshua Griffin and Riley Morrow down towards turn number 4. That's good defence there from Alfie Mayer. Holds off the global karting number 5 for the moment. Mayer trying to get back on the podium. It will be his 3rd podium in his Wera Tools British Kart Championships career. Griffin has a little look down the inside into turn 6, but nothing doing that time around. There's a couple more penalties coming in as Morrow trying to force his way down the inside for 4th place on Griffin has got it done. Austin Oman could pick up some positions late on in this one, but down the hill now to turn number 9 towards the final corner. Emerson McCandy-Uren is going to go back-to-back victories in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Emerson McCandy-Uren wins once again in Minimax. 2nd place for Ryan White. A great drive across the course of the weekend. That is a great result for him and Hunter Motorsport. Alfie Mayer holds on and takes a podium for SFR. 4th place for Riley Morrow, 5th place for Joshua Griffin. The rain starts to fall now. This could actually be quite a tricky in-lap for our Minimax drivers. Austin Oman 6th. Lucian Smith fights back from the mid-pack to finish inside, well inside the top 10, P7. Tom Reed, Josh Cormack and Max Jolly hold in the top 10 there. That is a provisional result, of course, with in-race time penalties to be applied. There were a few of them in that race, but it's all smiles again for the number 3 seed. Emerson McCandy-Uren won here last year. It was a big win for him then. It's arguably an even bigger win for him now. He doesn't lead the championship, but 2 wins in finals out of 3 surely marks him as the driver to beat when we go to Wilton Mill at the end of August. Harry Radcliffe P11, Alfie Ward, Aidan Hammond, Sebastian Behrman and Otis Cleary all in the top 15 on the road. Arthur Farrow, Joshua Cook, Leo Livings, Ollie Spencer and Christian Sanguinetti all in the top 20. Nelson Taylor, James Devereaux, James Roots and Jensen Walker are your last finishers. 2 retirements from that race, Fraser Anderson and Maximilian Aberhart. Well, the top 2 in the scrutineering building there, having a little handshake after the race. The rain
the clouds have absolutely opened here at Larkhall, by the way. That persistent rain that we've been talking about a lot this weekend is back, ladies and gentlemen. So there's going to be some frantic changes down in the pre-grid areas and the prep areas to get wet tyres on for our next race. That won't be a problem, though, for our Minimax drivers. Big thanks as well. I say very tight championship picture. Big thanks to Ian Rogers. There he is. And the wider Motorsport Timing UK team who have provided us the information that 344 points for Alfie Mayer. He leads the championship in Minimax after 3 rounds of the season. 1 single point in it, ahead of Max Jolly in second. Then 2 further points back is Ryan White. 5 further points back is Emerson McCall. This is why drop scores are going to be really, really crucial. And writing them off and getting ahead of Max Jolly in second. Then 2 further points back is Ryan White. Back is Emerson McCall. Really, really crucial. Improve about that. 4 rounds. That is very exciting stuff for us neutrals here in the box. It's pretty close behind them as well. Tom Reed 333, Riley Murrow 329, Lucian Smith 327, Austin Oman 322. More than a run of form between now and the end of the season. They are going to be in amongst the top seedings and maybe even British champion at the end of the season. If you're enjoying the coverage here at Larkhall, do make sure that you give the broadcast a like and a share as Wayne McCall. Congratulations to Ryan White there. Let's head down, though, into the rain. I hope she's got a brolly. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Right then, DHR once more have added to their tally of wins today, but this time in minis with none other than Emerson McCall. Emerson, another win for you in the British Kart Championships. You did it at Dunkeswell and you've done it here at Larkhall.
Yeah, we've had a great weekend. We've had the pace for the whole weekend. Obviously earlier didn't have the best luck, but starting from P7 and we've managed to get the win, which is pretty good.
And throughout the whole weekend, you know, you've had some ups and downs. You had a bit of drama in your last race. How did you go into the final and be so confident lap after lap?
Well, I knew I was quick enough and I knew what the conditions would do, so I knew what was happening, and I was pretty confident because I just know the track really well because I've been here a lot of times, and yeah.
And the rain falling in the last couple of laps, how did you manage that?
It was a bit dramatic, to be honest. I just kind of slowed down a little bit, but be more cautious. Obviously, we were still quick, and yeah, on the in lap it was so slippy.
And then Emerson, congratulations, and I know you've got one more thing to say. What is it?
What up?
Good to hear from Emerson once more. Another win added to his tally, another win added to the tally for DHR. Rain has fallen now as we head into our next set of races, so we'll head back up into the commentary box to hear from Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Nicole, and good to see that you managed to find a little bit of cover there in the scrutineering shed. Yes, the rain is teeming down here at the circuit. It's actually probably some of the heaviest rain that we've had so far in the race meeting. Big thanks for you joining us live. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Minimax 950 race. This was back to the race start. Good start for Ryan White, and look how early the progress was for Emerson McCall. This was a key move past Josh Cormack for second place. Joshua Griffin following in there. Bright start for Austin Owen as well. Problems for Otis Cleary. Just see the front fairing there. Got locked behind the front left wheel and delayed his progress in the early stages of this race. Riley Murrow was on the attack down the inside of Max Jolly through turn number 6. Sebastian Behrman was in the mix of things throughout the course of this race. Again, Murrow down the inside into turn 6, that time on Oliver Spencer. Got a little bit close here off of turn 7 once again between Murrow and Spencer. Josh Cormack trying to find his way through. Unfortunately, Alfie Ward would find himself on the sausage curb out of turn number 7.
Coming through as well, Alfie Mayer, who's very cool on the grid early on. That was a key move in his quest for third place and a spot on the podium, getting past Austin Oman as well with a nice bit of overtaking through the final turn. This was Oman versus Griffin on the long run to turn number 6. And Tom Reed as well, a good finish to his weekend. It's been a tough Sunday, but up 2 places, finished 8th in the end in this race. Lots of action in the middle of the pack. That was the end of competitive things for Oliver Spencer. In the end, Spencer classified 19th in the order in this one. And good drives as well for the likes of the 191 coming through the order for Thule Motorsport. That was Nelson Taylor on the way to 21st place. He did have a little bit of bad luck towards the end though, but good effort nonetheless. But a second win of the year for Emerson McCandy-Uren in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. His title bid is well and truly back on course. More racing to come here in Scotland after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Welcome back to a rather wet Larkhall for our penultimate race of the day. Micromax UK is up next, and Benedictus Masiocus will start on an all SVR Motorsport front row with Alfie Garrett, Charlie Page, and the winner last time out, Dean Singh Pahal, go from row number 2. On the third row of the grid, Dax Farah will start alongside Dimitar Uzanov, Sebastian Crawford and LBJ Stubbs start on row number 4. Harris Barber and Albert Ferrer go from row 5. Chloe McGill and Otto Amy from row number 6. Oliver Woodall and Freddie Walker on an all OTK row number 7. Ralph Martin and Arlo Gamble go from row 8. Max Armit and William Mazzali complete the 18-strong field.
18-strong field, though, and all 18 of these drivers having to brave that wet weather that is just absolutely dumped onto the track out there. This is going to be a challenge for our Micromaxes, and who is going to be the one to conquer it and to deal with it the best, as we've got a spinner then on the entrance to turn number 8. That's one of the SFRs getting it wrong. Luckily, though, formation lap, so the number 17 will be able to rejoin at the back end of the grid. That is William Mazzali that is joining us this weekend as a wild card entrance. Penultimate race then here at Larkhall. Micros then forming up out of the final turn. Are we green and are we racing? Yes, no we're not. We're going to go round again for another formation lap. Good opportunity for these drivers to get some more temperature into the tyres, as we've got another spinner for SFR out there now. That's this time the number 40 of Oliver Woodall. But like we said, Andrew, it wasn't raining earlier on, and now all heavens have dumped on us because it really is like a monsoon out there. I actually had to get Jacob Ashcroft and Matthew Higgins to walk me from the Parc Ferme to the commentary box. It's that wet out there with an umbrella.
Yes.
It is soaking for these drivers.
I was to say, the rain a lot of the weekend, I'll use the P word again, persistent. Not what you were thinking there.
Participation, I thought you were going
persistent
Is it
precipitation.
That's the one.
We've not seen rooster tails of spray off the back of the rear tyres so far this weekend. That's how you can tell how heavy it is that even on slow laps on formation, the spray is being kicked off the back of these Micromax UK machines. So this is going to be really tough conditions. Yes, they've had a lot of wet running so far this weekend. They haven't had wet running as wet as this, though, with standing water on the circuit. Benedictus Masiocus will start this race from pole position, though, looking to continue this great run of form and potentially extend his championship lead. Can Alfie Garrett get a breakthrough result as well? Here we go then, lights are out. We are racing in torrential rain here at Larkhall for the third time this season in a Micromax UK final. Good steady start for Benedictus Masiocus, who has a clean road ahead. In second place, though, it's the winner last time out at Dunk as well. Dean Singh Pahal, a very strong start, Nicole.
I would not want to be one of those drivers in the midfield section having to deal with that spray. Look at Chloe McGill there leading this second pack of karts, but all that spray that will be getting kicked up into the face of these drivers, so difficult for them to deal with, especially one trying to wind the lock on and get into these curbs to try and get the kart rotated. Chloe McGill then down the inside through the hairpin section on the infield. I think that was a move done on maybe Harris Barber. Yes, it was. So Chloe using some good track knowledge, but now gets overtaken by Pharaoh through turn number 8. Early stages of this race then, and all drivers actually doing a good job to keep it on the road. Don't forget there will be some dry rubber laid down on the surface, which is going to make the conditions for these drivers really difficult, because what don't mix? Rubber and water. These drivers really need to be careful to not get on that rubber line, because they're going to experience so much wheel spin and they're going to struggle to control the kart underneath them. All drivers, though, doing a good job into turn number 4. Nobody losing out just yet in this stage. Currently, your race leader, 1.1 seconds clear from the rest of the field, is Benedictus Masiocus. Pahal has done a good job to sit there in second. Then we've got Charlie Page, Dax Farah and Alfie Garrett as your top 5. The number 35 then of Dax Farah just running some rumble strip on the exit of that back straight.
Almost gets overtaken there by Garrett, but gets it back up as Garrett loses some momentum out of the exit of the hairpin section. There you can see, there is that rubber line that's been put round that bowl section, and that's somewhere where these drivers are really going to struggle to handle the kart, really going to struggle to maintain good kart control.
Coming through the field, Albert Farrow's up 3 positions in this race. Ralph Martin up 5 positions as well. Arlo Gamble having a positive start to this race. Has just got past Albie J. Stubbs and into 11th place. Arlo had a really good qualifying. He's had a lot of bad luck during the heats so far today. Could this be the opportunity for another bit of a breakthrough result in this Micromax UK category? There's your driver in 3rd place. Charlie Page was a winner 1 week ago in the club round that a lot of drivers used as preparation for this the Wera Tools British Kart Championship meeting. All I'll say is the conditions were very different to this. It was warm, it was dry. All of that learning from 1 week ago has gone completely out the window with these very wet conditions now here at Larkhall. 12 minutes to go. There down the inside, that's Farrow going through past Uzanov. Albert Farrow up to P6.
Good job by Farrow then, using that team change this weekend, putting it to good use to get into the top 6 there. There you can see him just exiting that final corner. Masiocus now picks up the pace once more, fastest lap for him out there in the front. He's got an advantage because he's not having to deal with that spray like Chloe McGill there on your screen is. She's really in a tricky position there. She'll be one of those drivers experiencing the most of it in that mid-pack section, like we said at the start of the race. Not like what Masiocus is having to do out there in the front. 1.5 seconds clear from Pahal. Pahal then sat there in 2nd position, adding to his points for the championship overall. Looks like Pahal could be on a good charge. Is currently 20 points behind Masiocus there in the virtual championship, but after some confidence gained from a round win at Dunk as well, Dion is still running on the right path to maybe achieve something big this year. McGill leads this 2nd pack of karts through turn number 8, still sat there but has broken into the top 10, and it's Arlo Gamble now who's trying to attempt something on the entrance to turn number 9 but doesn't quite get it right. Tries to set it up through turn number 10. Does Arlo get it done? Yes, he does. Arlo now signals to Chloe, to the driver in front, because it's Ralph Martin now that Gamble is trying to chase up to, as we've almost got drama on the exit of turn number 2. That's for P4 between Garrett and Farah. They're almost collected each other on the exit.
Yeah, Dax Farah going for a best result in his time in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships, and has lost out in that battle for 4th place as Uzanov and Barber go wheel to wheel through the spray. Here's Farrow down the inside now. Albert Farrow on a really good run here. Oh, Dax Farrow's not wanting to give that one up, but it's going to have to, I'm afraid. That is for 5th place. Farrow comes back though through turn number 7. Dimitar Uzanov in the black number 62 kart there for the JPD UK team. Could be on for a good result here. You can see the encouragement from the mechanics, the parents, the guardians, the supporters on the side of the circuit coming out of turn number 8. Switchback there by Albert Farrow. Lovely stuff. Can he get the speed off of the corner to keep ahead of Dax Farrow? Not on this occasion. Here comes Uzanov down the inside, nearly 3 wide as they run through turn number 1. Albert Farrow is through by the looks of things into 5th place, and actually hasn't lost that much time to Alfie Garrett ahead. So with this rate of progress for Albert Farrow, I don't think a podium is out of reach for Farrow here today.
The way Farrow's driving, you wouldn't actually think it was a wet race. He's out there, he's not bothered about those overtakes, he's not bothered about where he's putting it on the kart. I'd say he's got a bit of confidence about him in these conditions. There they go then through the hairpin section once more. Wera has caught up slightly to Albert there on the exit, but Albert still leading this train of karts, and Wera not looking down the inside just yet. Uzanov now in the fight. He's trying to attempt something as we've got a spin. That's the 32 getting it wrong on the exit. Ralph Martin finds himself facing the wrong bit of the track after what has been quite a good run so far through this race and through the weekend. Now we've got a battle going on further back. That's the 35 of Dax Farah now having to fend off Uzanov for P6. And what's that done? That's allowed Albert to pull away slightly from the remainder of this field.
So pace at the moment, 1 minute 4.8 for the race leader. The gap is now 2.9 seconds for Masiocus over Singh Pahal. Charlie Page looking at a potential third place here. It's got about half a second thereabouts over Alfie Garrett, and Albert Farrow, not quite the quickest driver on track anymore. That goes to your race leader, and Garrett very, very good in the 1 minute 4.8. Elsewhere out on circuit, should note that Albie J. Stubbs and Arlo Gamble continuing to battle. So Stubbs now up to 9th, Gamble holding 10th, and Chloe McGill there in 11th place. Sebastian Crawford was the other driver, slightly caught out a few moments ago in that half spin for Ralph Martin, but Crawford continuing on at the moment in 13th place. Just under 7.5 minutes remaining in this race then. 7 laps completed, and a new fastest lap of the race has just gone in from Benedictas Masiocus, a 1 minute 4.77. He's looking to extend his championship lead with this result. On your screens, the middle part of the pack, there's Chloe McGill. We can definitely spot that livery for SVR Motorsport. The bright pink and white prepared machine is currently running in 11th place.
Yeah, good job by Chloe so far this weekend. Home soil for her. I know her dad, Stephen, was looking for a good result and believed that she could really push through. She currently sat just outside of the top 11, so question marks around whether she can get past Arlo Gamble to break into the top 10. Rain out there on the circuit is absolutely not letting off. It's still pouring down on our drivers out there on the track. The micros actually having a tough time of it out there. Here we go then. This is a battle between Farrow and Farah once again. Farrow almost got pushed out wide onto the grass by Farah, but they go side by side through that start-finish straight. Which driver will end up in the front? It looks on the timing screen like it is still Albert for the time being. In the background there, where is Albert? Where is Dax? Can't quite see them. There they go then into the turn number 4. So it is still Farrow ahead of Farah Uzunov and Albie J. Stubbs now. Stubbs on double duty this year in both IAMI and Rotax, as we've still got this battle going on ahead of Albie. Is Farah going to get the move done on Albert then going into turn number 6? Not quite yet. All drivers clipping that curb to try and get the kart rotated, try and shorten that track and set things up in a straight line. Down the inside, Farah looked like he was going on Farrow. Gets the move done, and Farrow now has lost 2 positions, as this is a battle going on between Charlie Page and the number 47 through turn number 9. This is Alfie Garrett trying to fend him off. Garrett, though, changed for P2. He's not bothered about Charlie Page challenging. Takes no time wasted at all. Gets ahead of Dian Powell through that final corner, and Garrett finds himself in 2nd position. But the gap now between Garrett and Benedictas Masiocus, 4.9 seconds clear is Masiocus, Euro plate.
Yeah, I think Benedictas Masiocus just needs to calmly bring this one home now, because he's got a big, big advantage and still good race pace as well. Doesn't need to take any risks in these torrid conditions. For Dean Singh Pahal looking to be on the podium again. That change for 2nd place on the road has also changed 2nd place in the live championship points. Garrett going back ahead of Dean Singh Pahal. 4 minutes and a bit more to go. Charlie Page took his first Wera Tools British Kart Championships podium earlier on in the season at Warden Law. Can he break through here and get back into the top 3? Dean Singh Pahal, of course, had a breakthrough result last time out at Dunk as well with that magnificent victory. New fastest lap of the race from Alfie Garrett, a 1 minute 4.6. So yes, he's closing in on Masiocus, but not at a rate that would worry his teammates. A 1 minute 4.8 last time around. Oh, I think there's been a problem out there for Dax Farah. Dax Farah has fallen down the order to 12th place. Still has a chance here, I think, of getting a best result of the year so far in that number 35 kart. But that's a real shame for Dax. Has been, well, he's not given up. He's going to try and get past Chloe McGill here and back into 11th place. Results so far in finals 13th and 14th. So a top 10 is still potentially on here for Dax Farah. It would be a best result of the year so far
But you've got to feel for a driver who's been in the top 5 consistently across the course of the weekend, Nicole, all of a sudden in the final, these horrible conditions, and you've now had your first setback of the weekend.
Yeah, I think it is really demoralising to have such a charge throughout the entire weekend and then get to where it really matters and it just goes wrong. As it goes wrong then on the entrance to turn number 9 for kart number 32 for Strawberry. That's big dramas, almost rejoins the road. That could have been a big one for Ralph Martin. Martin, though, gets back on the tarmac, though, but that just shows how easy it is to get things wrong, especially on a tighter bit of the track like turn number 9, where you really have to try and force the kart through, especially in these wet conditions.
And how much does that little downhill run affect things as well? I imagine the weight transfers all over the place in these conditions.
Yeah, exactly that. Especially, you know, your run through turn number 9 is all determined through 8, that bowl section and the speed you can carry out of that. When the track drops away from you, it's easy to overcook it into 9, barrel in too much speed, and then you end up too wide on the entrance. You end up sliding and doing what Ralph just did, ending up on the grass. It's a bit misleading on the cameras, you know, how cambered that corner actually is. It's a very tricky part of the section, that new bit of the track that was introduced a few years ago. Here we go then. This is Chloe McGill once more getting involved. Now in P12, trying to fight off Sebastian Crawford this time. Sorry, Ralph Martin is the driver she's having to fight off. So Ralph dropped back behind Chloe after that moment on the grass. Chloe not managing to jump into that top 10 just yet.
But still on for a best result of the year so far for Chloe McGill. Just under 90 seconds of this race to go. We know which way this one's going to go. Benediktas Masiocus on his way to a second win of the year, and it could well be an SFR 1-2 here in Scotland. There is your race leader. He's now got the fastest lap of the race back as well. That was on the previous tour of the circuit. It was 1 minute 4.59. It's not set any green sector times this time around, but the pace is still looking pretty good for the driver. Wearing a little bit of a tribute helmet to one of the greats of karting, one of the greats of motorsport, Ayrton Senna, of course. Alfie Garrett takes that fastest lap award back, 1 minute 4.47. Dean Singh Pahal there still holding on to third place. And there'll at least be 2 more laps of this one. Change for 11th place. Ralph Martin's got back ahead of Chloe McGill. So that battle is going back and forth. But it's looking pretty set up the road ahead of them. The rest of the top 10 at the moment. Stubbs in 5th. Uzanov, Barber, Albert Farrow, Farah and Gamble. And I say again, a really good drive there from Arlo Gamble to get back up into the top 10. I think I'm right in saying that that's going to be a first, yeah, it will be a first top 10 of the year for Arlo Gamble if the number 72 can see the checkered flag in that position. Time is up. Benediktas Masiocus out of the final corner of the penultimate lap. We'll see the last lap board once again. He's been in this position before. He started the season very well, of course, at PF International with the O-plate. He continued that form through the weekend at Warden Law earlier on in the season. Scored decent points as well at Dunkerswell. Yes, it was a 2nd and a 5th across the 2 points awarding stages down in the southwest of England. But this has been Masiocus back to the kind of form that we saw earlier on in the season. And it's been a bit of a statement from the driver flying the flag for Lithuania here this weekend. He had a great day yesterday through the qualifying heats, took both victories, started this race as well from pole position. It has been an exemplary weekend for Benediktas Masiocus and SFR Motorsport once again. 2 more corners to go down the hill, straightening up for turn number 10. Out of the final corner, Benediktas Masiocus wins again in Micromax UK and wins here at Larkhall. It's a dominant victory and it's a 1-2 for SFR. Alfie Garrett is 2nd here today, and that is a best final result of the year so far for Alfie Garrett. Dean Singh Pahal is on the podium again. Back-to-back podiums for the driver of the number 23. and a good standing in the championship as well as we head to Wilton Mill. Charlie Page, P4. Another strong run for Charlie on the KR there. LBJ Stubbs 5th, Harris Barber 6th, Dimitar Uzanov 7th. A best result of the weekend and of the season so far as well. Arlo Gamble comes home in 8th place, and another driver getting a best result so far in 2025. Dax Farah in the top 10 there. A top 10 completed by Ralph Martin. Sebastian Crawford 11th, Chloe McGill 12th, Albert Farrow had a good first half of the race, just had some problems there in the later stages, fell down to P13 ahead of Freddie Walker, Oliver Woodall, Otto Amy, William Mazzali and Max Arnott. For Masiocus, that is a really, really good victory. The weather threw everything at him, the field threw everything at him this weekend, but another very strong performance from the O-plate holder. The drivers will head into Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland is headed down to capture the thoughts of some of our drivers. There is your race winner, Benedictus Masiocus. What a 2025 this young driver is having. Championship leader heading towards the round at Wilton Mill at the end of August, and the advantage will be 22 points for Masiocus over teammate Alfie Garrett. It's actually a share for second place in the points at the moment, 358 apiece. So 380 for Masiocus. 358 apiece for both Garrett and Singh Pahal. Harris Barber, I don't think we should be ruling out of championship contention yet, because similar to what we've been talking about earlier on in the programme, particularly with the Minimax drivers, if you get a good run of form now between now and the end of the season, if you get on a bit of a winning streak, there's still a very good chance that you could pull yourself back. And Harris Barber, 4th place, 349 points. So what's that? 31 points behind Masiocus. Charlie Page will be 5th in the standings, leaving here today on 347. Uzanov, Stubbs, Martin, Farrow and Farah all in the top 10. Dax Farah breaking into the top 10. There is Dean Singh Pahal. Another really good weekend for Dean Singh Pahal, and it's almost like buses in a way. We were waiting quite a while for Dean to get that first podium. It was often the case that the heats went well, and then it just would get away from the driver, the number 23 in the latter stages. Those problems have clearly been fixed. That's back-to-back podiums for D now, and there's a happy face as well for Alfie Garrett. Another good result today. Good to see a number of drivers in that race, a very tough race with the conditions as bad as they were, still persevering through and getting personal best results in the season so far. This is one of the reasons why we do like Micromax UK, following the stories of the drivers across the course of the season. And talking of stories, let's head down once again to the scrutineering building to see Nicole Sutherland is with our race winner.
Well, what a challenging race then for our micros, but the win is taken by Benedictus Masiocus, your O-plate winner, and now your winner here at Larkhall. Benedictus, big smile on your face. Are you happy with that race?
Yeah, I am. A lot.
And then the rain started coming down when you were getting ready in the tyre bay. All of the drivers changed from slicks to wets. Were you nervous when that started happening?
Yeah, because we only started putting the wets on in the final 3 minutes, and I thought we wouldn't make it.
But you got to the grid and you got to the front early on. You led pretty much, lights to flag. What was it like when you were out there driving around in the water?
Freezing, and it was really cold. And when you get in puddles, it goes all inside your helmet.
So all the spray going up inside your helmet doesn't look like too much fun, but I'd say, you're a driver, so it looks like you had some out there. Benedictus, for all the work that's gone on this weekend, who have you got to thank for your win?
My dad, my mum, RPM, Nathan, Joe, the whole of SFR, and everyone who helped me.
Well, congratulations. It's another great result. Well done, Benedictus. We'll head back up then for our final race. Andrew Mather will be in the commentary box once more. Good stuff from our micros. Next up will be our Hondas.
Indeed, one more race to go here at Larkhall. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that Micromax UK final. The rain beat down on the circuit, gave all the drivers the option to go on to wet tyres. This was the start of the race. A good one for Masiocus, a good one for Dean Singh Pahal as well, up into second place in the early stages. A bright start for Albert Farrow as well, with some good overtakes past Harris Barber and Chloe McGill there. Unfortunately for Farrow, the speed just went away a little bit in the middle of the race. Good race for Arlo Gamble. Arlo Gamble, who's had some really bad luck so far this weekend, but finished on a high through the spray to record a first top 10 finish of the season. This was a good scrap as well between Dax Farah and Albert Farrow. Dax Farah with some good racing so far this weekend. I've personally got to say I think this is the best I've ever seen Dax race in the number of years I've been commentating on him. Bit of a spin for Ralph Martin and hold up for Sebastian Crawford at turn number 8. Farrow on the move again. This was when Farrow was up into the top 5, and it looks like with the progress that Farrow was making, could maybe have reached the podium positions. It wasn't to be, though, on this particular day. Good racing from Alfie Garrett as well. That was Garrett through into second place. More overtakes through turn number 8 in the slippery conditions. That's what happened. That really holds the progress of Albert Farrow going through that large puddle off of the final turn. Bit of a trip through the grass for Ralph Martin, but Ralph was able to recover and be back into the top 10. Checkered flag, though, a big win for Masiocus in tough conditions, 4.8 seconds ahead of his teammate Alfie Garrett. Dean Singh Pahal completes the podium, back-to-back podiums for Dean Singh Pahal. Definitely has got the form in the finals right. Okay, so we're getting ready then for the final race of the day. Honda Cadet is up after this.
Motorsport is naturally a fast-paced and dynamic environment. Dealing with a specialist insurance advisor helps to ensure that your specific needs are covered. We have access to a complete portfolio of products including personal accident, on-track damage, property and event liabilities and cancellation. We can help drivers, teams and manufacturers, event organisers and circuit owners and venues. Visit marshsport.co.uk/motorsport to find out more.
Time for our final race of the weekend here at Larkhall for Event 5 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, and it could be an absolute belter. It's the Honda Cadet GX200 final, their second one of the year. On pole position, it's Luke McCall in the number 15. Archie Cannon, the S-plate holder, joins him on the front row. Ronnie Jones and Archie Loveridge start on row 2. Then a great third row as well. Elliot Borg and Jane Prakash looking for best results of the season so far. Row 4 is Luca Bicocchi and Shaylin Srikantan.
Row number 5 then will be Kyle Kerr and Riley Blakemore, both privateer drivers. And then it's privateers all again on row number 6 with Oliver Ratton and Jack Cope. Rounding out your grid then on that final row for Scotland, we have Aidan Donnelly, and for England we have Harry Grant on that 14th spot on the Project 1.
So arguably a bit of a mixed up grid for this one. Riley Blakemore down 10th on the grid. Archie Loveridge on the second row of the grid did get a 5-second post-race time penalty for an incident during the superheat. But having said that, Luke McCall's looked fantastic so far this weekend for that number 15 kart. Has been very assured when he's been able to have the chances of being at the front of the field. Was top of the intermediate classification last night after the 2 qualifying heats. Won the super heat as well. Been very impressed with how he's started the races, kept calm, and then picked his moments through the latter stages. Of course, it will be a standing start for our Honda Cadets. And once again, this is going to be the longest race of the weekend for our drivers. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. The air temperature about 16 degrees. The track wet. Very, very wet here at Larkhall. So those treaded wet tyres, the order of things, that's on board with Aidan Donnelly. Number 27 will be starting this race 13th on the grid. Here we go then, the lights are coming on for the final time this weekend at Larkhall. Honda Cadet's second final of the year is go. It's a slight uphill start, of course, for the Hondas here at Larkhall. A steady start in these tricky conditions. None of them have experienced conditions this wet so far this weekend, but they've all done so brilliantly. Only one driver off towards the back of the field. That may have been Jack Cope in the number 85, running a little bit wide there. But there's your race leader. He's kept the lead from pole position. Nicole, Luke McCall has had a good start.
Luke McCall has come to life, as has Archie Cannon now in this second part of the weekend. Both drivers looking strong, looking like they've just turned something up a notch throughout the second rotation of heats and then going into the finals. McCall then loses position to Archie Cannon. Let's not forget Cannon, home soil for him. I'm sure he's got lots of experience on this circuit in similar conditions to these, but that position for the race lead has now been taken back once more from Luke McCall, who makes himself your race leader once more. Ronnie Jones now going down the inside of Cannon for that P2. Jones now breaks into second position, chasing down. So it's your 2 rookie drivers in the field that are in 1 and 2. Cannon, your S-plate driver, like we said, experience here in these wet conditions. Then followed shortly behind by Jane Prakash. Prakash up by 2 positions in the early stages of this race. This is the highest we've seen him so far this weekend. Looking strong then for this final.
Well, last year when we came to Larkhall, we had a win in the final for Ambition Motorsport. It was Ed Spain. It was another one of those breakthrough results in the cadet categories. I'm not suggesting for a minute that Jane Prakash is definitely going to go on and win this race. He could go on and win this race, but this is a very good sign for Jane Prakash. It's the best start of a race that I can remember for him at this level. And a 4th place would be fantastic, but he'll want more than that. He's a born racer there in that number 44 machine. Changes going back and forth ahead of him, though. McCall, Cannon and Jones, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. So Cannon back ahead. Jane Prakash, though. The point to be made about Ambition Motorsport, they know this circuit well. They've got some good results here in the past, such as Ed Spain last year. They know how to train a driver to come through and hit their top potential, and they've been doing that definitely with Prakash over the last, say, 9 months or so. And
At the moment, though, the fastest driver on circuit is another one of the Ambition Motorsport runners, Archie Loveridge, in 6th place, just behind Elliot Bork at the moment. Into turn 7 they go. Wider line being taken there by Luke McCall. 12 minutes to go in this race. Other drivers to improve in the early stages of this one, like J.M. Prakash. Harry Grant is up the order a few positions, 3 places gained for the number 45. You see the bright red and orange machine at the back of that shot briefly. So Grant up to 11th place now. As here's a challenge for the lead, Nicole.
Challenge for the lead by Archie Cannon. Has he made the move stick on McCall? I don't think he has. No, has to settle for second as Archie Loveridge, the Ambition driver, has overtaken his teammate now off Prakash for that 5th place. So Loveridge once more on the charge after having some bad luck. Didn't start this final maybe as high up as we would have expected to see him after having good pace in heats. But he has arrived now to this front pack and is knocking on the door now of Elliot Bork, your fastest driver out on the circuit for the time being. McCall still challenges a way to try and push away from the S-plate of Cannon. Cannon, though, doing a good job to be settled there in 2nd position, not getting nervous from the drivers behind of Jones, Bork and Loveridge. Prakash, though, still doing a good job to stay inside this fight at the front. Hasn't fallen off the back just yet, so good stuff by Jayan for the time being. You can see, though, spray for these drivers. Cannon keeps wiping his hand over his visor to try and clear some of that water off as he goes for a challenge for the race lead. Bangs wheels there with Luke McCall, who maintains that race lead, but that allows Ronnie Jones now, your O-plate driver, to get into 2nd place.
Ronnie Jones indeed has been very strong in the finals, in particular so far this year. Came back to a 2nd place finish in the other round of the season so far. That was back at Warden Law during event 1 of this year's Wera Tools British Kart Championships. There's a scrap going on there, I think, between Luca Bukocki and Carl Kerr, and Kerr has got through into 7th place in the bright red number 14 machine. 10 minutes to go of this race. McCall still leading from Jones. Cannon looking down the inside. Another nice overtake there from Archie Cannon. He said he was enjoying overtaking lots of different drivers yesterday, and he was going to do more of that here on Sunday. He's delivering on that promise. As there's Riley Blakemore going through. A bit of a quiet final so far for Riley, in 9th place at the start of this lap. Maybe with a bit of pace in the second half of the race, he can close that gap between Carl Kerr and Jayan Prakash. Warning flag out for the S-plate holder. Just a warning at the moment. No changes in race times or more than that at this stage, which is good for us, because we want a close race. We want a close finish and battle to the end of this one, Nicole. Honda Cadet have put on some great racing so far in the heats and the super heat, and we want to see them finish on a high.
We absolutely do. Prakash now, the 44, sporting that well-known number, the Hamilton number. Can he maybe channel some of that Lewis Hamilton pace to try and catch up to the back end of this pack in front? He's just starting to fall away from them slightly, but he's still there. They're still in his clutches as we head into turn number 8. Change now in front of Jayan, and almost a change for the race lead. It looked like Luke McCall was going to challenge Archie Cannon, who is your current number 1, into final turn. Ronnie Jones now diving down the inside. Can he make it stick? Gives the room back to Luke McCall, concedes a position and doesn't get himself into 2nd place. That then gets Prakash slightly closer to the back of this pack. Loveridge there not managing to leverage any more pace to overtake Bork for that 4th place, but a good scrap going on for the time being for our front pack.
Yeah, absolutely. Archie Cannon trying to break away here from the rest of the Honda Cadets, and keep an eye as well in terms of the podium places on the likes of Carl Kerr, Riley Blakemore, Luca Bukocki, because their pace is not bad. It's pretty much the same as those drivers directly ahead. So if they start to fight, naturally Kerr and Blakemore would close back in, such as this. Look at this fight between Ronnie Jones and Elliot Bork. Elliot Bork, another driver who's been improving across the course of the weekend. Little hand up there from Archie Loveridge to say sorry about that to Ronnie Jones. A close little moment through turn number 8, but Loveridge is through into 4th place.
very close in the championship standings as well. Still very early stages, of course, and this middle part of the season is going to be important. This second final here today, the Hondas will be back in action next weekend as well for rounds 3 and 4 of their championship. You can follow all of the action from PF International with us on your Alpha Live and Karting UK YouTube channels. Before we head to PF though, this race is building strongly. It's set less than 7 minutes to go. Archie Cannon being clawed back now. Luke McCall has caught up again, and we've said earlier in the programme that Luke McCall's decision-making of when to go for overtakes, when to follow other drivers through, when to take the initiative has been very, very good so far this weekend. They've got the immediate numbers down here. Yes, Bork, Loveridge, Jones and Prakash are pretty close behind, but you wouldn't say it's a total a classic 5 karts group for this Honda race at the moment.
No, not just yet. Cannon then, a bit of a meerkat moment, looking over his shoulder to McCall shortly behind him in second. McCall not close enough just yet to challenge for the race lead, but it's only 0.3 of a second that splits up those two as Cannon runs a little bit wide over the rumble strip, and the gap looks by eye like it's reduced on the entrance to turn number 4 and 5. These two drivers then still going at it. Cannon though doing a really good job to lead the race for one of the first times this weekend. We spoke to him on the Paddock Show yesterday. He's a great driver to speak to, just in general. Got a big personality, has Cannon. Gets overtaken now though for that race lead, so McCall has pulled the pin to get himself back into that top spot. Both drivers simultaneously look over their shoulder to see what the gap is to the Ambition and to Elliot Bork behind. Loveridge puts in that purple lap as the 4th driver in this train. As a theme of what you see in Honda Cadet racing, nobody really breaks away. You know, you see the drivers bumper to bumper, and that's what makes it really special, really fun racing to watch, racing to commentate on and to be involved in. This is a great class. We want to see more Honda Cadet drivers competing at this level. Of course, the entries for PFI next week, get them in. We want to see more Hondas out there, don't we, Andrew Mather?
We absolutely do, and here this afternoon we've got the chance of potentially seeing a first-time winner at a British Championship level. Luke McCall has not previously had a win at this level. Archie Cannon has had a podium, but he hasn't had a victory in a championship round before. He's had big wins, of course. We've won the S-Plate midway through the part of the 2024 season. And Elliot Bork as well is on for a biggest result of his young karting career as well in championship races. 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. McCall checks over the shoulder, but not, I wouldn't say, in a tightening, panicking moment there. That was just a bit of, okay, let's get some information. Right, that's where Archie Cannon is. That's the kind of gap that I've got now. He's not tightening up at the moment. He's not over-defending. It's a natural thing in Honda Cadet racing, even in these wet conditions, that drivers in second, third, fourth, if they can stay organised, can close in. Now you're starting to see a 4-kart battle for the lead. Bork and Loveridge are nearly there. They've nearly caught up to Archie Cannon now. Loveridge has the best pace in the field right now, 1 minute 5.05, 3.5 minutes to go. No changes until that point there. Cannon down the inside takes the lead away from McCall. Now that in response to the pace from Bork and Loveridge. Wide line through turn number 7. Nice move there, Nicole, from Archie Cannon.
Absolutely is. You were just talking about these drivers looking over their shoulders then, and you don't think they do it because they're rattled or because they're nervous. They do it because in Hondas you don't pull away the way you do in some other classes, so you're always going to have a competitor quite close around you. These drivers just trying to suss out exactly where they are, and for Archie Cannon, exactly where Luke McCall is right on his back bumper on the entrance to turn number 1. This story is absolutely wide open still. Archie Cannon is going to be challenged as the race progresses because McCall is still right there, as is Bork, as is Loveridge, your purple driver on the track. on the exit of turn number 5. All of these drivers still going at it, and Ronnie Jones, don't count him out because the O-plate is still there on the back of this chasing pack as well.
And Ronnie Jones has been able to pick up positions in the latter stages of races. McCall back down the inside, retakes the race lead from Cannon. Bork's having a little look as well through on the approach to turn 7. Bork trying to get down the inside. Not quite that time. Covers off any kind of move from Loveridge. Just a note as well, good scrap going on for 6th place as Jayan Prakash is being reeled in a little bit by Kyle Kerr through into 3rd place. Is this Loveridge's opportunity to get back onto the podium? Yes, it is. So Ambition Motorsports, Paul James's team, back into the top 3 here at Larkhall. They had that dramatic win with Ed Spain last season on our visit to Scotland. Could it be more success for them here in Honda Cadet? 100 seconds to go. McCall leads from Cannon, Loveridge, Bork, Ronnie Jones still there. There is Carl Kerr. The bright red machine has caught up to the number 44 of Jayan Prakash. Both of them still looking at a potential best results of the season so far. Kerr was 7th in the final back at Warden Law. Prakash finished it well, of course he didn't run. No, sorry, he did run. It was 9th place for Prakash back at Warden Law, but he has had a bit of time out of the kart since then. So this has been really, I think that's been another thing for me with Prakash this weekend. Not only is it a big step forward, it's a step forward when he probably hasn't had as much seat time as the rest of this field, and especially at this young age, that's quite a big thing, isn't it, Nicole?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say if Jayan is joining us next weekend, you'll see an even bigger jump in progress with that momentum and that rhythm that just is achieved by having, you know, bums in seats and lap after lap. It's something that you can't replicate, and I think any driver, mechanic, coach in the paddock would tell you the best way to improve is just by practice. You know, there's nothing that replicates seat time, and for Jayan, that's going to come into play, hopefully, if we see him out next week. But for now, he has just dropped off the back of this pack. 7th place so far, sat behind Kyle Kerr, Ronnie Jones there, your O-plate, which is your driver just shooting down that back straight. But these 4 on your screen make it 5 because Ronnie is actually there still, being led by Luke McCall. Clock is slowly running out as we've now got a challenge for P2. Stunning move there by Archie Loveridge down the inside of Archie Cannon. That was good stuff by both Archies.
And that could be key for more than one reason. Not only does it put Archie Loveridge up to 2nd place, it shows that a last-second move in turn 7 is possible. There's enough grip down there. If you can get the timing right, the turn-in and the braking, and when power goes on, if you can get all of those elements correct, you can make an overtake through that part of the course. Luke McCall may not be aware of that. He was eyes forward through that last part of the course on the penultimate lap. We're on the final lap now, and it's still not decided who's going to take the 2nd final of the year in Honda Cadet GX200. McCall leads. This is going to be an opportunity surely for Loveridge into turn 6. We've seen a lot of overtakes through this part of the circuit. McCall is aware of that. He covers off any kind of route down the inside. Turn 7 is next. Can Loveridge make the same move? No, he's not quite close enough this time. McCall gets off the corner through towards turn number 8. This is another opportunity for Loveridge to get through. Cannon still there in 3rd. Bork down the inside, holding on to 4th place from Ronnie Jones. Jayan Prakash is back up into 6th place, has got back ahead of Kyle Kerr. But Luke McCall is going to head into the final corner. Oh, can he get on the power? It's going to be side by side to the line. Who's going to take the win here in Scotland? It's McCall. Luke McCall takes a first win of the season. A massive result for the privateer on the Zip Kart chassis. He takes the win, the full complement of championship points from this final. Archie Loveridge is on the podium again, a 2nd place following up the win that he had at Warden Lawn, will leave Larkhall as championship leader. Archie Cannon puts the S plate on the podium, a 3rd place for one of the home favourites. A great drive across the course of the weekend. Elliot Bork, P4, big step forward from last time out at Warden Law. Best result of the season so far. Ronnie Jones, solid points, P5. Jayan Prakash, P6. A top 6. More success at Larkhall for Ambition Motorsport. And a gargantuan step forward for the driver of the number 44. Carl Kerr likewise, P7, equaling the results that the driver from Falkirk had at Warden Law. Some good racing. Riley Blakemore in 8th, Luca Bicocchi 9th, Harry Grant, tough weekend but fought back to get into the top 10 there. Shaylin Srikantan, Jack Cope on debut, Aidan Donnelly and Oliver Ratton all saw the end of the race. All 14 drivers who started finished. But Luke McCall, well, it seems to be in the wet conditions. If you want to be quick, wear an Ayrton Senna helmet. It's the second time we've seen those famous colours pull up to P1 in the scrutineering bay here today. And what a drive from Luke McCall. A really, really calm performance. That's what you need in Honda Cadet. I'm sure that the drivers are pretty chilly after that effort over those 15 laps, winning in the end by 0.14 of a second. One of the closest finishes that we've had here today. Just what we want to see from Honda Cadet. And if you enjoyed that, be back with us next weekend at PF International for a double header alongside the X30 classes, the IAMI classes, and more as well from PF International. It's going to be an absolutely bumper weekend for us for event number 6 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships season. Elliot Bourke as well, great drive there, had a bit of a tricky time in TQ at the start of Saturday, but race pace has been really, really good for Elliot today, and P4 is going in the right direction. Could it be a podium next time out for Bourke when we go to PF next weekend? And there is your championship leader as well. Archie Loveridge will have an advantage of 9 points heading to Trent Valley. 251 points on the board after 2 rounds of the season. Luke McCall moves up to 2nd place in the standings on 242. Ronnie Jones slips to 3rd, but he's not too far behind on 241 points ahead of Archie Cannon on 239. Elliot Bourke there is now up to 5th place in the standings on 230. Blakemore, a tricky weekend, tricky finals day for Riley Blakemore, but again, it's very close. 227 on the board for Blakemore. Jayan Prakash once again showing how much he's improved. He's 7th now in the standings on 220. Srikantan 218, Kerr 217, Grant 215. But as we say, the racing will continue in less than a week's time at PF International. For the last time today, though, let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
After a shock 5-second penalty then for our on-the-road winner, it's Archie Loveridge that becomes your number 1 for our Honda Cadet race here in Larkhall. Archie, that's a great result. Are you happy with where you finished?
Yeah, very.
And were you aware that Luke got the penalty when you were driving around the track?
Yeah.
When you were driving around then, that excitement because you knew that you were technically in the race lead, how did you manage to not get overconfident? How did you manage to not make any mistakes?
I just didn't push too hard. I didn't try to overtake him.
And Archie, how are you going to celebrate this win? Because, you know, it's a big deal and there's a lot to be happy about.
McDonald's.
McDonald's. McFlurry? Archie, congratulations. It's a great win and we'll let you go and celebrate with your dad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great stuff then this weekend from all of our drivers. That concludes event number 5 of the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Larkhall. Thank you to Wera Tools, to Marsh, PWR, Kart Sim and Demon Tweaks for helping to host this event, as well as Motorsport UK, all of our championship staff, all of the drivers, engine builders, teams out there, and of course the Larkhall circuit for helping to host such a fantastic event. It's been great to be here. Andrew Mather and I have been on event commentary. I'm Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you next time at PFI for IAMI.